Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 351. Chapter 351, 351. Chapter 351, There are no perfect professions, only perfect professionals. Lin Moyo experienced one battle after another. From a mage profession, he became a knight, and then an assassin. Under Meng Yanwen's arrangement, Lin Moyo fought against all types of professionals. He mastered all their skills below level 40. As the battles continued, Lin Moya's progress accelerated, and his understanding of each profession deepened. Every profession had its own characteristics, different combat styles, and unique strengths and weaknesses. No profession was perfect no matter how strong, each had its flaws. Even his own necromancer profession, which seemed incredibly powerful, could challenge level 70 at level 40. It also had its imperfections. A profession can be imperfect, but the professional must strive for perfection. Even if absolute perfection is unattainable, one must strive to be as close to perfect as possible. This is the foundation, the basis for becoming a god-level expert. Yan Quanxing and Bai Yaiwan understood various professions through combat. Meng Yanwen, on the other hand, learned about them by reading books and watching numerous battles of professionals. They gradually eliminated their own weaknesses, laying a solid foundation. However, their methods were far from perfect compared to Lin Moya's current approach. Lin Moya transformed into various professionals, experiencing them firsthand. Although he experienced repeated failures, the benefits he gained far exceeded those of the three. Lin Moya gradually found his own rhythm, and his learning speed increased. His opponent's performances worsened with each battle. Lin Moya integrated the strengths of various professions, combining different combat styles into one. He gradually developed his own unique combat style. Breaking free from conventional thinking, he was no longer limited by the constraints of his profession. He could effortlessly use various combat techniques. Days passed, and Lin Moya's challenges continued without pause. Later, to learn their skills and understand the characteristics of each profession, Lin Moya even had to hold back. It took him a full 10 days to defeat all 500 people. Meng Yanwen and the other two were very satisfied with Lin Moya's performance. Bai Yaiwan laughed heartily, not bad, better than Yan Madman back in the day. Yan Quanxing snorted coldly, much better than you were back then. Meng Yanwen said, I think we can proceed to the second round. Bai Yaiwan hesitated, isn't it a bit too soon? Meng Yanwen shook his head, it's not too soon. You all did this after your third job change, but I think you did it too late. Understanding oneself, the earlier the better. After level 70, many things are already set and hard to change. Yan Quanxing thought for a moment, that's true. At that time, I had many habits that were hard to change. Bai Yaiwan also realized this, agreeing that it made sense. Meng Yanwen continued, now, Xiao is like a blank sheet of paper, ready to be painted and written on. We must seize the time. After some discussion, they decided to start the second round of testing. The 500 people waiting in the independent space were all notified. The second round of testing began, and everyone was included. Everyone found it strange why this year's Divine Summer Tower trial was so different from previous years. The Divine Summer Tower trial happened every year, and each side had accumulated a lot of information. But this time, none of it was needed. Not only did they find it strange, but even the instructors and military leaders waiting outside found it odd. They had been waiting for over 10 days, and there was no movement from the Divine Summer Tower. In previous trials, it only took 2 or 3 days. Moreover, those who failed would exit halfway through. What changes had been made to the rules this time? Finally, someone couldn't help but send a message back. Soon, with spatial distortions, 2 powerful figures appeared outside the Divine Summer Tower. One was dressed in military armor, clearly from the military, and appeared to be a god-level knight. The other was a god-level mage, wearing a robe with the emblem of the Xia Capital Academy, indicating he was a high-ranking official from the academy. Although they came from different backgrounds, both were god generals. Their appearance brought immense pressure to the scene. All the students present felt it hard to breathe. Their auras were so strong that they could almost rival the Divine Summer Tower. God-level experts. Everyone's mind echoed with these 4 words. These were true god-level experts, but no one knew which 2 gods had arrived. In the Divine Summer Empire, not all god-level experts were as famous as the White God. Some were unknown but equally powerful. To this day, no one knew how many god-level experts the Empire had. The Empire had never publicly announced it, and only a dozen or so were known. But everyone knew there were definitely more. I think I've seen this god mage before. He seems to be the former vice principal of the academy. That's right, Vice Principal Xia Bojian, who retired 30 years ago. I didn't expect him to be a god-level mage. At this moment, Xia Shua's expression was strange, muttering, "Why is it him?" Zhuo Mei asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Xia Shue said, "I've seen him before. He visited my home a few years ago, and my dad called him second grandpa." Feng Xiu and Zhuo Mei were both stunned. Feng Xiu sighed, "I didn't expect you to be a descendant of a god-level family." Xia Shue said, "I didn't know either. My dad never mentioned it." Perhaps there were some unknown reasons, and Feng Xiu and Zhuo Mei wisely didn't ask further. After the two appeared, the god-level knight from the military flew towards the Divine Summer Tower. The Divine Summer Tower emitted a powerful force, stopping him. "White God, please come out," he said loudly. A flash of light appeared in front of the Divine Summer Tower, and Bai Yaiwan flew out. Bai Yaiwan's appearance immediately caused an uproar. His reputation was too great. In the Empire, Bai Yaiwan was the strongest representative. His battle achievements were too glorious, earning him the title of God of Slaughter in other countries. With his divine fists, he could even kill god-level experts. Bai Yaiwan glanced at the newcomer, "So it's God General Wang. What brings you here?" His voice boomed, echoing throughout the area. Hearing the name God General Wang, someone finally remembered who he was. "I remember now, he's God General Wang Lin, known as the King of Slaughter, almost as strong as the White God." "Wow, one is the God of Slaughter, the other is the King of Slaughter. What's going on here? I feel like something big is about to happen." In the air, Wang Lin said in a low voice, "I want to ask why the rules of this year's Divine Summer Tower trial have changed." Bai Yaiwan chuckled, "Do I need to report to you before changing the rules?" Wang Lin waved his hand, "Of course not. I'm just curious. After all, we have people from the military inside. I want to know if they are." Bai Yaiwan said, "They are very safe. If there's danger in the Divine Summer Tower, then there's no safe place for the entire human race." Wang Lin said, "I want to go in and take a look." Bai Yaiwan laughed heartily, "Wang Lin, are you joking? Don't forget your status. Do you have the qualification to enter? Giving you 100 entry tickets to the Divine Summer Tower every year is already generous. If you're not satisfied, we won't give them next year." "You." Wang Lin's face turned ugly, but he couldn't say anything. The reason was known only to him. At this moment, Xiao Bojian flew over. "White God, may I go in and take a look? We have 400 students from the Xia Capital Academy inside, and I'm a bit worried." Saying he was worried was false, he just wanted to see for himself. Bai Yaiwan still shook his head, "No." Such a response made the two even more suspicious. Xiao Bojian lowered his voice, "I heard that God General Lin Moya was also inside, and he's your disciple. Could it be?" Wang Lin suddenly thought of something and said coldly, "Bai Yaiwan, are you?" His stance suggested he was ready to fight at any moment. Bai Yaiwan didn't care. "Think whatever you want. If you want to fight, I'm ready." Wang Lin laughed, his body exuding killing intent. Suddenly, a massive and pure killing intent descended from the sky, transforming into a giant blade that slashed towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face changed dramatically, and he quickly retreated. His killing intent was nothing compared to this blade of killing intent. The blade didn't hit him but exploded in the air, creating a loud roar. The killing intent then retracted like a dragon, and Yin Quanqing flew out of the Divine Summer Tower. "Wang Lin, are you looking for a beating again?" Chapter 352. Chapter 352, 352. Chapter 352, Let's find a place to decide life and death. Yin Quanqing was not polite at all, giving Wang Lin no face. Killing intent surged from his body, rising like smoke straight into the sky. The world turned pitch black, day turned into night. After being reminded by Lin Moya earlier, Yin Quanqing's killing intent had become even purer. Compared to before, his combat power was even stronger. At this moment, Wang Lin was so shocked that he didn't dare to speak. Wang Lin knew he was no match for Yin Quanqing, but he never expected Yin Quanqing to appear here. This guy was a madman, even crazier than Bai Yaiwan. Although Bai Yaiwan was called the God of Slaughter, that was only to outsiders. He was still very friendly to his own people in the Empire. But Yin Quanqing was different. Once his killing intent was triggered, he would kill anyone, regardless of who they were. Yin Quanqing pointed his blade at Wang Lin. "Didn't you want to challenge me? I'll take you on. Let's find a place to decide life and death." Always ready to decide life and death. Wang Lin cursed inwardly, thinking this guy was a madman, and didn't respond. He didn't dare to respond. If he agreed, he might lose his life here. Xiao Bojian smiled kindly. "Quanqing, let's talk this over. We're just concerned about the students." Yin Quanqing sneered, "Concerned my ass. Stop talking nonsense. Let me tell you the truth, it's impossible to go in. If you want to fight, let's fight. Kill me, and you can go in." The two were caught in a dilemma. How could they fight? It was impossible to start a fight. At this moment, Meng Yanwen's voice slowly sounded, "Principal Xia, if you don't trust me, starting next year, the Divine Summer Tower will leave the Xia Capital Academy." Xiao Bojian's face changed drastically. He finally realized who the true master of the Divine Summer Tower was. On the surface, the Divine Summer Tower belonged to the Xia Capital Academy, and it had been that way for many years. He knew very well that the two were actually in a cooperative relationship. If Meng Yanwen was displeased, he could leave the Xia Capital Academy at any time. No matter which academy it was, they would all welcome the arrival of the Divine Summer Tower with open arms. As for stopping him, he didn't have the guts. Now it seemed that Meng Yanwen, Bai Yaiwan, and Yin Quanqing, these three top human god-level experts, were in cahoots. Who would dare provoke such a combination? Moreover, he knew that there were several other beings of the same level who were close friends with them, even life and death friends. If a fight really broke out, the Xia Capital Academy would probably be half destroyed. Xia Bojian thought a lot in an instant and smiled. I was being reckless. Please don't blame me, Godin. With that, he retreated. Meng Yanwen didn't say much. At this moment, a light lit up on the Divine Summer Tower. The entire tower hummed, and a magnificent and huge array appeared in the sky. Meng has spoken. No God General from your faction in the military is allowed to step within the range of the Divine Summer Tower. God General Wang Lin, you violated the rules today. Since it's your first offense, I'll give you a small punishment as a warning. Meng Yanwen's voice was not as filled with killing intent as Yin Quangshen's, but it made Wang Lin's face change drastically. He finally remembered how terrifying Meng Yanwen was. He remembered how Meng Yanwen had firmly controlled the Divine Summer Tower. There was no time to think he had to save his life. Purple flames erupted from his body, shooting into the sky. All his power surged, he had no choice. If he didn't, he would die. A shield appeared in his hand. As a god-level knight, once his shield was up, it could block a demon king's attack. But now, he didn't think about escaping. His aura was already locked, and he couldn't escape. The moment the array was completed, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Wang Lin's whole body shone brightly. Skill, extreme defense. The extreme defense of a knight was incredibly strong. At lower levels, it was a life-saving skill. Now at the god level, the skill had been greatly enhanced. In the state of extreme defense, he was almost invincible. But even so, Wang Lin still felt a threat of death. The lightning lightly fell on him, instantly exploding with dazzling light. The entire Xia capital city was brightly illuminated, as if several suns had appeared in the sky. Amidst the screams, Wang Lin flew out of the lightning, trailing black smoke, and disappeared into the distance. Even with the extreme defense skill activated, he was still seriously injured by Meng Yanwen's single strike. Xia Bojian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Meng Yanwen's strength far exceeded his expectations, it was unbelievable. In his memory, Meng Yanwen hadn't made a move in decades. At that time, he shocked the world. It was also then that he had a falling out with some big figures in the military. Meng Yanwen and Bai Yaiwan were both god generals and had influence in the military, with considerable power. But they didn't get along with another faction. Wherever the Divine Summer Tower went, the god generals of that faction in the military would retreat. This matter was known at their level. Today, Wang Lin violated the rules and was punished. Now, no matter what Meng Yanwen and the other two wanted to do, he could only watch and couldn't interfere. Watching Wang Lin leave in disgrace, Yin Quangshen grinned. What a useless piece of trash. He was useless before, and he's even more useless now. Bai Yaiwan chuckled, trash will always be trash. At this moment, Yin Quangshen looked at Xia Bojian. Do you have any other business? Xia Bojian quickly said, No, you two go ahead. I'll wait outside. With that, Xia Bojian flew away from the Divine Summer Tower. Bai Yaiwan and Yin Quangshen also re-entered the Divine Summer Tower. Now, no matter what they did inside the tower, Xia Bojian didn't dare say a word. He couldn't afford to offend them. As Xia Bojian thought about it, he caught sight of Xia Shui not far away. He changed direction and flew towards Xia Shui. Xia Shui didn't expect Xia Bojian to come over and called out, Great-grandfather. Xia Bojian spoke directly, Xiaoxiu, you joined the Xia Capital Academy too? Why didn't Dongyang tell me? His tone seemed to blame Xia Dongyang a bit. Before Xia Shui could speak, Xia Bojian sighed, Dongyang is still holding a grudge against us. His temper is really something, holding onto it for so many years. Xia Shui didn't respond. She didn't know much about the previous generation's matters. Xia Dongyang hadn't mentioned it to her either. Xia Bojian said, since you're at the Xia Capital Academy, that's good. With your great-grandfather here, no one will dare bully you in the academy. Xia Shui smiled, don't worry, great-grandfather. No one bullies me in the academy. At this moment, Xia Bojian looked at Fengxiu. You're from the Feng family, right? Fengxiu knew he couldn't hide it. Fengxiu greets you, sir. Xia Bojian waved his hand. No need to be so polite. When you go home, send my regards to Feng Ping. Tell him to come find me for tea and a chat when he has time. Fengxiu nodded. I will remember, sir. Then he looked at Zuomei, feeling that her aura was a bit strange. His eyes narrowed, a gleam flashed, and he suddenly showed surprise. Your surname is Zua. Your profession is a stalker. Zuomei was puzzled. How do you know? Xia Bojian suddenly laughed heartily. I didn't expect it. There are still descendants of the Zua family in the world. Good, very good. After this matter is settled, I'll take you to a place. Zuomei agreed in confusion. She couldn't refuse the words of a god-level expert. The Zua family. She had been an orphan since childhood, growing up in an orphanage. What Zua family? The first round of trials had already begun. This time, everyone's level started from 40. Everyone could use their second job change skills. Mages had large-scale spells. Knights had stronger defensive skills. Warriors had stronger attack skills. Assassins became more elusive, their attacks harder to defend against. Lin Moyo began a new round of learning and adaptation. With previous experience, Lin Moyo adapted very quickly. He quickly mastered various skills. No matter how the profession's skills changed, the characteristics of the profession remained the same, without major changes. After the second job change, these characteristics were further amplified and became stronger. Lin Moyo learned faster and better. His techniques became nearly perfect, and his combat awareness also approached perfection. Gradually, he found himself changing. It was as if he had entered another realm, moving from perfecting himself to exploiting his opponent's weaknesses and shortcomings. This was another realm, not only making oneself perfect but also understanding the opponent thoroughly. He could quickly find the opponent's weaknesses from their actions. Now he could even predict the direction of a mage's attack the moment they cast a spell. He could dodge at the last moment when a knight charged, while simultaneously launching a counterattack. The trials after level 40 only made Lin Moyo more perfect. The 500 people inside the Divine Summer Tower all became Lin Moya's whetstones. They made this sharp blade even sharper. Chapter 353. Chapter 353, 353. Chapter 353, if you eat meat, you should leave some soup for others. Book Chapter 353, if you eat meat, you should leave some soup for others. The second round of trials ended. Lin Moya's consciousness returned to his body. In less than 20 days, Lin Moya completed thousands of battles. After returning, Lin Moya did not feel tired at all. His immense mental attributes and recovery ability made him still full of energy. How do you feel? Bai Yaiwan asked with concern in his eyes. Very good. Lin Moya's eyes were brighter than ever. At this moment, he felt that he saw the world differently. The gains in the past few days were enormous. At this time, he had a thorough understanding of most professions. By integrating these understandings into himself, he achieved a certain level of sublimation. His combat theory and techniques underwent a tremendous change. He realized how rigid his proud undead army was in battle. He could completely change the way of fighting, allowing the undead army to exert far greater combat power than before. Now that he deeply understood the combat methods of various professions, he could apply these methods to the undead army. Coincidentally, the undead army also had warriors, mages, and archers. He decided to reorganize the undead army. Yan Quanxing said, the second job change, attribute breakthrough, profession sublimation, and talent awakening are your first steps towards the path of becoming a god. Now that your profession is perfect and you have recognized yourself, this is your second step towards the path of becoming a god. As for the third step, Lin Moyo asked, teacher, please teach me how to take the third step. Meng Yanwen laughed, this guy is fooling you, there is no third step. Bai Yaiwan patted Lin Moya's shoulder, actually, there is a third step, but it depends on you. Others can't help you. You have the foundation and enough understanding of various professions. Your profession is almost perfect. Next is leveling up. The best result is to achieve double sublimation during the third job change. So, you must get that thing in the Genesis Academy, and with the Elemental Godstone, there is an 80% chance of achieving double sublimation. Meng Yanwen added, you have the Talent Stone, and the third talent will definitely awaken without any problem. Yan Quanxing thought for a moment, you can't say that. If Xiao only wants to reach our level, this is enough. But if the goal is to become a god, it's not enough. When the time is right, you can find that guy. We don't know the secret of becoming a god, but that guy definitely knows. Bai Yaiwan agreed, indeed, we don't know the secret of becoming a god. I asked the old man, but he didn't tell me. Meng Yanwen said, there is also the primordial secret realm, the Dragon King's palace. The deep space of the ancient battlefield has some things. The three of them talked like they were performing a play. If someone saw the god-level powerhouses like this, their jaws would drop. Lin Moyo could feel the deep concern from their words. Thank you, teachers. I understand. I will work hard. Bai Yaiwan laughed, no need to thank us. This is all we can do for you. The three of them had done enough for him. Yan Quanxing said, when my killing intent becomes pure, the three of us will take the bloodthirsty python brain together and use it during the third job change. Meng Yanwen frowned, this time was already very risky. Doing it again, will it be dangerous? The bloodthirsty python brain increases attributes 10 times more than the heart-guarding meat. In extreme conditions, it can even increase all attributes by 200,000. The danger is also greatly increased. Meng Yanwen didn't consider his own safety. With the three of them working together, taking the bloodthirsty python brain shouldn't be a problem. Yan Quanxing said, is there any danger? Just ask Xiao. Lin Moya shook his head, no. He explained the situation at that time. With damage transfer, there was indeed no danger. Bai Yaiwan nodded, since that's the case, let's do it together and take the bloodthirsty python brain. Lin Moya knew the bloodthirsty python was very powerful. Even Yan Quanxing was injured because of it. But for his sake, the three of them were still willing to take the risk. Although the three of them spoke lightly, Lin Moya felt it wasn't that simple. Lin Moya said, teachers, taking the bloodthirsty python brain is too dangerous. Let's forget about it. Yan Quanxing laughed, what's dangerous? I've long disliked them. This is a good opportunity to kill one. Bai Yaiwan said, the bloodthirsty python is powerful, but with old Meng, there won't be any danger. After all, it's not the desolate void land, there's nothing to fear. The desolate void land left a deep impression on Lin Moyo. The desolate beasts inside were almost immortal. Especially the desolate beast king that appeared last. With just one strike, Meng Yanwen was injured. The desolate void land was extremely dangerous. Bai Yaiwan and the others were also vague, unable to explain clearly. Lin Moyo asked, Senior Meng, do I still need to participate in the trials of the Divine Summer Tower? Meng Yanwen smiled and shook his head, no need. The trials of the Divine Summer Tower are no longer useful to you. He had already obtained the best trial. The meat of the trial had been eaten by him, and the remaining soup was left for those grindstones. Meng Yanwen was reasonable and would still conduct trials for those who entered the Divine Summer Tower according to the previous rules. The rewards would also be distributed. It was just that this time, Lin Moya completed his own transformation. In the Divine Summer Tower, a real trial began. The Divine Summer Tower began to shine, and its power surged like waves crashing against rocks, roaring. A large number of images were projected in the air, and one secret realm after another began. Countless independent spaces were divided. These trial participants entered their own spaces and began their trials. This scene was exactly the same as the previous trials of the Divine Summer Tower. Xiao Bojian took a deep breath. It finally started. He knew that Meng Yanwen was reasonable and wouldn't mess around, but he guessed that so many people were used as grindstones for Lin Moyu, which made him uncomfortable. After all, these people were the elites of the academy. Lin Dummy is out. Xia Shui suddenly shouted. Lin Moya stepped out of the surging energy. Xiao Bojian asked curiously, Xiaoxu, do you know Lin Xinjiang? Xia Shui nodded, we are classmates. He doesn't like to talk, so I call him Lin Dummy. Xiao Bojian smiled, so, you have a good relationship? Xia Shui nodded, it's okay. He doesn't like to talk, but he's a good person. Xiao Bojian looked at Lin Moya and saw the purple Xinjiang badge on his shoulder. Although Lin Moya was not a god-level powerhouse, this badge was enough to make him equal to himself. At this time, Lin Moya was thinking about the path he would take next. The foundation was solid, and he was almost perfect. Currently, besides the light in the Genesis Academy, he needed to level up. What exactly was that light? Meng Yanwen and the others couldn't explain. They only knew it was very important and could greatly increase the probability of profession sublimation during the third job change. As for other effects, they didn't know. There were still 2 months before the opening of the Ancestral Land. As a member of the Genesis Academy, when the Ancestral Land was about to open, Mo Xing would naturally issue a summon. The Ancestral Land of the Genesis Academy, besides the students of the Genesis Academy, only the Creation God Academy and the Flame Emperor Academy could get a few spots. Xiajing Academy and several major families in the country could also get a few spots. These spots were decided many years ago and had not changed over the years. Even Bai Yaiwan couldn't add one more spot. This was one of the reasons why Bai Yaiwan wanted Lin Moya to join the Genesis Academy. The Genesis Academy had the most spots. Lin Xinjiang. A kind voice interrupted Lin Moya's thoughts. Lin Moya saw Xiao Bojian and immediately recognized him as a god-level powerhouse. Lin Moya was slightly surprised. Greetings, senior. He was about to salute, but Xiao Bojian quickly stepped aside, waving his hand. No need, no need. You are a Xinjiang. In terms of status, we are equals. Lin Moya nodded and didn't stand on ceremony. Senior, what can I do for you? Xiao Bojian smiled. Nothing much, just to say hello. I am Xiao Bojian, the former vice president of the academy, and Xiaoxu's great-grandfather. Lin Moya saw Xia Shui and others, smiled slightly. Long time no see. Xia Shui laughed. Not long. I didn't expect you to become a Xinjiang. Lin Moya smiled. Just a coincidence. Chapter 354. Chapter 354, 354. Chapter 354, The Watertight Royal Secret Vault. Lin Moya and Xia Shui had not seen each other for a while, so they chatted for a bit. Xia Shui was surprised to find that Lin Moya had changed somewhat. Although he still didn't talk much, he was much better than before. He was no longer so indifferent and unconcerned about everything. At least he could communicate normally. Seeing the few of them chatting happily, Xiao Bojian kept nodding to himself. Lin Moya now had a great reputation, being the youngest god general among the human race and a disciple of Bai Shen, with limitless prospects. Meng Yanwen even used 500 people as grindstones for Lin Moya during the Divine Summer Tower trial. He could see that Lin Moya was now smooth and rounded, with his aura restrained, having laid a solid foundation for stepping into the god level. If nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely become a god-level powerhouse in the future, possibly even stronger than himself. Knowing this, Xiao Bojian knew to make friends with such a genius and not to offend him. Now seeing Xia Shui and Lin Moya talking happily, Xiao Bojian was very pleased. A pleasant fragrance wafted through the air, and Lin Moya looked up to see Dongfang Yao walking over gracefully. As a princess, Dongfang Yao exuded an aura of nobility with every move. She captured many eyes the moment she walked over. Her beauty and nobility radiated an astonishing charm. Even Xia Shui and Zhuimei, both women, were attracted to her. Many women felt an inexplicable sense of inferiority when they saw Dongfang Yao. Dongfang Yao bowed gracefully. Dongfang Yao greets Lord Jianxin and General Lin. Although she was a princess, in terms of status, both the god-level Xiao Bojian and the god general Lin Moya were above her. Being a princess was just her identity, not her strength. Xiao Bojian was slightly puzzled as to why Dongfang Yao had come over. The royal family had always been somewhat aloof and special. The Divine Summer Tower trial had nothing to do with them. Although Dongfang Yao was nominally at Xiajing Academy, she had nothing to do with the various tasks and trials there. She had her own path of cultivation and only occasionally borrowed the dungeon hall. Xiao Bojian asked, why has Princess Yao come over? Doesn't the royal family never participate in the Divine Summer Tower trial? Dongfang Yao smiled brilliantly, like a blooming rose. I came to find General Lin. Lin Moya looked over in confusion, not knowing what Dongfang Yao wanted with him. Dongfang Yao said, thank you, General Lin, for taking me through the dungeon last time. I have prepared what I promised you. When would you be available? Lin Moya had almost forgotten about this. If Dongfang Yao hadn't mentioned it, he might not have brought it up himself. But since she did, Lin Moya didn't hold back. How about now? Dongfang Yao's smile became even brighter. Sure, I'll lead the way for General Lin. Watching the two leave, Xiao Bojian frowned slightly. Xia Shui sighed. Is this Princess Yao? She's so beautiful. Compared to her, I'm just an ugly duckling. Feng Xiu shook his head. You're about the same as her, and so is Zuomei. Zuomei glared at Feng Xiu. What does this have to do with me? Feng Xiu smiled awkwardly, realizing his flattery had missed the mark. Xia Shui and Zuomei were also very beautiful, but compared to Dongfang Yao, they were slightly lacking in aura. Xia Shui said, you can't compare. She's a princess. Xiao Bojian laughed. What's so special about being a princess? Xiaoxiu is also the princess of our Xiao family. In terms of status, how is she any less? Feng Xiu nodded. Although Dongfang Yao is called the Empire's princess, she's just the princess of a god-level family. Her status is just SOSO. Not to mention Xia Shui, even he, a descendant of the Feng family of swordsmen, was not much lower in status than Dongfang Yao. Xiao Bojian looked at Zuomei. Little girl, in terms of status, you might be even more noble than Dongfang Yao. Zuomei was shocked. How could that be? Xiao Bojian laughed heartily. You'll find out soon enough. The teleportation array outside the Imperial Palace of the Empire lit up, and Lin Moyu and Dongfang Yao appeared in the teleportation array. Then Dongfang Yao formed several hand seals, and the teleportation array buzzed, starting a second teleportation to the interior of the palace. No teleportation array could directly reach the interior of the Divine Summer Empire's palace. They all needed to be transferred through the teleportation array outside the palace and required special hand seals to operate. This was for the safety of the palace. Dongfang Yao did not hide the hand seals from Lin Moyu, showing her trust in him. She thought this would gain Lin Moya's favor, but when she looked, she found that Lin Moya wasn't even watching her, which made her a bit disappointed. The interior of the palace was beautiful, with birds singing and flowers blooming. As the palace of the Divine Summer Empire, the scale of the buildings was astonishing, occupying a vast area. The palace even had several small mountains tens of meters high, said to have been moved by god-level powerhouses. Ordinary people could spend several days just touring the interior. Dongfang Yao noticed that Lin Moya was different from others. Even though it was his first time in the palace, he didn't show any signs of surprise. Others would always be amazed. Lin Moya's personality was calm, and after all the things he had done, including destroying several cities, there wasn't much that could surprise him. Dongfang Yao led Lin Moya through the palace, saying, Our royal family manages a secret vault. It contains some ancient books that cannot be found outside. Even your teacher hasn't seen them. You must promise not to disclose what you see today, including to your teacher. Lin Moya thought for a moment. All right. Dongfang Yao believed Lin Moya's words and continued, Besides showing you the information, I also want to make a deal with you. Let's hear it, Lin Moya said, not agreeing immediately. Some deals could be made, and some couldn't. Dongfang Yao said, Our royal family has a dungeon, but it only has normal and dream difficulty levels. According to my father's calculations, this dungeon should have a hell difficulty level, but it has never been upgraded. Can you help us complete it? Lin Moya still didn't agree. What level is the dungeon? Dongfang Yao said, It's a level 45 dungeon, just right for you. Lin Moya thought for a moment. If it's really a level 45 dungeon, I can give it a try. Dongfang Yao was delighted. Then I'll take that as a yes. You can ask for any conditions, and as long as it's within my power, I'll agree. Lin Moya said, I don't know if I can do it yet. As for my conditions, I'll tell you later. If I can't do it, there's no point in asking now. Dongfang Yao's smile was radiant. I believe in you. After walking for a while, they finally arrived in front of a palace. The palace was ancient and unassuming, with no signs indicating it was the Empire's secret vault. Dongfang Yao knocked on the palace door and called out in a clear voice, Grandpa Li, it's me. A few seconds later, the palace door slowly opened, and a strange aura emanated from within. It was the aura of a god-level being, not the pseudo-god level of the Empire's elders, but a true god level. However, it seemed slightly weaker than Yin Guangxing and Bai Yaiwan. As a royal family, it was normal to have one or two god-level powerhouses, so Lin Moya didn't think much of it. Come in, Dongfang Yao said, leading Lin Moya inside. The door closed with a bang, and the secret vault was brightly lit, even brighter than the outside. It's actually a secret realm. Lin Moya realized he had entered a secret realm, with a vast space. The palace door was just a disguised entrance to the secret realm. Inside the secret realm, there were many large wooden cabinets scattered around. At first glance, it seemed chaotic and disorganized. But upon closer inspection, one could see that the placement and orientation of these cabinets were deliberate. Lin Moya's mental attributes exceeded 100,000, far surpassing those of his peers. His strong mental attributes gave him extremely sharp senses. Moreover, during the Divine Summer Tower trial, he had fought against a military formation master. He had gained some understanding of formations. He keenly sensed that these cabinets were placed at formation nodes. The sky and ground of the secret realm formed a large and terrifying formation. If someone trespassed, they would likely be directly attacked by the formation. Hidden within the secret realm, protected by a powerful formation, and guarded by a god-level powerhouse, the secret vault was virtually impregnable. Such tight security made Lin Moyu even more curious. Was there really someone in the Divine Summer Empire who would come here to seek trouble? If the abyssal demons reached here, the human race would be on the brink of extinction, and this secret vault would be useless. The abyssal demons might not even be interested in human possessions. Lin Moyu couldn't understand it for a moment. Chapter 355. Chapter 355, 355. Chapter 355, A Small Favor, A New Deal. Follow me, there is a formation here, don't go the wrong way, Dongfang Yao's voice sounded. Lin Moyo followed Dongfang Yao's steps, advancing in the secret realm. Soon, the scene in front of them changed, and the two had already left the range of the formation. The fragrance of tea wafted into their noses, and a tea table was set up in front of them. An old man was sitting in a recliner in front of the tea table, looking very leisurely. His posture and movements were somewhat similar to Meng Anwen, but Lin Moyo felt that Meng Anwen was more natural. Dongfang Yao quickly walked over and poured a cup of hot tea for the old man. Grandpa Li, do you remember Lin Moyo, whom I mentioned to you before? Dongfang Li nodded. Yao, my memory isn't that bad yet. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and several books flew out from the shelf, landing on the tea table. These books all exuded a historical aura, appearing very old. Dongfang Li closed his eyes. These are the books, you only have one day to read them here. Lin Moyo frowned slightly. This god-level powerhouse named Dongfang Li had a somewhat arrogant attitude. Moreover, he clearly saw that the bookshelf contained at least hundreds of similar books, and the few books given to him to read were less than 1/10 of them. Lin Moyo did not move, his eyes gradually turning cold. Since that was the case, it seemed there was no need to read them. Dongfang Yao keenly noticed this and quickly whispered a few words in Dongfang Li's ear. Dongfang Li suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Lin Moyo, seeing the God General badge on Lin Moyo's shoulder. His expression changed, and his attitude underwent a 180-degree turn. The original arrogance disappeared without a trace, replaced by a smile, and even a hint of shock. So it's General Lin. Facing different people requires different attitudes. Lin Moyo's status as a God General was equivalent to his own. Naturally, he did not dare to neglect him. Lin Moyo asked, can I only read these few books? Dongfang Li laughed heartily. With General Lin's status, of course, you can read more than these. As he spoke, he waved his hand again, and an entire bookshelf flew over, landing steadily in front of Lin Moyo. General Lin, have a cup of tea and take your time reading. You can read for as long as you want. This was more like it. Lin Moyo did not intend to be aggressive. After all, face must be given to a god-level powerhouse. Thank you, senior. Lin Moyo smiled slightly and began to read the books directly. No matter what Dongfang Yao said, as long as the goal was achieved, nothing else mattered. Dongfang Yao had mentioned that the ancient books in their imperial secret vault could not be found outside. They were the result of the royal family's collection over many years. Lin Moyo also believed that their collection could not be limited to just these. It was estimated that what could be shown to others was just this much. The ancient books recorded many secrets, detailing some unknown events that happened many years ago. Among them were matters related to Jiang Yi and the god mage Su Yan. These materials were indeed not available outside. These materials gave Lin Moyo a deeper understanding of this world. He then realized that the royal family had always known that Jiang Yi was still alive and that Jiang Yi's secret realm was in the dungeon hall of Xiaojing Academy. It was not that Jiang Yi chose the dungeon hall, but that he could only choose the dungeon hall. Only the continuous elemental energy in the dungeon hall could keep his secret realm permanently existing. The god mage Su Yan completely disappeared in the great battle back then, and then the battlefield number 3 dungeon appeared. At that time, some people speculated that the god mage Su Yan was in the battlefield number 3, but they did not find him. Lin Moyo knew that it was because the god mage Su Yan did not want to appear. The materials also mentioned many things about the ancient battlefield. What attracted Lin Moyo the most was the information about the primordial secret realm and the Dragon King's palace dungeon. From ancient times to the present, people have always been curious about the primordial secret realm. The powerful primordial rune skills are independent of various professional systems and are extremely powerful. Most people who obtained the primordial runes ultimately could not keep them. Those who kept the runes and completed the fusion finally entered the primordial secret realm and gained something. Among them, a very few people managed to retain the skills of the primordial runes. However, according to them, the skills that were permanently retained had their strength somewhat reduced. As for the situation inside the primordial secret realm, no one knew. Those who came out lost their memories of that period. It seems I have to go in myself to find out. The lower space of the ancient battlefield won't be too long. Lin Moyo's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Since someone managed to retain the skills of the primordial runes, he could do it too. If the strong soldier skill could become his own skill, his explosive power would be terrifyingly enhanced. Compared to the primordial secret realm, the information about the Dragon King's palace dungeon was even scarcer. Many people knew about the existence of the Dragon King's palace dungeon, but very few had entered it. The main reason was the lack of entry qualifications. The records mentioned that Jiang Yi had entered it, but there was no further information. While Lin Moyo was reading the materials, Dongfang Yao was making tea and pouring water beside him, like a maid. She occasionally whispered a few words to Dongfang Li, making him laugh. Dongfang Li was very fond of this royal granddaughter. Dongfang Yao talked about some of Lin Moyo's deeds, making Dongfang Li completely change his view of Lin Moyo. Becoming a god general at level 37, destroying an army of 10,000 alone, and single-handedly challenging a level 70 dragon warrior. It sounded incredible. Dongfang Yao also mentioned how Lin Moyo took her through the dungeon, which made Dongfang Li feel even more unbelievable. Lin Moyo read very quickly, with a photographic memory. In just half a day, he had read through all the ancient books on the bookshelf. He learned a lot of hidden knowledge, enriching his experience. His eyes sparkled, and Lin Moyo felt that he had gained a deeper understanding of this world. It even helped his profession. Dongfang Yao asked happily, how was it? Did you gain anything? Lin Moya nodded. Not bad, there are indeed some materials not available outside, but unfortunately. Dongfang Yao asked in confusion, unfortunately what? Unfortunately, I couldn't find what I was looking for, Lin Moya said softly, putting the book back on the shelf. Dongfang Li said, General Lin, what do you want to know? Maybe I can help you. Lin Moya said, I want to know about the desolate void land and the core area of the upper layer of the ancient battlefield, especially the information about the central boss. Dongfang Li suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a sword, looking at Lin Moyo. A god-level aura rose from his body. The god-level aura could not suppress Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo looked at Dongfang Li calmly, Senior, do you know? He guessed that the royal family should have more hidden information. Just now, through the ancient books, he understood that since the founding of the Divine Summer Empire, it had always been controlled by the Dongfang family. Up to now, it had a history of thousands of years. With such a long history, the foundation of the Dongfang family must be terrifying. As a god-level powerhouse of the royal family, Dongfang Li must know a lot of information. Dongfang Li's reaction basically confirmed Lin Moya's guess. Dongfang Li took a deep breath and waved his hand, and the bookshelf returned to its original position. Then another book flew over from the depths of the formation. The information you want is in here. Ordinary people can't see it, even Yao Yao doesn't have the qualification to see it. Lin Moya nodded, I understand, I owe you a favor. Even Dongfang Yao did not have the qualification to see it, but it was given to him. The implication was that he was given a great favor and should remember it. Lin Moya was not a talkative person, but he was not ignorant of human relationships. If he still couldn't understand this, he would really be a fool. This was the answer Dongfang Li wanted. He immediately threw the book to Lin Moyo. There was not much information about the desolate void land in that boss, just a dozen pages. Lin Moya never expected that the boss in the core area of the ancient battlefield was related to the desolate void land. Moreover, as early as the founding of the Divine Summer Empire, the boss in the core area of the ancient battlefield already existed. Its existence could not be measured by history. It was said that there was a connection between the two because a desolate beast from the desolate void land once broke into the ancient battlefield and slaughtered everywhere. In the end, it was also the terrifying energy that rose from the core area that killed all these desolate beasts. From this, Lin Moya realized that desolate beasts were not invincible, it was just a matter of whether the power was enough. After reading, Lin Moya took a deep breath. It seemed he had gained something, but also nothing. Anyway, he owed a favor, and he would repay it if he had the chance in the future. The royal family also controlled many dungeons. Although the scale was not as large as the dungeon hall in Xiajing Academy, the quality of the dungeons was good. It was enough to train the younger generation. Dongfang Yao took Lin Moya to the dungeon that needed to be upgraded. This is the dungeon. Electric light flickered on the dungeon vortex, and Lin Moya looked at it with a strange expression. It turned out to be a level 45 dungeon. Chapter 356. Chapter 356, 356. Chapter 356. A god general cannot be insulted. One of the 5 elemental dungeons, the lightning elemental dungeon. Fire, water, wind, lightning, light. The 5 great elemental dungeons. 3 of them occupied the dungeon hall. Only light and lightning could not be found. By chance, Lin Moyo entered the abyss world and eventually entered the light elemental dungeon. Only the lightning elemental dungeon remained, its whereabouts unknown. Unexpectedly, without any effort, the lightning elemental dungeon was right under his nose. I didn't expect the lightning elemental dungeon to be in your hands, Lin Moya said with a faint smile. Dongfang Yao said, decades ago, my family's predecessors encountered the lightning elemental dungeon by chance and brought it back. The 5 great elemental dungeons had unique legends. Facts proved that these legends were not unfounded. Dongfang Yao asked, can you upgrade it, God General Lin? The requirements for upgrading a dungeon vary. I can only try and see. Lin Moya still did not agree outright. Dongfang Yao said, that's natural. We've had this dungeon for decades and have cleared it thousands of times. Here are the dungeon materials, take a look. After receiving the dungeon material 793 from Dongfang Yao, he quickly scanned through and understood the specific clearing process. The royal lineage had thoroughly explored this dungeon, researching every detail, yet they were still unable to complete the dungeon upgrade. They had tried various methods, but to no avail. This time, Dongfang Yao saw Lin Moyo easily upgrade the water elemental dungeon in the dungeon hall, and later heard that Lin Moyo had also completed the upgrades for the fire and wind elemental dungeons. That's when she came up with this idea to ask Lin Moyo for help. After reading the materials, Lin Moyo had a rough guess in his mind. Dongfang Yao continued, if you have any conditions, feel free to state them. As long as I can do it, I will agree. Lin Moya said, my request is simple. If the dungeon completes the upgrade, I want to clear the dungeon a few times. Before I've cleared it enough times, no one else is allowed to enter this dungeon. Indeed, it was not an excessive request, just a bit strange. Clearly, clearing a dungeon does not interfere with others. However, Dongfang Yao did not ask further and was about to agree to this request. Suddenly, a low shout came from behind, I don't agree. This is my royal family's dungeon. When did an outsider get to call the shots? Dongfang Yao's expression changed slightly as a handsome young man strode over. He appeared to be about 10 years older than Dongfang Yao, dressed in luxurious attire, with an extraordinary bearing. Although Lin Moyo could not discern his true level, he could roughly estimate that the young man was around level 45. 10 years older than Dongfang Yao, yet only level 45. This person was far inferior to Dongfang Yao. Not only was his talent inferior, but his manner of speech was also far worse. Dong Fangyao frowned slightly and immediately said, "This is my second brother, Dong Fengshan." Lin Moyo understood the other party's identity, a member of the royal family, a prince. Dong Fengshan walked over, not even sparing Lin Moyo a glance. "What stray cat or dog is spouting nonsense here? When did someone like this get to call the shots on our royal family's dungeon? Yao Yao, when did you get involved with such an unsavory character?" Dong Fengyao's expression changed drastically. Those words had deeply insulted Lin Moyo. A dangerous aura flashed in Lin Moyo's eyes. Someone called him a stray cat or dog, an unsavory character. A god general cannot be insulted. In his spiritual world, the domain spirit stone was slowly rotating, and a trace of killing intent leaked out, appearing in the external world. Killing intent. Dong Fengyao's senses were sharp, and she immediately noticed something was amiss. A flash of fire appeared in Lin Moya's palm. A dangerous and terrifying aura surged forth. "No!" Dong Fengyao shouted loudly, but it was too late. A flame descended, and Dong Fengshan immediately let out a horrifying scream. He curled up on the ground, clutching himself and screaming incessantly. Lin Moyo did not use his full power. He only used a tiny bit of his spiritual power to control the damage of the soul flame. Otherwise, with a single misstep, he could have killed Dong Fengshan. That would not be fun. Previously, Lin Moyo could not control the power of his skills, but after the trials of the Divine Summer Tower, he could now freely control them. In the 20 days, he had fought thousands of battles, and his gains were astonishing. The flame flickered again, and Dong Fengshan let out another scream. The damage was not great, but it was absolutely painful. Dong Fengyao wanted to plead for mercy, but when she met Lin Moya's gaze, she couldn't help but shudder. Lin Moya's eyes were still calm and indifferent, but this calmness was different from usual, devoid of any emotion. Lin Moya's gaze told Dong Fengyao, "Keep your mouth shut, don't say a word." The killing intent permeated the air as Lin Moya's palm flickered with flames again, and Dong Fengshan continued to scream in agony. Lin Moyo controlled his skills, neither killing him nor allowing him to faint, but purely tormenting him. Dong Fengyao wanted Lin Moyo to stop, but she didn't know how to speak up. Her relationship with Lin Moyo was not that close. Moreover, what was Lin Moya's status? He was a god general, an existence on par with god-level experts. To be called a stray cat or dog, an unsavory character. Lin Moyo had already been courteous by not killing him outright. Seeing that Lin Moyo had no intention of killing him, Dong Fengyao decided not to intervene. He brought this upon himself with his reckless words, so suffering a bit was only right. The screams echoed through the palace, finally attracting the attention of others. A squad of palace guards immediately rushed over. Seeing the person lying on the ground, their expressions changed drastically. The leading knight immediately drew his weapon and charged towards Lin Moyo. "Stop!" Dong Fengyao shouted angrily, but she was a step too late. Lin Moyo simply pointed his finger forward. Skill, skeletal fangs. A barrage of skeletal fangs, each carrying terrifying piercing power, hurled forth. Lin Moya's spiritual attributes had increased fourfold compared to when he was level 39. Although the skeletal fang's skill had only increased by one level, its power had at least tripled. Brilliant light filled the hall, dazzlingly white. The charging knight's expression changed drastically. In that instant, he felt the threat of death. Not only would he die, but his comrades behind him might also perish. Skill, group defense. The knight instinctively activated his defensive skill. He didn't understand why, as a level 50, he would feel such a threat facing a mere level 40 opponent. The support behind him quickly enhanced his status, increasing the power of his skill. The skeletal fangs battered the defensive barrier, causing it to deform and nearly shatter. The knight gritted his teeth and persevered, ultimately managing to withstand the attack. Before he could catch his breath, another barrage of skeletal fangs came flying towards him. How can they be so powerful? His expression changed, and he could only desperately hold up his defensive barrier. Lin Moya's attack was not just a single volley. In 1 second, Lin Moyo unleashed 3 waves of skeletal fangs. 1 second, 3 volleys, this was his current casting limit. The knight had only blocked the first wave of skeletal fangs and could not withstand the second wave. His defense shattered, and he held his shield in front of him, his entire body glowing. Extreme defense had been activated, and his shield simultaneously grew larger. Skill, shield gigantification. The massive shield, combined with extreme defense, firmly protected his comrades behind him. At this point, 2 mages behind him had already aimed their skills at Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo scoffed disdainfully as 2 flames appeared in his hands. Skill, soul flame. Double cast. 2 screams rang out as the 2 mages were interrupted before they could even unleash their skills, immediately falling unconscious. These 2 strikes were clearly heavier than the previous ones, and the 2 mages collapsed to the ground, already unconscious. Lin Moyo took 2 steps forward, standing in front of the knight, and pointed a single finger at the shield. Skill, skeletal fangs. Bang, bang, bang. 0.8 seconds, 3 volleys of skeletal fangs again. But this time, all the skeletal fangs concentrated and burst forth at a single point. Extreme defense was instantly shattered, and the knight was sent flying with a scream, crashing to the ground unconscious. Of the 5-person squad that rushed over, only the support and healer remained standing. The battle ended too quickly. From the time they arrived to the end, it took no more than 3 seconds. Dong Fengyao stood by, dumbfounded. Was such combat prowess even humanly possible? Not only was it a feast for the eyes, but it was also effortless and smooth. It was simply too powerful. As Lin Moyo turned, the flames flickered again. The royal family member who had just caught his breath let out another scream. Lin Moyo had not forgotten about him. Lin Moyo held grudges. Dongfang Yao watched with wide eyes, thinking to herself that she must never offend Lin Moyo in the future. The battle here attracted even more attention, and a vast aura swept over, with someone flying in. Aerial flight, a top-level profession exceeding level 70. Chapter 357. Chapter 357, 357. Chapter 357, Speaking Without Thinking, the Culprit. The person stood in mid-air, seeing the situation in the hall. Lin's face changed drastically, and he shouted angrily, "How dare you? Who gave you the courage to harm a prince in the palace?" Lin Moya's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a more dangerous aura. He had killed level 70s before. Dongfang Yao quickly ran out, shouting loudly, "Sixth uncle, it's a misunderstanding." If she didn't stop it, the situation might really get out of hand. Lin Moya's undead army was not to be trifled with. If a real fight broke out, half of the palace might be destroyed. Even if Lin Moya stood still and let them kill him, not even his own father would dare to kill him. Otherwise, the mad god Bai Shen would definitely tear down the entire palace. Seeing Dongfang Yao intervene, Lin Moya knew the fight wouldn't happen. Lin Moya retracted his skills and stopped attacking. Dongfang Shen, who was lying on the ground, finally caught his breath. He endured the residual pain and struggled to get up, shouting loudly, "Sixth uncle, kill him, kill him." Before he finished speaking, Dongfang Shen suddenly screamed again. This time it was more painful than before, and he curled up into a ball, rolling on the ground. The sixth uncle they mentioned glared at Lin Moyo and said in a low voice, "How dare you?" Dongfang Yao hurriedly said, "Sixth uncle, he deserved it." Dongfang Yao quickly said to Lin Moyo, "This is my sixth uncle, Dongfang Mu." She was afraid that the two would start fighting, which would be uncontrollable. Dongfang Mu was slightly stunned. He never expected Dongfang Yao to say such a thing. Who was this young man in front of him? Dongfang Shen was Dongfang Yao's brother after all. Although not a biological brother, he was still a prince. Royal family members should stick together, but she was defending an outsider. Lin Moya did not continue to attack, but the soul flame still danced in his palm, as if ready to strike at any moment. Dongfang Shen felt a little better this time, but he didn't dare to shout again. He looked at Lin Moya with eyes full of hatred and fear. This guy was too scary, attacking without a word, and his skills were so strange. More people arrived, one after another, standing in mid-air, and soon the sky was filled with people. They were all members of the royal family, all top-level professionals over level 70. A huge aura soared into the sky, enveloping the entire palace. Their arrival gave Dongfang Shen enough confidence, and he shouted again, "You're finished. Do you know who I am? I am a prince. How dare you attack me? Who do you think you are?" Before he finished speaking, he screamed again and fell to the ground, wailing incessantly. Dongfang Yao slapped her forehead. "He really doesn't learn. How dare you? Looking for death." Several people shouted angrily, but Dongfang Yao stood in front of Lin Moyo, and they couldn't make a move. Dongfang Yao said, "His name is Lin Moyo, he is the disciple of the mad god in Bai Shen, and he is a god general." As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. This young man was actually a god general. They then noticed the purple military badge on Lin Moya's shoulder. They hadn't noticed it before, but now they saw it, and their faces changed drastically. Moreover, he was a disciple of the mad god in Bai Shen. Any one of these identities was enough to be shocking, especially the identity of a god general, which was enough to be on par with god-level powerhouses. To attack a god general, they didn't have the guts. Even if they were members of the royal family, they couldn't bear the consequences. They quickly landed, and Dongfang Yao hurriedly explained what had just happened. Everyone greeted Lin Moyo with great respect. Someone glanced at Dongfang Mu, calling a god general a stray cat or dog, and a nobody is simply courting death. A god general cannot be insulted, even the ruler must be respectful to a god general. Who do you think you are, with no military achievements and no contributions, just holding the title of a prince, who gave you the courage to insult a god general? The people here were all elders of Dongfang Mu, most of whom had served in the military. They knew the status of a god general in the military. If something happened to Lin Moyo here today, not to mention Bai Yaiwan and Yan Guangxing, within a day, the army would come back from the battlefield. They wouldn't care if you were royalty or not. In the eyes of soldiers, a god general was supreme. Dongfang Shen trembled under the scolding, not daring to refute. He had no eyes and a loose mouth. He insulted others, but in the end, he suffered. Dongfang Yao also looked coldly at her clan brother, who was more of a hindrance than a help. If Lin Moyo hadn't shown some restraint and killed him outright, she wouldn't know how to handle it. Dongfang Shen was taken away by several elders. Dongfang Yao smiled apologetically. "Lin Moyo, I'm really sorry about earlier." She called Lin Moyo by his name, trying to build a closer relationship, making them seem more familiar. After all, they had talked a few times, barely friends. Lin Moyo said, "Do you agree to what I said earlier?" Dongfang Shen's matter didn't concern Lin Moyo. In his eyes, Dongfang Shen was just a trivial person. A prince or not, it didn't matter to Lin Moyo. He didn't take advantage of the situation to ask for more. Now he just wanted to enter the lightning elemental dungeon, complete the upgrade, and get what he needed. Dongfang Yao was overjoyed and quickly said, "Of course, I agree." Lin Moyo didn't waste any words and directly entered the dungeon. Seeing Lin Moyo enter, Dongfang Yao finally breathed a sigh of relief. The people present were curious about what Dongfang Yao had agreed to with Lin Moyo. Dongfang Yao explained the deal between her and Lin Moyo. "Uncles and elders, do you think Yao's decision was right or wrong?" They said without hesitation, "If Lin Moyo can really upgrade the dungeon, what's wrong with letting him clear it a few times?" "Exactly, the dungeon is just sitting there, it won't wear out from being cleared." What was Dong Fengshun thinking, speaking without knowing this situation? Fortunately, Lin Moya didn't hold a grudge, otherwise, there would be no place to reason if he killed him. They deeply agreed. Even if Lin Moyo had killed Dong Fengshun, would they dare to kill Lin Moyo? They wouldn't dare to kill Lin Moyo, or even injure him. Because this matter started with Dong Fengshun's reckless words. A god general cannot be insulted. This is not just talk, but a principle engraved in every soldier's heart. Anyone who has served in the military and been on the battlefield will remember this. It is the god generals who have supported the peaceful life of the human race. Someone suggested, I think Dong Fengshun has had it too easy, he should go to the military for some training. Yes, he's already level 45, it's good for him to train in the military. Then it's settled. Although our royal family has little influence in the military, sending someone in is not a problem. But what if he dies on the battlefield? So what if he dies? Is the life of a royal family member more precious than others? Others can die, but we can't. Don't forget the ancestral teachings. Life has been too good lately, I think all royal family members should go through the military. They started discussing, and the scope of the discussion grew larger. Dong Fengyao was stunned, realizing that things were getting out of control. And the culprit of all this was Dong Fengshun. He would probably be hated by most of the royal family members. If it weren't for his reckless words, some idle royal family members would still be enjoying their lives. Now the good days were over, the military wouldn't care if you were royalty. They treated everyone equally. Dong Fengyao knew this well, as she had spent some time in the military. The lightning elemental dungeon, named Lightning Valley, was a sea of lightning. Lin Moya saw various types of lightning. Lightning bolts fell from the clouds in the sky. There was also lightning that formed a sea of lightning, like clouds hovering on the ground. There were also ball-shaped lightning, rolling on the ground. As soon as Lin Moyo entered the dungeon, he was attacked by dozens of lightning bolts, but his skeletal armor was strong enough to block them. According to the information provided by Dong Fengyao, Lin Moya knew that these lightning bolts attacking him were all lightning-type monsters. The floating monsters were called lightning clouds. The sea of lightning was composed of numerous lightning spirits. The rolling ones on the ground were called ball lightning. Among them, ball lightning had the strongest attack, and the skeletal armor reacted the most to it. Their levels were between 46 and 47. Lin Moya did not attack them, letting them attack him. He pondered over the information provided by Dong Fengyao. The royal family had tried various methods, but how could the dungeon be upgraded? Chapter 358. Chapter 358, 358. Chapter 358, Dungeon Upgrade, blame Dong Fengshun. Lin Moya did not attack the monsters in the dungeon. There are many possible conditions to trigger a dungeon upgrade, not just clearing the monsters at the fastest speed. The Fire God Temple and Water God Courtyard dungeons were upgraded by using this method of clearing all the monsters. However, the Whirlwind Plains dungeon was different. It required clearing every single monster in the Whirlwind Plains, not leaving a single one, even in the most hidden corners. Only then was the dungeon upgrade triggered. The Light Elemental dungeon was the most peculiar, as it did not have the concept of an upgrade. As long as one could withstand the Light Elemental eruption, it was considered a success. As for the current Lightning Elemental dungeon, it was filled with Lightning Elemental spirit monsters everywhere. For a moment, Lin Moya was at a loss on how to proceed. I can only try it out. Although the royal family has also tried the method of clearing a large number of monsters in a short time. But the speed definitely cannot match my undead army. This dungeon at the nightmare difficulty level could only accommodate 6 people. No matter how fast they cleared the monsters, it was impossible to surpass the speed of Lin Moya's undead army with tens of thousands of members. With a thought, the undead army appeared in the dungeon and simultaneously launched an attack. 20 undead armies, each with 600 skeletons. Among them, 200 were skeleton warriors, 200 were mages, and 200 were archers. A total of 12,000 skeletons. As soon as the undead army appeared, they charged forward. The dungeon terrain was a valley, not very deep. The entrance of the valley was only about 5,000 meters wide on both sides. The skeletons quickly annihilated the lightning elemental monsters. Lin Moya kept track of the time, and in no more than 10 minutes, the entrance of the valley was completely cleared of monsters. The elemental monsters did not leave corpses, so there was no way to use corpse explosion. This speed was already the limit. According to Lin Moya's estimation, if it were a 6-person team, it would take at least 3 to 4 hours to clear all the monsters here. He was at least tens of times faster than them. If this was still not enough to trigger the dungeon upgrade, it meant that this Lightning Valley dungeon did not rely on clearing speed to trigger the upgrade. It's not about clearing speed, nor is it about clearing all the monsters. It's also different from the Whirlwind Plains. He had already cleared all the monsters outside the valley, which the royal family had also done before. But it was no use. Lin Moya looked at the entrance of the valley. From within the valley came continuous thunderous roars. This time, it was not the dungeon monsters, but real lightning and thunder. According to the information provided by Dong Fengyao, after entering the valley, I will soon encounter a fork in the road. No matter which path I take, I will eventually be able to exit the valley. After entering the fork, lightning will strike down. The lightning's attack power is extremely great, forcing the entire team to keep moving forward, unable to retreat. This was the information from the Dongfang family. The Dongfang family had tried every single path, but to no avail. Over the years, they had tried every possible method, but were still unable to complete the dungeon upgrade. Lin Moya soon encountered the fork in the road. 6 paths lay before him. Lightning flashed and thundered in the sky, while dense lightning strikes rained down behind him. He had no way to retreat. The point where the lightning struck was slowly moving forward, leaving him little time to choose. In a few more minutes, he would be struck by the lightning. Lin Moya's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be like this? 6 paths, 6 professions. Each profession needs to walk through one path alone. But the support and healer classes have no combat power. How can they fight the monsters? Or perhaps they don't need to fight monsters, they just need to complete the path. The support and control classes can use control skills, although it's dangerous, it's not impossible. Lin Moya felt that his guess was probably correct. Let's try it. 6 skeleton mage teams charged into the paths. He was alone, but he had the undead army. He could walk all 6 paths simultaneously. The lightning elemental monsters had dual immunity to lightning elemental and physical attacks. Here, the skeleton warriors were completely useless. The archers were slightly useful. Only the mages could truly shine. The monsters on the 6 paths were cleared synchronously, constantly pushing towards the valley exit. Although Lin Moya guessed that it might not be necessary to clear the monsters on the paths, but he still did it, since it didn't take much time. Behind him was the thunderous roar of the striking lightning, constantly following him. Ordinary profession teams would never dare to retreat, only able to keep moving forward, or else they would be devoured by the lightning. The paths in the valley were a bit long, but Lin Moya pushed forward at a steady pace. At the moment he walked out of the valley collapsed with a thunderous rumble. The entire valley had become a sea of lightning, constantly roaring. Not only the valley, but the entire dungeon was also shaking. It worked! A hint of joy appeared in Lin Moya's eyes. The dungeon had finally begun its upgrade. In the main hall outside, a group of elders from the royal family were still discussing how to train their younger generations. Suddenly, lightning burst forth from the dungeon, illuminating the main hall. Some lightning even struck people, crackling loudly. Dongfang Yao exclaimed happily, "It's upgraded, it really upgraded." The upgrade of the lightning elemental dungeon also meant obtaining the lightning elemental crystal. The royal family knew a lot of information, including the existence of elemental crystals. This was precisely why they tried so hard to upgrade this dungeon. The aura of the dungeon upgrade spread far, almost enveloping half of the imperial palace, alerting many people. Seconds later, Dongfang Yi appeared in front of the main hall. Seeing so many members of the royal family gathered here, he was somewhat dazed. What happened? Among those present, there were many who were Dongfang Yi's elders. Although their status and strength were not as high as his, they could still converse with him as equals. "Father, it's like this." Dongfang Yao immediately recounted the events. She even mentioned the earlier incident with Dongfang Shun. Dongfang Yi showed no reaction to Dongfang Shun being beaten. This idiot deserved it, he was lucky he didn't die. Dongfang Yi said, "So Lin Xinjian is currently in the dungeon, you didn't go in, did you?" Dongfang Yao said, "No, we didn't go in." Dongfang Yi nodded, "It's good that you didn't go in. The promise you made must be kept. After all, there will be many days ahead, the dungeon won't run away. You can clear it as much as you want in the future. For now, just let Lin Xinjian clear it to his heart's content." Dongfang Yao had the same idea. At this time, Dongfang Yi's uncles pulled him aside and began discussing letting their younger generations undergo military training. Although the royal family had their own methods for cultivating their descendants, that was only for leveling up. It was not the same as going through the military and experiencing actual battles. Among those present, more than half had been in the military. Even Dongfang Yi himself had been in the military and participated in many battles, killing demons. Dongfang Yi fully supported their idea. This matter was settled, and Dongfang Yao couldn't help but silently mourn for her royal siblings. Their good days were over. Once in the military, there was no guarantee they would return alive. If you want to blame someone, blame Dongfang Shun. You're all in this mess because of him. The dungeon had completed its upgrade and became quiet again. The sea of lightning formed after the valley's collapse became even more ferocious, its power multiplied many times. Lin Moya gazed at the sea of lightning, and within it, he saw a pearl. The pearl floated up and down in the sea of lightning, and if one didn't look carefully, it would be easy to miss. But even if one saw it, if it were any other profession, there was a 90% chance they wouldn't be able to retrieve it. Under such intense lightning strikes, even a knight with extreme defense activated wouldn't last 5 seconds. Lin Moya donned his skeletal armor and calmly walked into the sea of lightning. Chapter 359. Chapter 359, 359. Chapter 359, New Skill, Wings of Lightning. In the sea of thunderclouds, countless lightning bolts struck Lin Moya. The skeletal armor on Lin Moya's body flickered with electric light, and his entire body emitted a blue glow. The lightning attacks were not weak, especially after the dungeon was upgraded to hell difficulty. Through the reaction of the skeletal armor, Lin Moya could basically judge the strength of the lightning attacks. Now he had a clear understanding of each profession. A level 50 knight, with extreme defense, and at least 2 healers, could possibly retrieve the pearl from the sea of lightning. Lin Moya walked to the center of the sea of lightning and reached out to grasp the pearl. At the moment of grasping the pearl, the sea of lightning instantly went into chaos. Countless lightning bolts surged from all directions, pouring into the pearl. In the blink of an eye, the sea of lightning disappeared, and the pearl emitted a blue glow. Inside the pearl, lightning flickered, looking extremely beautiful from the outside. Lightning gem, permanently immune to 50% of electric elemental damage, with a chance to gain an electric skill. Lin Moya took a deep breath and activated the lightning gem. His entire body turned into an electric man again, with a large amount of lightning falling around, creating small pits on the ground. He did not expect to gain an electric skill, as increasing his immunity to electric elements by 50% was already quite good. After a minute, the electric light surrounding Lin Moyo showed no signs of weakening, but instead grew stronger. Then, all the lightning gathered behind Lin Moyo, forming a pair of huge wings. Acquired skill, Wings of Lightning. Wings of Lightning grants the ability to fly for 1 minute, cooldown time 10 minutes. The lightning disappeared, and Lin Moya's face showed a burst of joy. He did not expect to actually master a new skill. Wings of Lightning, it sounded pretty good. Although it could only fly for 1 minute, it was still flight. I wonder how fast it is. With a thought, he activated the skill. Accompanied by the crackling sound of electric currents, a pair of wings over 5 meters wide appeared behind Lin Moyo. Without any visible movement of the wings, Lin Moyo shot out, looking at the shrinking ground and the traces left by the collapsed valley. In an instant, he covered 1,000 meters, like teleportation. Fast, too fast. 1,000 meters in less than 1 second. At this speed, Lin Moyo felt he could attack or retreat at will. A 1-minute duration was enough for him to cover hundreds of kilometers. Another fruitful harvest. Lin Moyo, filled with joy, flew rapidly in the air with the wings of lightning, enjoying the thrill of high-speed flight. In the dungeon, thunderclouds roared and lightning rumbled, and Lin Moyo shuttled back and forth among the thunderclouds. The wings of lightning behind him sparkled with electric currents. At this moment, Lin Moyo was like a thunder god descending to the world, making people's hearts tremble. After 1 minute, the skill disappeared, and Lin Moyo descended from the sky. The wings of lightning also vanished without a trace. For some reason, the overall enhancement talent did not seem to have any effect on the wings of lightning. It could still only fly for 1 minute. From past experiences, the overall enhancement talent had an effect on most skills, with only a few exceptions. For example, the strong soldier skill formed by the primordial rune, and the blessing of light brought by the light gem, did not have corresponding enhancements. If it was said that this skill could not be enhanced because it was brought by the gem, but the poison gem did produce an enhancement. Very strange. Lin Moyo could not figure out the reason. In the end, he could only let it be. In front of him was a swamp. Thunder Swamp. The swamp was like ponds of various sizes, densely distributed in front of him. The swamps formed a winding path. Lightning intertwined in the swamp, splashing mud. Whether on the path or in the swamp, there were many monsters. Thunder Lizard, Hell Level Elite Monster. Level, 47. Strength, 40,000. Agility, 20,000. Mental, 40,000. Constitution, 50,000. Skill, Lightning Attack. Feature, reduces electric elemental damage by 50%, reduces physical damage by 50%, speed enhancement. They were no longer purely electric elemental monsters, and were no longer completely immune to physical damage. For Lin Moyo, the skeletal berserkers and skeletal archers could now be effective. As for the attributes of the monsters, they were not very strong for Lin Moyo. The undead army charged into the Thunder Swamp, with berserkers taking on the monsters on the path. Mages and archers dealt with the monsters in the swamp. The swamp was about 10 kilometers deep. When he was in the air earlier, he could have flown over it, but Lin Moyo did not do so, as he would have missed something. Previous experiences told him that besides the lightning gem, there should be a key and an item that could awaken the thunder god in this electric elemental dungeon. As for the crystal fragments of the electric element, they could be obtained by killing the final boss, so there was no need to search for them deliberately. Lin Moyo was clear about this, especially the key and the item to awaken the thunder god, which could only be obtained once. He was not 100% sure he could get these 2 items on the first try, so he made the request that no one else could enter until he was done. As he advanced along the path in the swamp, Lin Moyo also searched around, not missing any details. Soon, the undead army reached the center of the swamp. There was a large thunder swamp, much larger than all the other small swamps. In the center of the thunder swamp, thunderclouds gathered, and lightning continuously struck a certain point. Through the lightning, Lin Moyo saw a plant. Upon closer inspection, he found that the plant was not being struck by lightning, but the plant itself was releasing lightning, forming the thunderclouds. The moment he saw it, Lin Moyo thought of the fire god flower in the fire god temple dungeon. Found it. With a thought, the wings of lightning, which had finished cooling down, instantly spread out. A pair of wings with lightning appeared behind him, carrying Lin Moyo towards the plant. In the blink of an eye, Lin Moyo was above the plant and reached out to grab it. Terrifying lightning surged into the sky, and a giant hand reached out from the lightning, slamming down on Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo had anticipated this, as it was normal for a monster to guard the plant. The giant hand, wrapped in lightning, came crashing down, and the wings of lightning trembled slightly, speeding up to avoid it. Then, he quickly changed position in mid-air, bypassed the giant hand, and grabbed the plant. The plant in his hand crackled with terrifying lightning. The skeletal armor shone brightly, and even through the armor, Lin Moyo could feel the power of the lightning. Even a knight would be seriously injured on the spot. But other teams would not think of doing this. They would definitely kill the guardian monster first, and then take the plant. As Lin Moyo pulled up the plant, the thunder swamp erupted. Lin Moyo held onto the plant and quickly flew towards the sky. Countless lightning bolts and mud surged from the thunder swamp, rushing towards the sky. A giant hand reached out from the mud, grabbing at Lin Moyo. The giant hand was wrapped in lightning and moved quickly. The wings of lightning trembled, and Lin Moyo accelerated again. The giant hand missed twice and failed to catch Lin Moyo. Then a giant beast shot out. The monster looked like a gorilla, over 10 meters tall, huge. Its limbs were very long, and could stretch even further when attacking, longer than its body. After dodging 2 attacks, Lin Moyo stopped in mid-air. The lightning on the plant in his hand quickly dissipated, and in the blink of an eye, the lightning completely disappeared, turning into an ordinary-looking plant. Electric grass can be used to awaken the thunder god. Not bad, just need the key now. Lin Moya smiled slightly, put the electric grass in his pocket, and looked at the monster that had jumped out of the thunder swamp. A detection skill swept over like a breeze. Lightning Ape, Hell Level Boss. Level, 48. Strength, 60,000. Agility, 40,000. Mental, 10,000. Constitution, 60,000. Skills, Wings of Lightning, Thunder Giant Hand. Features, reduces electric elemental damage by 50%, reduces physical damage by 50%, speed enhancement, vitality enhancement. It also has Wings of Lightning. Lin Moya was slightly surprised, but then didn't care. The Lightning Ape's total attributes were only 170,000. Each attribute was far inferior to the skeletal berserkers, but Lin Moya knew that if a skeletal berserker were to duel it, the berserker would lose. As a hell-level boss, its vitality was too strong. Although its attack and defense were inferior to the skeletal berserkers, its strong vitality allowed it to last longer. The Lightning Ape glared at Lin Moya and roared angrily. In its angry roar, a pair of wings appeared behind the Lightning Ape. In the next second, it shot into the sky, appearing beside Lin Moya in an instant, with a giant hand wrapped in lightning slamming down. The wings of lightning trembled slightly, and Lin Moya quickly dodged. Although the skeletal armor could protect him from harm, Lin Moya did not want to take the hit. No longer passive as before, accustomed to taking hits. Now, Lin Moya's combat had become very proactive and flexible. While dodging, the skeletons began to counterattack. The mage's elemental explosions and the archer's arrows all landed on the Lightning Ape. Lin Moya pointed a finger, skill, Curse of Aging. At the same time, flames danced in his palm, skill, Soul Flame. The Lightning Ape screamed and fell from the sky. The fully activated Soul Flame caused it unbearable pain. The skeletal berserkers on the ground were already ready, jumping up before it landed. The giant axes in their hands glowed red, slashing down. Chapter 360. Chapter 360, 360. Chapter 360, The Fall of the God, Empathetic Loneliness. Book Chapter 360, The Fall of the God, Empathetic Loneliness. The warriors, mages, and archers cooperated seamlessly. Lin Moya's continuous attacks completely stunned the Lightning Ape. Once the undead army made a move, it was unstoppable. The three corps cooperated seamlessly. The skeletal berserkers were responsible for strong attacks and containment. The mages and archers provided stationary output from the rear. With their seamless cooperation, their combat power increased significantly. Lin Moya watched with satisfaction. However, this was only against a single enemy. If they encountered a group of enemies, the full potential of the three corps would be unleashed. For group enemies, his corpse explosion was the ultimate weapon. After the Lightning Ape landed, it never escaped again. Continuous attacks completely crushed it. The Lightning Ape wanted to return to the swamp, but the skeletal berserkers clung to its legs with all their might, preventing it from escaping. With a cry of unwillingness, the Lightning Ape fell to the ground. Killed Lightning Ape, experience plus 2,820,000. Obtained Lightning Crystal Fragment. Lightning Crystal Fragment. 5 fragments can be combined into a complete Lightning Crystal. Lin Moya knew that with his current combat power, challenging a level 45 hell-level dungeon was no difficulty at all. The limitation was not the dungeon's difficulty but its level. Without the level restriction, he might directly choose to tackle level 50 or even level 60 dungeons. The higher the dungeon level, the more experience gained, and naturally, the better the equipment dropped. Lin Moya didn't care about the equipment dropped in the dungeon, he cared about the experience. Now he wanted to level up, as leveling up brought him immense benefits. Each level up significantly increased the strength of the undead army, more effective than any equipment. After crossing the Thunder Swamp, the road became smooth. There were no monsters or intersecting lightning, and everything became very quiet. It even gave Lin Moya the illusion that he had entered another dungeon. After walking for more than 10 kilometers, a flash of lightning appeared before his eyes. A thin lightning bolt connected the sky and the earth. In the sky were dark thunderclouds, and on the ground was a 100-meter giant sword. The giant sword was wrapped in electric light, inserted into the ground with its tip pointing to the sky, connected to the lightning. The moment he saw it, Lin Moya felt a tingling sensation all over his body. A lightning bolt shot from the tip of the sword, hitting Lin Moya. The skeletal armor instantly burst into brilliant light, emitting dense blocking sounds. The skeletal armor, which had never been damaged since the second job change, showed signs of damage at this moment. Lin Moya was somewhat surprised, not because the lightning's attack power was great, but because the attack frequency was too fast. In 1 second, there were probably thousands of attacks. The collision sounds alone made his ears buzz. He immediately replenished a layer of skeletal armor. The lightning continued to strike, and within a few seconds, the skeletal armor showed signs of damage again. Lin Moya pondered, his eyes fixed on the giant sword, continuously replenishing the skeletal armor as he walked forward. As he advanced, Lin Moya tried to adjust his direction, and the lightning also changed accordingly. It locked onto Lin Moya firmly. No matter how fast Lin Moya was, he couldn't outrun the lightning. He could only endure it, unable to dodge. He replenished the skeletal armor every few seconds. Since his mental power was inexhaustible, it didn't matter much. This speed is really fast. Fortunately, the attack power is not very strong, otherwise, it would be quite troublesome. Lin Moya quickened his pace, getting closer and closer to the giant sword. Lin Moya's act of speeding up seemed to provoke the giant sword. It trembled violently, and the lightning suddenly intensified. The electric light falling on Lin Moya's body instantly became much thicker. The collision sounds became more intense. The skeletal armor's damage rate also increased. It has become stronger. Previously, he replenished the armor every 5 seconds, but now it was every 3 seconds. For Lin Moyo, the difference was not significant. An attack that couldn't even break the skeletal armor was of no use. Lin Moya continued to walk forward steadily. Unknowingly, he had reached the giant sword. He only needed to reach out to touch the giant sword. The giant sword was surrounded by dense electric light, with lightning flowing like a waterfall on its body. On the ground, which looked like it had been cut by a knife and axe, only the giant sword stood alone. Lin Moya looked at the sword and felt a sense of loneliness. "You are very lonely," Lin Moya said softly. His white palm passed through the waterfall like electric current and touched the sword. At that moment, all the electric light disappeared. No more lightning attacked Lin Moya, and the ground became silent. At this moment, only Lin Moya's breathing could be heard. A few seconds later, a thunderclap sounded in the sky. Lin Moya saw a majestic giant, a giant made of lightning. The giant wielded a long sword, launching terrifying attacks one after another. Under its attacks, giant beasts were turned to ashes. Lin Moya could feel the terror of the attacks, at least at the god level. This is the god of thunder. And the wild beasts. Lin Moya saw clearly and guessed the identity of the giant. This was the history recorded in the giant sword. The god of thunder had fought against the wild beasts. It seemed to have killed many wild beasts. From this perspective, it seemed stronger than by Yaiwan and Yan Quanqing. But was it really so? Lin Moya thought not. Yan Quanqing probably hadn't mastered the method. Otherwise, he could also kill the wild beasts. In the scene outlined by the lightning, a terrifying giant beast appeared. The king of wild beasts. Lin Moya recognized it at a glance. The king of wild beasts had left a deep impression on him. Bai Yaiwan and Yan Quanqing fled at the sight of it, and it injured Meng Anwen with one strike. The strength of the king of wild beasts was evident. The king of wild beasts pounced on the god of thunder, and the scene shattered instantly. Lin Moya felt a chill all over. The god of thunder was dead, killed by the king of wild beasts. The powerful god was killed by the king of wild beasts. A sense of desolation was transmitted from the sword. The sword, which belonged to the god of thunder, seemed to want to express something to him. Lin Moya said softly, "You are very lonely, I understand. Perhaps in the future, I will summon your master." As he spoke, the giant sword quickly shrank. In an instant, it was only the size of a palm, quietly falling into Lin Moya's hand. Thunder God's sword, the sword of the god of thunder, the key to opening the Thunder God's palace. Finally, he obtained the key. Lin Moya gently held the Thunder God's sword. "Don't worry, I will keep my word." He could feel the emotion of the Thunder God's sword, a sense of loneliness with a hint of sadness. In the year after his grandmother passed away and his sister went to Xiaojing Academy, he had a similar experience. The more lonely he was, the less he wanted to talk. The less he wanted to talk, the more lonely he became. It was like entering a death loop. So Lin Moya empathized deeply. Roar! A beast's roar sounded, an electric light exploded in the air. A giant eagle over 30 meters long swooped down from the sky. It was surrounded by lightning, exuding an extraordinary aura. Thunder Eagle, Hell Level Boss. Level, 48. Strength, 60,000. Agility, 60,000. Mental, 20,000. Constitution, 70,000. Skills, Thunderstrike, Destruction Thunder Sea. Features, reduces electric elemental damage by 50%, reduces physical damage by 50%, speed enhancement, vitality enhancement. Lin Moya put away the Thunder God's sword, and the sense of loneliness disappeared. Now he had friends, teachers, and a sister. The sense of loneliness had long gone. He had already broken out of the death loop. With a slight smile, the undead army appeared on the ground. The skeletal mages and archers formed a formation, locking onto the Thunder Eagle. The Thunder Eagle launched an attack simultaneously. It spat out a thunder bead from its mouth, which exploded on the ground, turning a radius of 1,000 meters into a sea of thunder. The undead army stood in the sea of thunder, all subjected to lightning attacks. The attack power was not weak, but it was far from enough to destroy the undead army. Lin Moya's undead army had never feared such continuous damage. Now, they cared even less. Under the casual healing of the Lich General, the damage was instantly healed. The skeletal mages collectively attacked, and dense elements exploded on the Thunder Eagle. The archers bent their bows and shot arrows, piercing through the air and stabbing into the Thunder Eagle's body in the next moment. Both attacks were locking types, impossible to dodge once locked. The Thunder Eagle screamed continuously. Its wings trembled violently, and lightning roared. Thousands of lightning bolts fell from the sky, densely hitting the undead army. The ground cracked, and stones flew. The power was great, but it still couldn't do anything to the skeletons. After the second job change, the skeletons had become much stronger. So far, Lin Moya hadn't discovered the upper limit of the skeletons' combat power. The skeletons' attacks were fierce, wave after wave, endless. The Thunder Eagle finally couldn't bear it and fled with a scream. "You can't escape!" Lin Moya shouted softly, and the wings of lightning spread out. Chapter 361. Chapter 361, 361. Chapter 361, The Royal Family is Lin Shenjian's best friend. Book Chapter 361, The Royal Family is Lin Shenjian's best friend. Lin Moya pursued the Thunder Eagle with sparks and lightning trailing behind. The Thunder Eagle was very fast, its massive body leaving a long fiery trail. The Thunder Eagle was fast, but Lin Moya was even faster. The distance between them grew closer and closer. Lin Moya saw the Thunder Eagle's destination, a mountain enveloped in lightning called Thunder Eagle Mountain. Whether it was a dream or hell difficulty, the dungeon mechanics were largely similar. At the dream difficulty, when the Thunder Eagle boss was severely injured, it would flee to Thunder Eagle Mountain. Inside Thunder Eagle Mountain, it could quickly recover and become even stronger than before. To clear the dungeon, you had to kill it twice, with the second time being more difficult than the first. Thunder Eagle Mountain was now in sight, and the Thunder Eagle swiftly landed on the peak. Inside the mountain, terrifying thunderbolts struck everywhere, and a large amount of lightning struck the Thunder Eagle, rapidly increasing its aura and healing its wounds. Lin Moya followed closely behind, and the Thunder Eagle let out a shrill screech. In an instant, Thunder Eagle Mountain erupted. 30 smaller Thunder Eagles simultaneously flew out from the mountain, accompanied by a massive amount of lightning charging towards Lin Moya. It's different from the dream difficulty. At the dream difficulty, after the boss returned to Thunder Eagle Mountain, there would be no small Thunder Eagles appearing. The Hell difficulty was clearly more difficult, as you had to deal with not only the boss but also these small Thunder Eagles. For a 12-person Hell raid team, the 30 small Thunder Eagles, plus the boss that would soon join the battle, significantly increased the difficulty. They needed to clear all 30 small Thunder Eagles before the boss returned. This placed high demands on the team's strength. But for Lin Moya, the number was not only meaningless but the more, the better. Lin Moya, clad in the wings of lightning, flew rapidly in the air. The small Thunder Eagles pursued Lin Moya but could never catch up. He was waiting for the Thunder Eagle boss to return. The wings of lightning only lasted for 1 minute, and now there were only 40 seconds left. After 30 seconds, a high-pitched scream came from the peak of Thunder Eagle Mountain, and then the Thunder Eagle boss returned to the battlefield. Its aura was stronger than before, and its level had increased by 1, with all its attributes boosted. 35 seconds. Lin Moya noted the time, and the Thunder Eagle would return to the battlefield 35 seconds after coming back. With the timing grasped, there was no need to delay any further. The wings of lightning trembled, and Lin Moya's speed suddenly increased as he turned and dove straight onto one of the small Thunder Eagles. The small Thunder Eagle was slightly smaller than the boss but still 3 meters wide, with a wingspan of up to 10 meters, enough for several people to stand on. 5 skeletal berserkers appeared beside Lin Moya. A red light flashed. Skill, Curse of Aging. The Thunder Eagle's world suddenly slowed down. 15 times increased damage, 100 times reduced speed. Even the Thunder Eagle, known for its speed, was completely slowed down at this moment. The 5 skeletal berserkers simultaneously unleashed their skills, with red light surging on their axes before striking down. With a bang, this small Thunder Eagle let out a scream and was instantly killed. At the moment of its death, Lin Moya pointed his finger. Skill, Corpse Explosion. After the second job change, although the level of the Corpse Explosion skill did not change, the talent amplification increased from 40 times to 50 times. With the same level 6 Corpse Explosion, the range increased from 240 meters to 300 meters. The damage increased from 14 times the corpse's life to 17.5 times. Add the 10 times increased damage from the curse. An explosive sound rang out, and terrifying energy swept through the sky. All the small Thunder Eagles were instantly killed, and even the boss was severely injured again. At this time, Lin Moya's wings of lightning had only 5 seconds left. Lin Moya stood in the center of the explosion, his wings spread like a demon god. He continuously unleashed skills with both hands. 3 skills per second, this was Lin Moya's current skill casting speed limit. However, during the trials in the Divine Summer Tower, he learned a technique from the assassin class. He could use skills with both hands simultaneously, with about a 0.1 second interval between them. This greatly increased his skill casting speed. In this state, he could unleash 5 skills per second. Before the corpses of the small Thunder Eagles fell, Lin Moya had already detonated more than 10 times. Amidst the thunderous roar, Thunder Eagle Mountain shook, and the lightning was extinguished. The Thunder Eagle boss fell with a miserable wail, and this time, it did not get up again. Killed Thunder Eagle, experience plus 4,900,000. Obtained Lightning Sword. Obtained Lightning Armor. Obtained Lightning Crystal Fragment, X4. Lightning Sword, Platinum Grade Weapon, all attributes plus 1,200, Swordsman Class Skill Amplification, 60%, Skill, Lightning Slash. Lightning Slash deals damage equal to 100% of your strength to the enemy, and also deals elemental lightning damage equal to 100% of your strength, with a chance to stun the enemy for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Lightning Armor, Platinum Grade Armor, all attributes plus 800, reduces lightning elemental damage by 20%. The attributes of the Lightning Sword were average, only considered bottom tier among Platinum Grade weapons. However, the skill it carried was quite decent and should be worth some money. The Lightning Armor was very ordinary, with no highlights. It was the number of lightning crystal fragments that surprised Lin Moya a bit. 4 fragments dropped at once, which was not a small amount. Adding the one obtained from the Lightning Ape earlier, he had just enough to combine into a complete lightning crystal. This dungeon run yielded a considerable harvest. Not only did he unexpectedly gain the Wings of Lightning skill, but he also witnessed a highly secretive event and learned the cause of the Thunder God's death. The King of Wild Beasts, a terrifying monster capable of killing even the Thunder God. Lin Moya couldn't help but compare the King of Wild Beasts to the one in the ancient battlefield, but he couldn't find an answer. Both were too powerful, far beyond his comprehension. He scanned Thunder Eagle Mountain again, ensuring he had not missed anything, before leaving the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, the elders of the royal family had already left. Only Dongfang Yao and Dongfang Yi remained. Dongfang Yi, as the ruler, was someone Lin Moya recognized. Greetings, Your Majesty. Lin Moya took the initiative to greet Dongfang Yi. Dongfang Yi had a smile on his face. God General Lin is truly young. I've been hearing legends about God General Lin recently, and you are indeed formidable at such a young age. Lin Moya smiled slightly. Your Majesty is too kind. Dongfang Yi said, regarding the earlier incident with Dongfang Shan, I apologize to God General Lin on behalf of the royal family. If God General Lin has any needs, you can directly tell Yaoer. If it is within the capabilities of my royal family, I will certainly agree. This was a promise, and Dongfang Yi was not only the ruler but also a god-level expert, so his promise carried significant weight, which Lin Moya understood. Lin Moya did not take Dongfang Shan's matter to heart, especially since he had previously owed Dongfang Li a favor. Thank you, Your Majesty. If Your Majesty has any tasks that I can assist with, please feel free to ask. Dongfang Yi laughed heartily. Good, our royal family will be God General Lin's best friend. You young ones can chat, and I, an old man, will not be an eyesore here. Dongfang Yi had received the answer he wanted. Although it was only one sentence, it was enough. He had investigated and understood Lin Moya's way of doing things. As long as Lin Moya said something, he would definitely follow through. As long as they could maintain a good relationship with Lin Moya, it would be the best outcome. After Dongfang Yi left, Dongfang Yao immediately became more lively. Her eyes sparkled, and her red lips parted eagerly as she asked about the dungeon. Mainly, she inquired about the changes in the hell difficulty. Lin Moya explained the changes after the upgrade, and Dongfang Yao recorded everything. When the royal family team went to raid the dungeon, they could proceed more smoothly. Dongfang Yao said, then, after you've had your fill, we'll organize a team to go in. Lin Moya said, you can go in now, no need to wait for me. Ha! Dongfang Yao was taken aback, wondering if Lin Moya had changed his mind again. She thought Lin Moya would want to clear the dungeon for a while first. Now that Lin Moya said this, she felt that perhaps his previous words were just a test of her sincerity. Or maybe Lin Moya truly remembered the favor he owed Dongfang Li. Regardless, since Lin Moya said so, she could organize her team. The royal family's dungeon raid team had been on standby, and with just one order from her, they could enter the dungeon. Lin Moya had already obtained what he needed, so naturally, there would be no more restrictions. Dongfang Yao asked again, we can really go and clear the dungeon now? Lin Moya nodded, yes. After saying that, he took out a cooldown talisman and reset the dungeon cooldown time before re-entering the dungeon. Dongfang Yao's eyes rolled, and she immediately issued new orders through her communicator. Soon, a 12-person team came running over. After reviewing the dungeon notes recorded by Dongfang Yao, they were teleported into the dungeon. Then, the second team, and the third team, arrived one after another. A glimpse of the royal family's strength could be seen. Chapter 362. Chapter 362, 362. Chapter 362, it seems I can't kill too quickly. The electric grass and thunder god's sword were already in his hands, and even the lightning crystal had been taken away by him. Lin Moya no longer needed to restrict the royal family from clearing the dungeon. The dungeon would always exist, and it didn't matter how many teams came to clear it. Now he was re-entering the dungeon for the elemental crystals, and the royal family's teams were also there for the elemental crystals. After entering the dungeon, Lin Moya immediately spread out his wings of lightning, rushing into the valley at top speed. Although there were many monsters outside the valley, they were too scattered, making it inefficient. Elemental dungeons were not good for leveling up. The sooner he cleared it and obtained enough lightning crystals, the better he could find a suitable dungeon for leveling up. The wings of lightning left a trail of sparks and lightning as it instantly passed through the valley, then charged straight into the thunder swamp. In the center of the swamp, the largest thunder swamp, the small grass was gone. The thunder ape leaped out, only to be met by the undead army. The skeletal mages and skeletal archers were already waiting on the shore. As soon as the thunder ape appeared, they immediately concentrated their attacks on it. The thunder ape had just jumped out of the swamp and only managed to put up a token resistance when it became a corpse, dropping nothing but a lightning crystal fragment. Lin Moya felt that among the many hell-level dungeon bosses, the thunder ape was definitely one of the poorest. The undead army pushed through the swamp, continuing towards Thunder Eagle Mountain. Halfway there, the thunder god's sword had disappeared, and where the thunder god's sword had been, lightning was striking densely, blocking the path to Thunder Eagle Mountain. By the time Lin Moya arrived, still 1,000 meters away, lightning had already struck him. But without the thunder god's sword, the power of the lightning was greatly reduced, unable to even break through the skeletal armor. An attack of this level was completely ignored by Lin Moya. Even with the thunder god's sword, Lin Moya could easily withstand it, let alone now. For any other profession team, the sea of electricity here would still be a formidable challenge. Braving the dense lightning attacks, Lin Moya passed through, catching sight of Thunder Eagle Mountain. A piercing eagle's cry rang out as the massive thunder eagle dove down from the sky, carrying wind and thunder. It spat out a thunder bead from its mouth, instantly turning the area around Lin Moya into a sea of thunder. The skeletal warriors and skeletal archers stood in the sea of thunder, completely unaffected. Skill, Curse of Aging. Red light filled the sky, greatly slowing the thunder eagle's speed. The skeletal archers simultaneously drew their bows and fired arrows. The arrows flashed through the air, instantly piercing into the thunder eagle's body. In the blink of an eye, the thunder eagle was covered in thousands of sharp arrows, truly becoming a porcupine eagle. Then its body exploded like fireworks, with the skeletal mage's elemental explosions bursting forth in a dazzling array of colors. With the 15x increased damage from the curse, the damage was unimaginable. It was a hell-level dungeon boss, and with its vitality enhancement trait, its vitality was extraordinarily powerful. But in the face of the undead army's overwhelming attack, it could not endure. After just 2 rounds of attacks, it was severely injured. The Thunder Eagle let out a scream and quickly turned to flee towards Thunder Eagle Mountain. It wanted to return for recovery. But this time, Lin Moya did not give it a chance. The wings of lightning spread out, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up to the Thunder Eagle. Affected by the curse, the Thunder Eagle's speed was completely outmatched by Lin Moya's. Lin Moya landed on its back, and nearly 100 skeletal berserkers appeared. Their axes glowed red as their skills were unleashed. Berserk Slaughter, level 1 deals 500% of your strength and damage to the target, cooldown 10 minutes. Among the 3 types of skeletons in the undead army, the skeletal berserkers had the highest burst damage if only considering instantaneous power. With a single strike, the Thunder Eagle fell from the sky. Killed Thunder Eagle, experience plus 4,900,000. Obtained Lightning Dagger. Obtained Lightning Crystal Fragment, X2. Lightning Dagger, Platinum Grade Weapon, all attributes plus 1,200, Assassin Class Skill Amplification, 60%, Skill, Lightning Strike. Lightning Strike, deals elemental lightning damage equal to 100% of your strength to the enemy, and has a chance to stun the enemy for 3 seconds every 3 seconds for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Lin Moya was slightly taken aback. This time, only 2 Lightning Crystal Fragments dropped, half of the previous amount, and only 1 item dropped as well. Lin Moya's eye showed a hint of confusion. Could it be because I killed it too quickly? Normally, the Thunder Eagle would return to Thunder Eagle Mountain before dying and recover there. It would take 2 defeats of the Thunder Eagle to truly clear the dungeon. But now, he didn't give the Thunder Eagle a chance to return and recover, so the rewards were greatly reduced. Unless the Thunder Eagle's drops were random, with 2 to 4 fragments being possible. Lin Moya pondered, then left the dungeon and used a cooldown talisman before re-entering. This time, Lin Moya did not immediately kill the Thunder Eagle, but let it return to recover before defeating it a second time. Sure enough, more items dropped this time, with 4 lightning crystal fragments. It seems I really can't kill it too quickly. After clearing a few more times, as long as he followed the dungeon mechanics, the Thunder Eagle would drop 4 elemental crystal fragments each time. One run could obtain a complete lightning crystal. Including the upgrade run, in just 2 hours, he had cleared it 6 times. Looking at the 2 elemental godstones in his hands, Lin Moya let out a long breath. He had finally infused all the crystals from the 5 elemental dungeons into them. Not only the 5 elemental dungeons, but he had also infused other elemental crystals as well. Elemental Godstone, Fire, Earth, Light, Water, Wind, Lightning increases Profession Sublimation chance by 30% when used during the 3rd job change. The 2 elemental Godstones had slight differences, lacking the poison element, resulting in a slightly different effect. I don't know when the Great Earth-touching Dragon God will reappear. If I have a chance, I can get a Venom Crystal as well. Or find another boss that drops Venom Crystals. Lin Moya thought to himself that such things were hard to come by and depended on luck. Putting away the elemental godstones, Lin Moya left the dungeon. He had cleared enough, and now had 4 spare lightning crystals in his possession. In addition, he also had spare fire crystals, earth crystals, light crystals, clear water crystals, and whirlwind crystals. If he wanted, he could form brand new elemental godstones at any time. Inside the palace, Lin Moya walked side by side with Dongfang Yao. Dongfang Yao was leading Lin Moya to the teleportation array. She had personally witnessed Lin Moya complete the dungeon upgrade in less than 2 hours. And he had repeatedly cleared the dungeon 6 times, obtaining enough elemental crystals. Dongfang Yao asked, "Where will you go next?" Lin Moya thought for a moment. "I might stay in the dungeon hall for a while." Dongfang Yao understood Lin Moya's intention. With your professional strength, as long as your level increases, your combat power will become terrifying. After witnessing Lin Moya's performance after just completing his 2nd job change, Dongfang Yao felt that he could already compete with many top-level professionals at level 70. If Lin Moya reached level 50 or even 60, mastering new skills, he would likely become even more formidable, easily capable of challenging higher levels. The 2 arrived at the teleportation array, and Dongfang Yao smiled. "Then if I need your help again, how should I contact you?" Lin Moya thought for a moment, then raised his wrist and added Dongfang Yao as a friend on his communicator. This way, as long as he wasn't in the elemental battlefield or the ancient battlefield, Dongfang Yao could contact him. Even if he was in a dungeon, Dongfang Yao could leave a message. He would receive the message after clearing the dungeon. "Don't refuse me next time." Dongfang Yao smiled brilliantly. Lin Moya still owed Dongfang Li a favor, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. "I'll help if I can." Unknowingly, their relationship had improved a bit. From a purely transactional relationship, they had become friends. Hearing Lin Moya's answer, Dongfang Yao became even happier. Dongfang Yao activated the teleportation array, forming hand seals, and the 2 disappeared into the teleportation array. The teleportation scene was fragmented and chaotic, and suddenly, Lin Moya felt a pang in his heart. Immediately after, Dongfang Yao also sensed something was wrong, her entire body tensing up. She looked at Lin Moya, seeing the cautious vigilance in his eyes. From the palace to the outside, the teleportation should have taken no more than 2 seconds, but their teleportation lasted a full 5 minutes before they landed. At the speed of a teleportation array, such a long teleportation time had already far exceeded the borders of the Divine Summer Empire. A cold wind carrying a putrid smell rushed into their nostrils, and Dongfang Yao immediately became tense, exclaiming in shock, "The corpse realm? How did we end up in the corpse realm?" Lin Moya's eyes also saw a rotting corpse flying towards them. Chapter 363. Chapter 363, 363. Chapter 363, The Bizarre Corpse Realm, Undying. With a snap of his finger, a flash of white light appeared. Skill, skeletal fangs. 2,000 white sharp fangs shot out, turning the charging corpse into a pincushion. Its already tattered body was instantly shattered into pieces. Lin Moyo asked in a deep voice, "How did we end up here?" Dongfang Yao was clearly panicked. "I don't know either." Lin Moyo coughed lightly. "Don't panic, think carefully. First tell me, what is the corpse realm?" Since they had already arrived here, there was no need to dwell on how they got here. First, he needed to understand what exactly the corpse realm was. 2 more corpses charged over, moving faster than the previous one. This time, Lin Moyo got a clearer look. The charging corpses had an appearance almost identical to humans, but their bodies were completely rotten, with holes everywhere. Any ordinary person would have been dead. Yet despite their state, they were still not dead, charging over with raspy howls at a rapid speed. The skeletal fangs erupted, completely shattering the 2 corpses. But they still didn't die. Even if only a head remained, it would still be opening its mouth, howling nonstop. The stench of rot grew heavier, and Lin Moyo frowned as he looked at Dongfang Yao. Dongfang Yao said urgently, "This is the corpse realm, but I don't know why we ended up here." Lin Moyo cut her off. "I know this is the corpse realm, calm down and explain it clearly." Dongfang Yao tried to calm herself, but her trembling body betrayed her unease. Ignoring the foul stench, Dongfang Yao took a deep breath. The corpse realm is an ancient small world. A long time ago, a great battle broke out here. The battle shattered this world, and at that time, someone used a terrifying skill. This skill caused a mutation in the entire world, turning all the people in that world into corpses. "Enough!" Lin Moyo growled, interrupting Dongfang Yao again. "I'm not asking about the origin of the corpse realm, I'm asking what we need to be wary of here, what dangers there are." Dongfang Yao was startled and quickly said, "I don't know much about the corpse realm. I only know that we must not be bitten by the corpses, or else we'll be infected by the plague and turn into corpses ourselves." At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed in the sky, and a purple lightning bolt tore through the ground. Lin Moyo was stunned to see that the lightning was purple, and even emitted a faint white glow, extremely bizarre. Then raindrops began falling from the sky. The rain not only failed to wash away the stench of rot, but instead made the smell even stronger. A ball of white light flashed, and Lin Moyo's skeletal armor suddenly lit up. "This water is not right." Lin Moyo was alarmed. The rainwater was both acidic and foul-smelling, with a strong corrosive nature that activated his skeletal armor. "Ah!" A scream rang out nearby. The rainwater had fallen on Dongfang Yao, clearly injuring her as well. Dongfang Yao summoned a shield, holding it over her head as an umbrella to block the rainwater. The rainwater hit the shield, emitting plumes of smoke, and the shield was visibly corroding at a rapid pace. A knight. Lin Moyo noticed Dongfang Yao's profession for the first time, but upon closer inspection, she didn't seem to be a knight. Dongfang Yao was not a knight. A knight's shield was not used in this manner. Lin Moyo was now quite familiar with knights, having encountered various knight professions. He pondered in his mind but could not find a profession that matched Dongfang Yao's. The shield was rapidly corroding and would not last much longer. Dongfang Yao's face showed urgency and fear. At that moment, she suddenly received a party invitation from Lin Moyo, which she accepted without hesitation. Then, with a snap of Lin Moyo's finger, Dongfang Yao's body flashed with white light, and his skeletal armor shone, shielding her from the rain. Thank you, thank you." Dongfang Yao expressed her gratitude to Lin Moyo. If not for him, she might not have been able to endure. Although she had more shields in her storage space, who knew how long this rain would last? Lin Moyo asked, "What else do you know about the corpse realm?" Dongfang Yao said, "My level is not high enough, and I don't have enough information. All I know is that the corpse realm is extremely dangerous, and it will be very difficult to leave. My father once told me that the reason our Dongfang family became the rulers of the Divine Summer Empire was not because we were powerful. It was because our Dongfang family was tasked with guarding the corpse realm. Even before the Divine Summer Empire was founded, the corpse realm already existed. Once, the corpses from the corpse realm tried to invade our human world. At that time, an ancestor of our Dongfang family sacrificed himself to block the corpses, buying enough time for our people. Since then, guarding the corpse realm has become the responsibility of our Dongfang family. After the Divine Summer Empire was established, our Dongfang family became the rulers." After listening, Lin Moyo took out the Abyss Teleportation Stone. The Abyss Teleportation Stone had dimmed and lost its function. There were only 2 possibilities for the Abyss Teleportation Stone to lose its function. One was that the corpse realm was enveloped by an extremely powerful barrier or formation, blocking all teleportation items. The second was that the corpse realm was extremely far away from the abyss, beyond the transmission stone's limit. After all, the Abyss Teleportation Stone had limited energy and range. Based on the time it took to teleport from the palace to here, both possibilities were plausible. The corrosive rainwater pounded the ground, but the 3 shattered corpses from earlier showed no signs of damage. In fact, Lin Moyo saw that they were growing under the rain's erosion. 3 heads were opening their mouths wide, drinking the acidic, foul-smelling rainwater. Their bodies were slowly regenerating from the rainwater. In no time, new rotten flesh had grown below their necks. This sight was bone-chilling, and Dongfang Yao let out another scream. After all, she was a girl, and such a sight was terrifying. "Should we leave this place?" Dongfang Yao asked, her heart trembling at the gruesome scene. "Leave? Where to? Which direction?" Lin Moyo questioned. The surroundings were pitch black and foul-smelling, with no indication of which way to go. Dongfang Yao said, "Head towards the center. I remember there is a secret realm at the center of the corpse realm, with a teleportation array that can return us to the human world. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Moyo asked. Dongfang Yao was a bit embarrassed. I was scared earlier, so I forgot. Lin Moya didn't dwell on it and continued, then how do we get to the center? Dongfang Yao shook her head, I don't know. Well, saying that was as good as not saying anything. Not knowing the direction or the size of the corpse realm, finding the center would not be easy. Since that was the case, Lin Moya didn't rush to move either. For now, this place was still relatively safe, so he needed to figure things out first. Careful planning was necessary when facing such a bizarre world. Lin Moya didn't move, and Dongfang Yao didn't dare move either. She huddled tightly next to Lin Moyo, their skeletal armor almost clinging together. He sent out a detection skill, but the information it returned was simple. Low-level corpse. Level 5. Apart from the name and level, there was no other information. Lin Moya summoned a skeletal berserker warrior. The skeletal berserker warrior walked through the acidic, foul-smelling corrosive rain towards the corpse. It deliberately extended its foot towards the corpse's mouth. The corpse immediately bit down on the skeletal bone. Lin Moyo carefully sensed that the skeletal berserker warrior had taken a minuscule amount of damage. This corpse's attack power was very weak, likely not exceeding 100 strength. This attack power was even weaker than the damage from the rain. The skeletal berserker warrior raised its axe and slammed it down on the corpse's head. With a bang, the head was split in half. There was no blood, as if a piece of wood had been split open. But bizarrely, the split corpse's mouth was still moving, and under the rain, it showed signs of regenerating. Unkillable. Lin Moya's heart stirred, and the skeletal berserker warrior put the two halves of the head back together. After a while, the head actually regenerated and rejoined. The only difference was a crack on the head, like a scar left by the skeletal berserker warrior's axe, looking extremely bizarre. Dongfang Yao had already closed her eyes in fright, unable to bear watching. She didn't understand why Lin Moyo was doing this. After doing all this, Lin Moyo had the skeletal berserker warrior raise its axe again and smash the corpse's head into a pulp. This time, it used the back of the axe, truly reducing it to a mushy mess. Then, he gathered the mushy mess back together. To Lin Moya's shock, the mushy mess was actually regenerating in the rain. Dongfang Yao was so frightened that she couldn't speak, tightly huddled behind Lin Moyo. Chapter 364. Chapter 364, 364. Chapter 364, No soul, no curse, not alive. Lin Moyo looked at this scene and felt something was very wrong. He didn't believe there was anything that couldn't be killed. Even wild beasts could be killed. How could a mere level 5 low-level corpse be unkillable? The skeletal berserker attacked again, smashing the corpse into even finer pieces and preventing them from reassembling. Yet in the rain, the already muddy flesh showed signs of growth again, and it was growing on its own. This time, Lin Moyo was a bit flustered. Dongfang Yao mustered the courage to peek out and saw the scene of the axe smashing the head. She immediately felt nauseous and scared, quickly closing her eyes again. Lin Moyo ignored Dongfang Yao and targeted another corpse head. Soul flames ignited, aimed at another corpse head. The flames fell, but there was no scream, no movement, not even a reaction. These guys have no soul. Lin Moyo was slightly stunned. The soul flames were ineffective. They had no soul. What kind of monster is this? They couldn't be truly killed, and corpse explosion was useless. Without a soul flames were also useless. Lin Moyo felt like he had seen a ghost. At this moment, Dongfang Yao, pale and weak, said, I heard from my father that the corpses in the corpse realm are unkillable. Lin Moyo shook his head. There's no such thing as something that can't be killed, we just haven't found the right method. As Lin Moyo spoke, a skeletal mage appeared beside him. Skill, elemental explosion. With a loud bang, the corpse head was blown into fragments. Most of it was obliterated in the elemental explosion, leaving only some tiny, almost invisible fragments. These fragments fell to the ground and disappeared. But Lin Moyo kept a close watch on them. He noticed that they began to grow again in the rain. The growth was very slow, and Lin Moyo estimated that it would take several years for them to fully recover to their original state. The skeletal mage continued to attack. Elemental explosions roared continuously. Lin Moyo didn't even leave the tiniest fragment. In the end, there wasn't even a trace left. However, Lin Moyo never received a kill notification. He couldn't be sure if there was no kill notification or if he hadn't killed it at all. So far, this world had given Lin Moyo a very eerie feeling. Lin Moyo then looked at the last corpse head. With a point of his finger, skill, curse of aging. Red light flashed, but the head had no reaction. Lin Moyo's pupils contracted. There was no reaction. The curse was completely ineffective. He realized something, these corpses were not living beings. Even undead creatures like skeletons, though not alive, still had souls. The soul was the most basic existence of a living being. But these corpses had no soul, they were truly just corpses. So they were unaffected by curses and soul attacks. They couldn't be killed because they were already dead. But why could they still move and attack even though they were dead? Even when smashed into pieces, they could still regenerate. Lin Moyo couldn't understand. Let's go. The experiment was over, and there was no point in staying here. Since there was an exit at the center, they had to find a way to reach it. Dongfang Yao breathed a sigh of relief and followed closely behind Lin Moyo, not daring to fall behind. They moved forward in the rain, the rainwater sizzling on the skeletal armor. Lin Moyo replenished the skeletal armor for himself and Dongfang Yao. Along the way, they encountered a few more corpses, all of which were blown to pieces by the skeletal mage. The corpses were very weak, and one elemental explosion was enough to turn them into fragments. The skeletons were constantly corroded by the acidic, foul-smelling rainwater, and Lin Moya couldn't put them away until they left the rain's range. After walking for half an hour, they finally left the rain's range. Lin Moya put away the skeletons. The skeletal mage returned to the summoning space smoothly, but the skeletal berserker couldn't return. Lin Moya stopped, feeling puzzled. Even though they had left the rain's range, why couldn't the skeletal berserker be put away? After careful sensing, he found that the skeletal berserker was still taking damage. The damage was very slight, so slight that he wouldn't have noticed it if he hadn't been paying close attention. It was because of this damage that he couldn't put away the skeletal berserker. Lin Moya carefully searched and finally found the source of the damage. It was the spot where the corpse head had bitten, leaving a mark smaller than a hair. Such a small wound, such a small attack, yet it could last so long. From the moment it was bitten until now, several hours had passed, and it was still there. Lin Moya looked at Dongfang Yao. You said earlier that we mustn't be bitten by the corpses, right? Dongfang Yao, now much calmer, said, yes, my father said that if bitten by a corpse, one would eventually turn into a corpse. Dongfang Yao's face changed slightly, exclaiming, are you saying your skeleton is infected with corpse poison? Is it poison? Or something else? Lin Moya's heart stirred, and the Lich General appeared. Brilliant white light shone on the skeletal berserker. Skill, Purge. Purge, level 3 removes all abnormal statuses from Legion members. Under the Purge skill, the wound on the skeletal berserker's bone quickly disappeared. Lin Moya breathed a sigh of relief. Although this world was strange, it wasn't without solutions. At least this wound could be healed. He tried to put away the skeletal berserker, and it worked smoothly. It was clear that the problem was resolved. Dongfang Yao's eyes widened. You neutralized the corpse poison. Lin Moya shook his head. It wasn't me, it was my summon. Dongfang Yao quickly asked, can your summon neutralize the corpse poison for others? Impossible, the summon skill only works on my summons. Lin Moya's answer made Dongfang Yao feel a wave of disappointment. Dongfang Yao sighed. The hope she had just felt was dashed again. Lin Moya continued walking, and Dongfang Yao immediately followed, saying softly, Lin Moya, if one day you have the ability to cure the corpse poison, can you help me save someone? Lin Moya nodded. As long as it doesn't affect me, I can. Dongfang Yao smiled. Thank you. Lin Moya continued. Have you figured out why we ended up here? Since the Dongfang family had guarded the corpse realm for generations, there must be a reason they ended up here. It must be related to the Dongfang family. Dongfang Yao was smart, and once she calmed down, she would surely figure it out. Dongfang Yao indeed had a guess. If I'm not mistaken, it should be my third uncle who tampered with the teleportation array. Lin Moya looked at her, signaling her to continue. My third uncle is Dongfang Tua, the biological father of Dongfang Shun. He is an 81-level top-tier professional, very powerful, and holds a high position in our Dongfang family. Moreover, he has been to the corpse realm and knows its location. Hearing Dongfang Yao's explanation, it made sense. Lin Moya sneered, isn't he afraid I'll return alive? Dongfang Yao shook her head. He probably never considered that we could return alive. The corpse realm is terrifying, even god-level experts could be in danger here. Besides, even if we manage to return alive, we might not have any evidence. Lin Moya's eyes flashed with killing intent. Even without evidence, sometimes evidence isn't necessary. Just hope that your Dongfang family doesn't choose the wrong side. Dongfang Yao shivered. Lin Moya's words were terrifying. No one had ever dared to threaten the Dongfang family like this. Since the founding of the Divine Summer Empire, the Dongfang family had been the royal family, the rulers of the empire. The royal family governed, and the god generals commanded the military. The two complemented each other but were independent, not interfering with each other. But if a god general were to die at the hands of the royal family, that would be a huge problem. To the soldiers, the god generals were supreme. They would think, I risked my life on the front lines to protect the country, and you kill the god general behind my back. The consequences would be unimaginable. Dongfang Yao held her head. Lin Moya, I promise to give you an explanation when we return. For the sake of the empire, give me a chance. Lin Moya stared at Dongfang Yao for a while, then slowly nodded. It would depend on whether the explanation satisfied him. Lin Moya didn't want the country to fall into chaos, as it would be bad for the people and the human race. But he would never let the culprit go for the sake of these reasons. Lin Moya didn't consider himself a selfless person. Another thunderclap echoed in the sky, illuminating a large area. The torrential rain poured down again. Chapter 365. Chapter 365, 365. Here is the translation of the text into English. Siku Bookstore. Bookshelf. Fantasy. Xiangxia. Romance. History. Online games. Science fiction. Horror. Others. Rankings. Total rankings. Weekly rankings. Monthly rankings. Total recommendation rankings. Weekly recommendation rankings. Monthly recommendation rankings. 1. Home. 2. National job change. Necromancer. I am the catastrophe. 3. Chapter 365, the only dual-class god level. Dear reader, double-click the screen to scroll automatically. Chapter 365, the only dual-class god level. This time, it wasn't just heavy rain, but also lightning. Lin Moya noticed that the purple lightning tinged with black had an eerie quality. The corrosive power of the rain was significantly stronger, and the stench was unbearable. However, the corpses were extremely active in the rain. Lin Moya realized that he and Dongfang Yao, as living beings, seemed to be the brightest presence in the corpse realm. From a distance, corpses would rush towards them. Lin Moya thought that it must be the scent of living beings that attracted the corpses' attention. The corpses had a strong aggression towards these outsiders. Dongfang Yao knew some information about the corpse realm, but not much. Along the way, she had already told Lin Moya everything she knew. For now, Lin Moya had no clues either. They could only take it one step at a time. Boom! Lightning struck down, hitting Lin Moya accurately. The skeletal armor blocked the lightning, but it made a slight noise. The lightning was quite powerful, much stronger than the rain. Dongfang Yao exclaimed, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Lin Moyo had just experienced the lightning element dungeon, so he was used to being struck by lightning. Footsteps sounded, and in the heavy rain, a corpse was rushing towards him. Boom! The sky lit up, and a lightning bolt struck the corpse. The corpse's body shattered into pieces. Lin Moyo was slightly stunned. How could the lightning strike even the corpses? It seemed that being struck by lightning was just a matter of luck. The next second, his eyes changed as he saw an unusual scene. Electric light emerged from the shattered corpse, pulling the limbs back together and quickly reconnecting them. The reassembled corpse was clearly stronger than before. With a hint of curiosity, he used the detection skill. Low-level corpse. Level 10. It was still a low-level corpse, but its level had increased to 10. It was indeed much stronger than the ones he had encountered before. The hundreds of corpses they had encountered along the way were all level 5, and this was the first time he had encountered a level 10 one. No, it was level 5 before being struck by lightning. The lightning had caused its evolution. A bold idea suddenly came to Lin Moya's mind. What if he didn't use the skeletal armor and got struck by lightning? Of course, this idea was fleeting. In this eerie world, without complete assurance, he couldn't take such a risk. No matter how bold or ruthless, he couldn't joke with his own life. A skeletal mage appeared beside him. With a boom, an elemental explosion instantly blew the newly evolved low-level corpse into pieces. It would regenerate, but it would take a long time. Unknowingly, they had been in the corpse realm for 2 days. There was no day or night here, but fortunately, they had communicators to keep track of time. After a whole day of exploration, they finally had some understanding of the corpse realm. This world was rainy, and in 2 days, they had traveled about 1,000 kilometers, encountering 10 rainstorms. The intensity of the rain varied. The heavier the rain, the smaller the coverage area. The lighter the rain, the larger the coverage area. Among them, there were 2 heavy rainstorms, during which lightning would strike. Lin Moyo had been struck 5 times, and Dongfang Yao had been struck twice. The lightning struck not only them but also the corpses. Without exception, the corpses struck by lightning all evolved, their levels increased, and they became stronger. Lin Moya noticed that the lightning never struck the ground, it always had a target. And he finally found a path. Because he saw level 6 and level 7 corpses. According to Lin Moya's guess, the closer they got to the center of the world, the higher the level of the corpses. This could be compared to the ancient battlefield and the abyssal world. The core area of the ancient battlefield was a concentration of high-level monsters. In the abyssal world, the closer to the center, the stronger the abyssal flames, and the more powerful the demons. The corpse realm was likely the same. Following this guess, Lin Moya used the level of the corpses as coordinates and moved forward. Dongfang Yao thought Lin Moya's choice was correct and followed closely behind, without any objections. At this moment, she didn't dare to have any opinions. Without Lin Moya, she would have been waiting to die. She might soon become a member of the corpse realm. Dongfang Yao had been missing for 2 days, and the royal family was in chaos. In the luxurious palace, Dongfang Yi sat on the throne, his eyes filled with anger. "Have you found out?" On his left were members of the royal family, and on his right were the elders of the empire. Several of them remained silent. An elder of the empire said, "Your Majesty, we are investigating, but it seems the teleportation array has been tampered with, and we are still sorting it out." Dongfang Yi said in a deep voice, 2 days have passed, and you still haven't sorted it out? Is Master Zhang Heya the one sorting it out? The elder replied, "Yes, Master Zhang Heya was sorting it out, but so far, there are no results." Outside the palace, an old man walked in with a staff. His attire was that of a formation master, with formation symbols embroidered on his collar and cuffs. Seeing the old man, Dongfang Yi immediately stood up, followed by everyone else. Dongfang Yi quickly walked over to greet him. "Master Zhang, how is it? Any results?" Zhang Heya shook his head. "Sorry, I couldn't sort it out. The person who tampered with it is very skilled. After the teleportation, they disrupted the formation lines. Now this teleportation array is a tangled mess, and I can't untangle it." Dongfang Yi knew that setting up a teleportation array was simple, and destroying one was also simple. But sorting out the lines of a disrupted teleportation array, especially finding clues about the previous teleportation direction, was extremely difficult. "Is there no other way?" Dongfang Yi asked. Zhang Heya was the strongest formation master in the royal family, an 89-level formation master, just 1 step away from god level. If even he had no solution, Dongfang Yi couldn't think of anyone else. Zhang Heya said, "Perhaps he can help." Dongfang Yi asked urgently, "Who?" Zhang Heya said in a deep voice, "Meng Yanwen, the god of peace, the first formation master of the human race." Meng Yanwen, known as the god of peace, the master of the divine summer tower, a figure on par with Bai Yaiwan. People only knew the god of peace but didn't know his knowledge. Meng Yanwen was very low-key and rarely appeared in public. If Zhang Heya hadn't mentioned him, even Dongfang Yi wouldn't have thought of him. Meng Yanwen was not only the first formation master of the human race but also the first alchemist. Yes, he was an extremely rare dual-class professional. Dual-class professionals were rarer than legendary professionals, but they could occasionally be seen. However, Meng Yanwen was the only dual-class professional to reach god level. Dongfang Yi thought for a moment, I'll go invite him. To invite Meng Yanwen, only he was qualified, no one else was. Normally, it might be difficult to find him, but now Meng Yanwen was in charge of the Divine Summer Tower, conducting trials. He could be found. Especially since the missing persons included not only his daughter but also Lin Moyo. As far as he knew, Lin Moyo had a close relationship with Meng Yanwen, so Meng Yanwen should take action. Dongfang Yi turned into a stream of light and flew towards Xiajing Academy. A minute later, he arrived above Xiajing Academy and saw the Divine Summer Tower from a distance. The trials were still ongoing. After using 500 people as grindstones for Lin Moyo, Meng Yanwen had arranged normal trials for them. The rewards were even better than last year, as compensation. Dongfang Yi was anxious and couldn't wait any longer, flying directly over. God of Peace, Dongfang Yi requests an audience. Dongfang Yi's voice echoed throughout Xiajing Academy. The academy was instantly in an uproar. The ruler, Dongfang Yi. The ruler has come personally to see the God of Peace. The ruler of the Divine Summer Empire is the most handsome man in the empire. Finally, we can see him in person. And the God of Peace, I've heard he's also very handsome. Countless students ran out. Interestingly, many female students were more interested in the appearance of Dongfang Yi and the God of Peace than their strength. One by one, they ran out and saw Dongfang Yi, exclaiming in surprise. Dongfang Yi was indeed very handsome and had an extraordinary temperament. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a daughter like Dongfang Yao. After delivering his message, Dongfang Yi waited quietly. 10 seconds later, a figure slowly flew out of the Divine Summer Tower. With a graceful demeanor and flowing robes, Meng Yanwen, the god-level powerhouse, displayed his full elegance. Wow, the God of Peace is so handsome. Elegant and refined, such grace, such posture, he's unbeatable. I think the God of Peace is even more handsome than the ruler. I want to marry the God of Peace. Meng Yanwen pointed his finger, and a barrier fell between the two, blocking all sound. Dongfang Yi, what brings you here? Chapter 366. Chapter 366, 366. Chapter 366, the Dongfang family awaits burial. After laying down the formation, Dongfang Yi's heart trembled slightly. A god-level formation master was indeed extraordinary. The skills had merged into his being, casually wielded, and completely natural. Dongfang Yi greets Masterin. Dongfang Yi did not arrogantly call himself the ruler, appearing very humble. He also knew that in the presence of a fellow god-level being, his status as ruler was useless. Only his identity as a god-level expert allowed him to converse with Meng Yanwen as an equal. Meng Yanwen and Dongfang Yi had met once many years ago, so there was no need for pleasantries. Ruler, just state your business directly. There's no need to ascend the 3 treasure hall without a reason. Dongfang Yi recounted the disappearance of his daughter Dongfang Yao and Lin Moyo. Meng Yanwen's expression changed slightly, they're missing. Dongfang Yi nodded, indeed, they're missing, but the teleportation array has been tampered with, and we can't untangle it. Please lead the way, ruler. Meng Yanwen did not hesitate, as it involved Lin Moyo, so he naturally would not refuse. The two transformed into streaks of light and flew towards the palace. In the blink of an eye, they landed in front of the teleportation array inside the palace. Meng Yanwen stepped into the teleportation array, waved his hand, and closed his eyes to sense it. After a moment, Meng Yanwen said, it has indeed been tampered with. The one who tampered with it is quite skilled, completely disrupting the formation lines. Dongfang Yi asked anxiously, can it be untangled? Meng Yanwen let out a light laugh, not difficult. With a series of finger movements, formation runes flew into the teleportation array. The teleportation array continuously emitted ringing sounds and trembled unceasingly. Dongfang Yi remained silent, as specialized skills were beyond his comprehension. In just a few minutes, the teleportation array suddenly emitted a brilliant light and hummed. Meng Yanwen said softly, done. Dongfang Yi was overjoyed. Can Masterin determine where my daughter and Lin Xinjian went? Meng Yanwen said softly, the last teleportation. Then his expression changed, it was the corpse realm that your Dongfang family has guarded for generations. What? Dongfang Yi turned pale in shock. How could they have ended up there? Impossible, the corpse realm has been sealed, and the only passage is not here. How could they have teleported there from here? Dongfang Yi was somewhat flustered. As the ruler and a god-level expert in the Dongfang family, he was well versed in the corpse realm. The corpse realm had already been sealed, and it was almost impossible to teleport there, defying common sense. Meng Yanwen continued to sense the teleportation array, and gradually, a cold smile appeared on his face. Not a bad method, using the seal-breaking firestone to briefly break the seal and conduct a random teleportation. Dongfang Yi was stunned. The seal-breaking firestone was not a human artifact but an item from the Abyss demons, condensed from the fires of the Abyss, capable of breaking most seals and formations. Even the seal on the corpse realm could be broken for an instant with the seal-breaking firestone. In that instant, the teleportation array was used to throw Lin Moyo and Dongfang Yao into the corpse realm. After hearing this, Dongfang Yi's expression turned grim. The seal-breaking firestone came from the Abyss demons, indicating that the one who tampered with it had ties to the demon worshippers. His first thought was that the demon worshippers had infiltrated his Dongfang family. The demon worshippers had already infiltrated the council, which was shocking enough. Some time ago, he heard that something similar had happened at Fortress No. 9 in the military. He never expected the demon worshippers to have infiltrated his Dongfang family as well. This was a huge deal, so huge that he could hardly believe it. Masterin, can you find out who it was? Dongfang Yi asked without the slightest hesitation. Now, finding Dongfang Yao was secondary, the matter of the demon worshippers was too significant. As the ruler, he was clear about priorities. However, Meng Yanwen did not share his view. That's not urgent, he can't escape. First, tell me how to get to the corpse realm. I need to bring Moyo back. Meng Yanwen now wore a cold smile, his eyes filled with killing intent. How the Dongfang family handled this was none of his concern. Lin Moya's matter was what he cared about. The corpse realm was not a good place, a terrifying world left behind from an ancient battle. Lin Moya's entrapment there was undoubtedly dangerous. Dongfang Yi smiled bitterly. There's no way to bring him back. Say that again. Meng Yanwen's voice turned completely cold. The aura of a god-level expert rose from his body, and the temperature in the palace dropped sharply. Meng Yanwen had not taken action in decades, and no one knew the true extent of his terrifying power. Dongfang Yi quickly explained, it's true, my daughter is also trapped in the corpse realm, and I'm very anxious too. But the corpse realm truly has no way out. Alas, please come with me, Masterin. You'll understand once you see. Dongfang Yi walked into the teleportation array and quickly formed a few hand seals, and the two were instantly teleported to another location, an underground space of immense proportions. The circular space had a height of at least 500 meters and a diameter exceeding 10 kilometers. A majestic formation was laid out here, slowly rotating and humming. A large amount of elemental energy was being drawn from underground and infused into the formation to sustain its operation and consumption. Meng Yanwen frowned slightly. A god-level formation. Dongfang Yi nodded. It's a god-level formation left behind by our ancestors. Meng Yanwen did not ask further and stepped into the formation, forming a hand seal. Formation spirit, come forth. Any god-level formation would have a formation spirit. Formation spirits possessed intelligence, and the higher the level and age of the formation, the greater the intelligence of the formation spirit. A massive sphere of light appeared within the formation. Greetings to the god-level formation master, welcome. I am the spirit of the demon sealing formation. As expected, it could communicate, and its intelligence was indeed formidable. Meng Yanwen asked, what is your purpose? Formation spirit, to guard the seal of the corpse realm and issue warnings, to cooperate with human experts in blocking corpse invasions. The formation spirit would not lie, although intelligent, it was simple. It could only engage in simple communication and would not think independently. Meng Yanwen continued, I want to enter the corpse realm. Formation spirit, forbidden. The corpse realm opens once every 100 years, and it is sealed during the interim. Meng Yanwen frowned slightly, but what if I must enter? Formation spirit, the formation will self-destruct, and all its energy will be used to reinforce the seal. Below the quasi-divine realm, forcible entry is impossible. Meng Yanwen did not doubt the formation spirit's words, as he could sense the terrifying energy accumulated within the formation. This energy was enough to make even a god-level expert like himself tremble. It was unknown how many years it had been accumulating. If all of it were used to reinforce the seal on the corpse realm would be as solid as metal for at least a few decades. This was the last opportunity for the human race. Meng Yanwen asked further, how long until the next passage opens? Formation spirit, 3 years and 677 days remaining. Over 3 years, a long time to wait. Meng Yanwen pondered for a moment and asked, if someone accidentally enters the corpse realm, how can they return? The formation spirit said, at the center of the corpse realm, there is an exit. If they are human, they can return through exit 677. Meng Yanwen said solemnly, good. If anyone returns through the exit, notify me. As he spoke, he left a wisp of a spiritual imprint on the formation spirit. The formation spirit resonated, your instructions will be obeyed, respected god-level formation master. Meng Yanwen left the formation, and the formation spirit disappeared. The next second, killing intent rose from Meng Yanwen's body. Now we can deal with the traitors in your family. Dongfang Yi, if Xiao returns safely, all will be well, and you can continue as the royal family. But if anything happens to Xiao, the Divine Summer Tower will come in person. The White God's Fist, the Mad God's Blade, and the army's battle formation, I don't think you want to see any of them. Dongfang Yi's face changed dramatically. This was a very serious statement. It was almost a direct threat. If Lin Moya dies, the Dongfang family will be buried with him. Dongfang Yi wanted to say something, but he couldn't find the words. He never imagined that things would escalate to this extent. Meng Yanwen didn't care about his emotions and continued, Xiao was my disciple, as well as the disciple of the White God and the Mad God. Xiao's elder sister is the disciple of that person, the only disciple. The siblings have a very close relationship, even sharing the primordial rune. Xiao is a god general, the youngest god general among the human race. So, you better pray for your own good. Meng Yanwen's words seemed like self-talk, but they were meant for Dongfang Yi to hear, to make Dongfang Yi understand that the situation was far more serious than he thought. As he spoke, a faint thread of energy appeared in Meng Yanwen's hand. The thread, made of energy, pierced through space and extended far away. Follow this thread, bring the person here, and interrogate him thoroughly. Until Xiao's situation is confirmed, he must not die. Chapter 367. Chapter 367, 367. Chapter 367, falling into the corpse realm might not be a bad thing. If anyone in the human race understands the abyssal demons the best, it is undoubtedly the military. Lin, soldiers have been fighting abyssal demons for years, so they must understand them thoroughly to fight effectively. Not only do they understand the demons, but they are also very knowledgeable about various items in the abyss. Most of the items made by abyssal demons are stone-like, and the seal-breaking firestone is one of them. Made from the fire of the abyss, the seal-breaking firestone can break seals, barriers, and formations. So when the power of the seal-breaking firestone was sensed, the nature of the matter changed. The human race and the abyssal demons are mortal enemies. Any association with the demons is considered treason, an unforgivable crime. Using the seal-breaking firestone leaves a faint trace of abyssal energy. This energy will linger for a long time. Similarly, tampering with formations will leave traces, which cannot be hidden from a god-level formation master like Meng Yanwen. Following Meng Yanwen's guidance, Dongfang Yi arrived at Dongfang Tua's room. Dongfang Tua had long since disappeared, and even Dongfang Shun was nowhere to be found. All that was left was a puppet, a substitute with an aura identical to Dongfang Tua's. He used this puppet to cover his tracks and conceal the abyssal energy. Escaped. Dongfang Yi's face turned grim. Dongfang Tua's escape confirmed the entire matter. For the Dongfang family, this was a great humiliation. Having a traitor in the royal family who colluded with the abyssal demons was a huge scandal. Meng Yanwen sneered, "I will issue a wanted order through the military. As for the empire, you handle it yourselves. If anything happens to Xiao, you will have to fend for yourselves." Meng Yanwen left, but the killing intent lingered for a long time. Although Meng Yanwen was not Lin Moya's teacher, he acted as if he were. In Meng Yanwen's eyes, Lin Moya was his disciple. In Lin Moya's eyes, he had long regarded Meng Yanwen as his teacher. Dongfang Yi's face turned pale. There was nothing he could do now but pray that Lin Moya would be safe. Orders were issued from the palace, spreading across the nation. Dongfang Tua was wanted for treason against the human race. Shortly after Meng Yanwen returned to the Divine Summer Tower, a terrifying killing intent erupted from the tower. The sky over Xiaojing City turned pitch black, day and night reversed. The killing intent, like dark clouds, enveloped the palace, exerting immense pressure and alarming almost all the royal family members. Everyone in the palace felt as if a sword was hanging over their heads, ready to fall at any moment. Many buildings in the palace creaked and collapsed. Dongfang Li was startled awake from his secret realm, rushing out with a horrified expression, staring at the sky. He was also a god-level expert, at level 92. With just one glance, he could tell that the other party was much stronger than himself. Soon, another god-level expert from the royal family arrived, Dongfang Zhan. Like Dongfang Li, he was also at level 92. Dongfang Li said in a deep voice, "Such strong killing intent, it must be at level 95. Dongfang Zhan's face was solemn. "This is the killing intent of the mad god. When did we offend the mad god?" Dongfang Yi also arrived, his face extremely grave. "This is a warning from the mad god." At this moment, all three god-level experts of the royal family were present. Dongfang Yi sighed and recounted Dongfang Tua's actions. The two men's faces turned extremely grim. Dongfang Zhan said in a deep voice, "Find Dongfang Tua, alive or dead." Dongfang Li also said, "Thoroughly investigate the family, see if there are any others hiding among us." With the god-level experts speaking, the Dongfang family sprang into action. Dongfang Yi knew that no matter what they did now, it ultimately depended on whether Lin Moya could return safely. Otherwise, even if Meng Yanwen didn't take action, they would still be in trouble with Yin Quansheng. The situation was truly dire. In the corpse realm, Lin Moya had already found the right direction. The level of the corpses they encountered along the way was gradually increasing, and their speed was also accelerating. Now, he had encountered level 10 corpses. He had also encountered violent lightning, and level 10 corpses struck by lightning could evolve into level 15 corpses. In the rain, Lin Moya then cleared away a level 15 corpse that had just been struck by lightning. Dongfang Yao followed closely behind Lin Moya, not daring to fall behind by even half a step. 3 days had passed, and Dongfang Yao had completely calmed down. Gradually, she was also influenced by Lin Moya's emotions, adopting to take things as they come attitude. At this time, Lin Moya also learned about Dongfang Yao's profession, Holy Shield Warrior. A very rare profession, unique to the royal family, with a bloodline inheritance. There are many families with bloodline inherited professions, such as the Ni family with the Legion Overlord profession, the Mo family with the Summoner bloodline, and the Ning family with the Mage bloodline. There are also some extremely special bloodline families, such as the Feng family with the Divine Swordsman bloodline, and the Dongfang family with the Holy Shield Warrior. This bloodline has the ability to upgrade professions. At first glance, the Holy Shield Warrior seems to be just a rare profession. At the second job change, there is almost a 100% chance of directly upgrading to a legendary profession. It is not a profession sublimation but an upgrade ability brought by the bloodline. It is more like the power of the bloodline being activated. If a profession sublimation occurs again, it can leap to become a mid-level legendary profession. When talking about her bloodline, Dongfang Yao couldn't help but show a hint of pride. "Apart from our Dongfang family, you won't find another Holy Shield Warrior. Our Holy Shield Warriors have some skills of both knights and warriors. Our defense is not much worse than knights, and our attack power can rival berserkers." Her words implied that the Holy Shield Warrior was a very strong profession. But halfway through her speech, she suddenly fell silent, realizing that she was standing in front of someone with an incredibly powerful profession. She still needed his protection to survive in the corpse realm. Her Holy Shield Warrior seemed insignificant. Lin Moya didn't say anything. He never underestimated any profession. Especially now, after mastering most professions, Lin Moya believed even more that there were no useless professions, only useless professionals. Even a life profession has its advantages. As long as the level can be raised, it won't be bad. After walking for half a day, they saw another storm ahead. The sour stench filled the air. Lightning illuminated the dark ground, accurately striking the corpses. Those lucky enough to be struck by lightning were all evolving. Lin Moya suddenly said, "I want to try being struck by lightning." Boom! Thunder roared, covering Lin Moya's words. Dongfang Yao exclaimed, "What did you say?" Lin Moya said softly, "Nothing, you wait here, don't move." He released 2 skeletal mages to protect Dongfang Yao and walked into the storm alone. Dongfang Yao watched Lin Moya, not knowing what he was going to do. Boom! Another lightning bolt struck, hitting Lin Moya. Along the way, they had been struck by lightning many times, but with the skeletal armor, they were unharmed. But this time, at the moment the lightning struck, Lin Moya removed the skeletal armor, letting the lightning hit him. Along with the lightning came the rain, which was highly corrosive. Dongfang Yao screamed, unable to believe what she was seeing. The next second, white light reappeared on Lin Moya's body, and the skeletal armor reappeared, allowing Dongfang Yao to breathe a sigh of relief. The lightning struck, electric currents flowed, and his body felt slightly numb and warm. All the damage was shared by the skeletons, so he was not injured, but the slight warmth remained in his body. Obtained Genesis Lightning, experience plus 100,000. Seeing the message, Lin Moya was slightly surprised, then suddenly understood. He realized why the corpses struck by lightning evolved, because they also gained experience. So their levels increased. And when he was struck by lightning, he also gained experience. But only 100,000 experience, which was too little. Based on the experience gained over the past few days, in a storm, lightning would only strike the same target once. It never struck a second time. Lin Moya shared his discovery with Dongfang Yao, who was also surprised. She had never heard of such a thing, but she couldn't be struck by lightning like Lin Moya. Without damage transfer, just the raindrops would be enough to cause fatal damage. They continued forward, and in the following days, whenever they encountered a storm, Lin Moya would actively go to be struck by lightning. It wasn't for the experience, such a small amount of experience didn't matter to Lin Moya. Every time he was struck by lightning, a slight warmth would remain, called Genesis Lightning. His sixth sense told him that Genesis Lightning was unusual, and if accumulated to a certain amount, it might have some wonderful effect. In this way, falling into the corpse realm wasn't entirely a bad thing. Chapter 368. Chapter 368, 368. Chapter 368. If something happens to Xiao, the Dongfang family will be annihilated. Lin Moya remembered what Meng Anwen had once told him. Opportunities often come with dangers. Sometimes, the more dangerous a place is, the greater the opportunity it hides. But behind great opportunities, there can also be death. Lin Moya kept this in mind, and now it seemed to be true. The corpse realm, which Dongfang Yao described as extremely dangerous, where even god-level experts could die, unexpectedly contained such a wondrous thing as the Genesis Lightning. Lin Moya had been struck by lightning hundreds of times on this journey, and the warm current within him grew stronger and stronger, making Lin Moya happier and happier. It had been 7 days since they entered the corpse realm, and they had traveled more than 3,000 kilometers in those 7 days. Lin Moya's chosen direction seemed to be correct, as the level of the corpses they encountered kept increasing. Now, the corpses they met had all surpassed level 20. After being struck by the Genesis Lightning, a level 20 corpse could evolve to level 24, but the rate of evolution had slowed down. This was because the experience gained from the Genesis Lightning remained the same, but the higher the level, the more experience was needed to level up. Naturally, the rate of leveling up would slow down. "Have you noticed a pattern?" Lin Moya asked. Dongfang Yao looked at him with a hint of confusion. "What pattern?" Lin Moya said, "I noticed that the corpses that were struck by lightning and leveled up left their original area. So I guess that corpses of different levels have their own activity areas." Dongfang Yao's eyes lit up slightly. "If we follow the pattern that the closer we get to the center, the higher the level of the corpses, then as long as we follow the direction the corpses are moving, we'll be able to reach the center." Dongfang Yao was not stupid. With Lin Moya's reminder, she immediately understood. Lin Moya nodded. "That's right, so these past few days, I've been adjusting our direction, and we shouldn't have gone the wrong way." Only then did Dongfang Yao notice that Lin Moya had indeed made slight adjustments to their direction several times in the past few days. It turned out he was following the path of the corpses. Seeming to think of something, her pretty face suddenly turned slightly red, and she blurted out, "I thought." "Thought what?" Lin Moya looked at her strangely, not knowing what this princess was thinking. Dongfang Yao said in a low voice, "I thought you were adjusting the direction these past few days to find the rainstorms and get struck by lightning." The corners of Lin Moya's mouth twitched twice. Women's thoughts were a bit strange. That's one aspect, but the most important thing is to find the path to the center. Lin Moya was still thinking about returning, as the ancestral land of the Genesis Academy was about to open, and he couldn't miss it. This was related to whether he could achieve profession sublimation during his third job change. Because his attributes had increased so much during his second job change, the effect of profession sublimation didn't seem to have manifested. But Lin Moya was very clear in his heart that if it weren't for profession sublimation, his attributes couldn't have exploded like this. It would be the same for his third job change. Completing 2 profession sublimations would push his attributes to the limit. At this time, the outside world was in an uproar. The Divine Summer Empire had experienced several major events in succession. The military and the empire simultaneously issued arrest warrants for former members of the royal family, Dongfang Tua and Dongfang Shun. The two had disappeared like rats, vanishing without a trace. With a single order from Dongfang Yi, the two were declared guilty of treason against the human race and could be killed on sight. The trials of the Divine Summer Tower had finally ended 3 days ago, after which Bai Yaiwan and Yan Quanqing arrived together at Fortress No. 9. It was said that on that day, Fortress No. 9 was filled with a murderous aura. Several people were executed on the spot. The third event was that a nationwide campaign was launched against the demon worshippers. This campaign would last for a long time, and who knows how many people would be executed. However, for the human race, anyone associated with the Abyss demons deserved to die. After leaving Fortress No. 9, Bai Yaiwan did not return to the White God's residence but instead entered the Soul Palace within Fortress No. 1, where he focused on Lin Moya's soul imprint. Yan Quanqing returned to the Divine Summer Tower, and since his return, a terrifying murderous aura had lingered like a dark cloud over the Imperial Palace. The people in Xiajing City could see that a layer of black clouds constantly shrouded the Imperial Palace. The atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme, and all members of the royal family were afraid to speak out. After all, the owner of this murderous aura was Yan Quanqing, and might made right. On the 15th day after Lin Moya's disappearance, a person arrived outside the Imperial Palace. She was tall and slender, with a near-perfect appearance, long, straight legs, and an extraordinary charm that emanated from her entire being. Her arrival attracted countless gazes. She walked gracefully towards the teleportation array outside the royal palace. "Who are you?" A group of guards stationed at the teleportation array immediately stopped her. She let out a charming laugh, and 2 exquisite swords appeared in her hands. With a few flashes of her swords, her movements as graceful as a dance, the entire squad of 6 guards, with an average level exceeding 55, was severely injured. Then, with a few more sword strikes, she directly destroyed the teleportation array outside the palace. Shrill alarms rang out from within the palace, and the powerful experts inside quickly took to the air, rushing towards her. "How dare you? Do you know the crime you've committed by destroying the royal teleportation array?" These past few days, the royal family had already been troubled enough. With the dark clouds looming overhead, even breathing felt oppressive. They never expected someone to come knocking on their door. And it was an exceptionally beautiful woman, no less. Lin Mochen held her twin swords and slowly rose into the air, standing gracefully in mid-air. Her clear voice echoed throughout the entire palace. "From this day forth, no one from the royal family is permitted to take a single step outside the palace. Anyone who leaves will be killed without mercy." Her voice was melodious and pleasant, but her words were filled with killing intent. What audacity! She must be seeking death. Several top-level professionals from the royal family sneered coldly and simultaneously attacked Lin Mochen. With a graceful twist of her exquisite figure, Lin Mochen's sword aura transformed into a dragon, instantly blasting back the top-level professionals and severely injuring them to the point where they couldn't get up. The vast difference in strength between these top-level professionals was evident. Lin Mochen acted as if she had done something trivial, and her voice gradually turned cold. "If anything happens to Xiao, I will annihilate your Dongfang family." Inside the palace, in the main hall, the ruler Dongfang Yi, the god-level expert Dongfang Zhan, and some elders of the family had gathered. They were about to take action, but Dongfang Yi stopped them. "How infuriating, to be attacked at our own doorstep. Ruler, why are you stopping us?" They all clamored incessantly. Dongfang Zhan said coldly, "When has our Dongfang family ever suffered such insult? Ruler, what is your reason for stopping us?" Dongfang Yi sighed. Her name is Lin Mochen, and she is Lin Moya's elder sister. These past few days, their family's troubles had all been because of Lin Moyo. But it wasn't just Lin Moyo who had fallen into the corpse realm, their princess was also trapped there. The members of the royal family had already endured enough humiliation, and a few of them, unable to contain their anger any longer, shouted loudly, "Even if we were in the wrong regarding the god General Lin's matter, but for her to openly attack our doorstep like this, where is the face of our Dongfang family? I see she's only level 70. Let me go and deal with her, at most I won't harm her." Dongfang Yi shook his head. "It's not that simple. Lin Mochen is that person's disciple, her only disciple." That person. Everyone gasped in cold air. The only person Dongfang Yi would refer to as that person was the one and only in the entire human race. Her younger brother was not only a god general but also the disciple of the White God, the Mad God, and the God of Peace, the 3 supreme deities. As for his elder sister, she was even more monstrous, reaching level 70 at such a young age, with terrifying strength, and being accepted as that person's only disciple. Everyone cursed inwardly. Why did they have to provoke these 2 freaks? Take action? Who dared to take action now? If they harmed even a single hair on Lin Mochen, that person might directly take action and annihilate the entire Dongfang family. That person's protectiveness was well documented in history. They could only swallow their anger, grind their teeth and swallow them whole. Now, they could only pray that nothing would happen to Lin Moyo. Otherwise, the Dongfang family would truly be finished. The Divine Summer Empire might as well change its ruling family. In front of Lin Moyo and Dongfang Yao was a rainstorm with a diameter exceeding 10 kilometers. The area covered by the previous rainstorm was fixed and unchanging, but this rainstorm was slowly moving, bringing torrential rain and terrifying lightning strikes. The environment had changed. Thunderous roars echoed from within the rainstorm, accompanied by one lightning bolt after another. Vaguely, they could see many corpses standing in the rain, some of them with strange shapes. Lin Moya realized that he had entered a completely different area. Suddenly, everything went dark in front of him, and Dongfang Yao cried out, "Be careful!" A black shadow slammed into Lin Moyu with great force. The skeletal armor flashed with white light, deflecting the shadow back. The shadow rolled on the ground and then bounced back towards them at an incredible speed, far surpassing any corpse they had encountered before. An Abyss Hellhound. Chapter 369. Chapter 369, 369. Chapter 369. Danger and opportunity go hand in hand, the Genesis Scepter. Unexpectedly, Lin Moyu encountered an Abyss Hellhound in the corpse realm. However, like the other corpses, this Abyss Hellhound was also a corpse, with its flesh rotting and seemingly dead yet alive. At the moment he saw the Abyss Hellhound, Lin Moyu realized one thing: the Abyss demons had also participated in the great battle that created the corpse realm. It's possible that the dragons were also involved. Lin Moyu pondered in his heart as he cast the detect skill with his fingers. Rotten Hellhound. Level 40. Seeing the information transmitted back, Lin Moyu understood that he had truly entered another realm. His path was indeed correct. In the distance, another corpse was moving. It had discovered Lin Moyu and was running over at a rapid speed, faster than any corpse he had seen before. It should also be level 40, a mid-level corpse. The information fed back by the detect skill was exactly as he had expected. It was indeed a mid-level corpse, reaching level 40. Not only had the environment changed, but the corpses within had also changed. It was as if an invisible line divided the two areas, with the area behind being the low-level region and the area in front being the mid-level region. From afar, Lin Moyu could see corpses running over from the low-level region. After entering the mid-level region, they would start moving slowly again. Before discovering a target to attack, the corpses did not move quickly. A skeletal mage appeared beside him, immediately unleashing an elemental explosion, blasting the rotten hellhound and the mid-level corpse into powder. No matter their level 40, they were still no match for the skeletal mage's attack. However, after entering this area, Lin Moyu became slightly more serious. At the very least, he had summoned a few skeletal mages by his side, giving the corpses some face. Dongfang Yao now followed Lin Moyu even more closely. In Lin Moyu's eyes, these level 40 corpse hellhounds were nothing, but in her eyes, they were terrifying. If just 2 or 3 of them came, she would be dead for sure. The key was that she couldn't be bitten by them, or else she would turn into a corpse herself. Dongfang Yao knew the consequences of being bitten, so she practically stuck to Lin Moyu, not daring to leave his side for even half a step, as she gazed at the nearby storm. Wait here, Lin Moyu left her with those words and strode into the storm. Over the past few days, Dongfang Yao had become accustomed to Lin Moyu going into the storm alone to be struck by lightning while she waited outside. This time, Lin Moyu left 2 skeletal mages to protect Dongfang Yao, as they had now entered the mid-level region and needed to be more careful. As soon as he entered the range of the storm, Lin Moyu immediately felt the difference. The intensity of the rain was much stronger than in the low-level region, carrying a nauseating sour stench and greater corrosiveness. At the same time, it was accompanied by gusts of raging wind, howling loudly. This was not just a rainstorm but a true storm, a thunderstorm. In the low-level region, it could only be called a rainstorm, as there was no wind. However, in the mid-level region, it carried strong winds, and like the rain, the wind possessed tremendous corrosive power. Add to that the flashes of lightning and thunder, and it was just like a storm. Through his skeletal armor, Lin Moyu could clearly judge that the overall damage of the storm in the mid-level region was about 10 times greater than in the low-level region. Thunder rumbled, and Lin Moyu waited for half a minute in the storm before finally encountering the first bolt of lightning. This bolt of lightning was thicker than those in the low-level region, with a hint of black lines, appearing somewhat eerie. At the moment the lightning struck him, Lin Moyu removed his skeletal armor, allowing the lightning to hit his body directly. The damage transfer skill triggered, and the all-encompassing connection talent activated. All the damage Lin Moyu sustained was shared among all his summons. Obtained Genesis Lightning, experience plus 1 million. At the same time as receiving this prompt, a warm current 10 times greater than before entered his body. In an instant, it merged with the warm current he had accumulated within his body. The warm current instantly swelled, reaching its limit, and then fiercely metamorphosed. Electricity crackled all over his body, making crackling sounds. Lin Moyu had long felt that the Genesis Lightning he had obtained was about to reach its limit, and something would likely happen. Unexpectedly, after enduring hundreds of lightning strikes, he finally reached the mid-level region and absorbed an even more powerful Genesis Lightning. This caused the true metamorphosis. Lightning continuously emanated from his body, and Lin Moyu realized that one of his attributes was changing. Originally, after absorbing the lightning crystal, he had 50% immunity to lightning elemental damage. Now, this trait had become 60%. 60% immunity to lightning elemental damage. Combined with his 5x elemental damage reduction, assuming 10,000 points of lightning elemental attack damage, he would ultimately only take 800 points of damage. The damage was reduced by a total of 12 times. Moreover, this 800 points of damage would still be shared among all his summons. This was just a slight change in his attributes, and an even greater change was still ongoing. A small scepter appeared in Lin Moyu's palm. The scepter was only the size of his palm, purely composed of lightning elements. At the top of the scepter, there was a lightning bolt symbol, like an exquisite gem embedded in it. Genesis Scepter, damaged. Can be repaired by absorbing Genesis Lightning. It looked like a weapon or equipment, but it had no attributes or additional descriptions. Lin Moyo estimated that it was because of its damaged state that it lacked attributes. Absorb Genesis Lightning. Lin Moyo pondered, looking at the dense thunderclouds in the sky. The wings of lightning activated, and wings instantly spread out from his back. Lin Moyo transformed into lightning and charged into the thunderclouds. From outside the storm, Dongfang Yao stared in a daze, muttering, how can he fly now? Those lightning-like wings look so powerful. Lin Moyo dove into the thunderclouds, immediately attracting the attention of the lightning. A large amount of lightning bolts thundered towards him, trying to drive out this intruder. Lin Moyo gripped the Genesis scepter, intending to absorb the lightning. However, his skeletal armor flickered with light, rejecting all the lightning from his body. The Genesis scepter couldn't absorb even a single strand. Lin Moyo frowned, his heart growing fierce, and he abruptly removed his skeletal armor. In an instant, dozens or even hundreds of lightning bolts struck his body. Obtained Genesis Lightning, experience plus 1 million. Obtained Genesis Lightning, experience plus 1 million. Seeking fresh flowers. Obtained Genesis Lightning, experience plus 1 million. Prompts popped up like crazy. His experience was rapidly increasing. The warm current reappeared within his body, swelling rapidly. Its speed was dozens or even hundreds of times faster than before. When the warm current reached its limit, it transformed into lightning and flowed into the Genesis scepter. The Genesis scepter emitted a faint glow, seeming to become slightly brighter. Lin Moyo understood that he needed to use his own body as a medium to absorb enough Genesis lightning and then transfer it to the Genesis scepter. The Genesis scepter did not require lightning itself but rather some special substance within the lightning. After realizing this, Lin Moyo knew that he might be the only one capable of doing this. If it were someone like Dongfang Yao, a single lightning bolt would likely reduce her to ashes. Only he, with a large number of summons sharing the damage and his own extremely strong immunity to lightning elements, could absorb and condense the special substance from a vast amount of lightning and finally transfer it to the Genesis scepter. As he absorbed more and more lightning, the Genesis scepter was becoming brighter. Meanwhile, the onslaught of lightning was gradually decreasing. After 1 minute, the wings of lightning entered its cooldown period, and Lin Moyo descended from the sky. At this point, the lightning in the storm had nearly disappeared, leaving only the rain and wind. The Genesis scepter in his hand was much brighter than before, but it was still in a damaged state. However, his experience had increased by a full 5%. After reaching level 40, experience gain became very slow. He had cleared the wind and lightning elemental dungeons nearly 20 times in total. Yet his experience had only increased by 20%. On average, each dungeon run only increased his experience by 1%. However, by absorbing a large amount of Genesis lightning, his experience had directly increased by 10%. In just 1 minute, it was equivalent to 5 dungeon runs. At the same time, Lin Moyo discovered that his lightning immunity attribute had increased again, from 60% to 61%. The increase was greatest when he condensed the Genesis scepter, directly increasing by 10%. Now, after absorbing an even larger amount of Genesis lightning, it had only increased by 1%. The strangeness of the world was something Lin Moyo could not fully comprehend. Truly, danger and opportunity went hand in hand. Perhaps this journey to the corpse realm was a rare opportunity for him. Be careful. Dongfang Yao's urgent voice rang in his ears. In the next moment, she had already rushed to his side. She held a shield that flickered with light, shielding him. 3 rotten hellhounds charged over. Dongfang Yao's skill did not take effect, and the skeletal armor became the first layer of defense. With a few bangs, the rotten hellhounds were knocked away. The mid-level corpses followed behind the rotten hellhounds, also charging over, only to be blocked by the skeletal armor. A mid-level corpse bit down relentlessly, its jaws clamping onto the skeletal armor with a cracking sound. Dongfang Yao's face showed fear, but she didn't retreat a single step. At this moment, Lin Moyo's body was unprotected by the skeletal armor, as Dongfang Yao had seen him remove it in a flash. Her actions surprised Lin Moyo slightly. When did she become so brave? Long press on your favorite paragraphs to record your thoughts. Chapter 370. Chapter 370, 370. Chapter 370, Level 60 Area, Bone-Dissolving Land. If it weren't for the skeletal armor protecting him, relying solely on Dongfang Yao's skills, she would definitely get injured, either scratched or bitten. Getting injured here, she must know the consequences. From her appearance, Lin Moyo could tell that she probably didn't think too much about it. In fact, Lin Moyo didn't know what would happen if he got bitten either. He figured it should be fine since the Lich General could dispel negative statuses, and his passive skill granted immunity to all negative statuses. So Lin Moyo judged that even if he got bitten, it wouldn't affect him. The corpse poison could not influence him at all. As for the damage, it could be ignored completely. With a press of his palm, he replenished the skeletal armor for himself and Dongfang Yao. At the same time, a skeletal mage appeared beside him. With a roar, an elemental explosion, the mid-level corpses and rotten hellhounds were blasted into pieces. Only then did Dongfang Yao regain her senses, panting heavily. Lin Moyo said softly, "It's fine now, don't pant so heavily, there are still some particles in the air." This sentence scared Dongfang Yao, and she quickly covered her mouth. Lin Moyo chuckled and continued forward. Some things didn't need to be said, just remember them. Donning the skeletal armor, they passed through the rainstorm. The skeletal mage followed closely, clearing all the monsters along the way. Dongfang Yao hurried to keep up, asking in a low voice, "How could you fly just now?" Lin Moyo laughed, "You should know about elemental gems, right?" Dongfang Yao only needed to think for a moment before nodding, "I know." With Dongfang Yao's family background, she knew a lot of information. Even if she hadn't seen them, she would have read about them in books. This was one of the advantages of a rich family heritage. Lin Moya said, I obtained the lightning gem and awakened the skill wings of lightning, giving me the ability to fly for a short period. There was a hint of envy in Dongfang Yao's eyes. You're so lucky, the probability of awakening a skill from an elemental gem is extremely low, probably less than 1 in 1,000. Lin Moya was slightly taken aback. Is it that low? He didn't feel that way himself. The poison gem, light gem, and lightning gem had all awakened skills for him. Could it really be that he was just lucky? It seemed he could only explain it that way. Dongfang Yao asked again, why did you charge into the thunderclouds earlier? Lin Moya said, to absorb Genesis lightning, which can increase my lightning elemental immunity and experience. But isn't that dangerous? At that moment, Dongfang Yao was startled, thinking that Lin Moya had lost his mind. That lightning was terrifyingly powerful, and Dongfang Yao could clearly sense its force. If she were struck by it, she would probably be half dead. Yet Lin Moya endured countless strikes, completely unharmed. Lin Moya smiled and shook his head. It's not dangerous, I know my limits. As they progressed, the monsters along the way gradually grew stronger, and their levels increased as well. But for Lin Moya, it was still like a leisurely stroll. With a few skills from the skeletal mages, the monsters were blasted into pieces, unable to even get close. Dongfang Yao even felt that the corpse realm didn't seem as dangerous as her family had described. It was almost like a casual hike. The only issue was that the scenery here wasn't very pleasant. Lin Moya kept changing directions, searching for storms. He needed Genesis lightning, a large amount of it, to gain experience, increase his lightning immunity, and repair the Genesis scepter. For now, it seemed that this was the greatest opportunity in the corpse realm. In the blink of an eye, Lin Moya and Dongfang Yao had been in the corpse realm for a month. Over 30 days, they had traveled more than 20,000 kilometers, taking a winding path. Lin Moya found numerous storms and absorbed tens of thousands of Genesis lightning bolts. Unknowingly, he completed his first level up after the second job change, reaching level 41. All 4 attributes saw a massive increase. Strength, 48,690. Agility, 48,690. Mental, 112,810. Constitution, 48,690. Compared to level 40, his mental attribute increased by 6,300, while the other 3 attributes each increased by 840, a total increase of around 8,800. His total attributes exceeded 100,000. This level of increase was astonishing. Even for a mid-tier legendary profession at level 40, the total attributes would only be around 60,000, with each level up increasing by no more than 5,000. The difference in increase per level was nearly 90%. With this accumulation level by level, by the time he reached level 50, 60, or even higher, the attribute gap would be earth-shattering. If it were other professionals, the gap would be even more shocking. After reaching level 41, Lin Moya continued to search for storm clusters and absorb Genesis lightning. His experience increased by another 30%. Lin Moya felt that at this rate, he could easily level up a few more times in the corpse realm. As he absorbed more and more Genesis lightning, his lightning elemental immunity attribute increased at a slower rate. Apart from the initial surge of 10%, each subsequent storm cluster only increased it by around 1%. After reaching 70%, it took several storm clusters to increase by just 1%. Moreover, the rate of increase continued to slow down, and his lightning elemental immunity attribute had now increased to 75%. The most recent 1% increase came after absorbing 10 storm clusters. Even after absorbing a vast amount of lightning, the Genesis scepter remained in a damaged state. It was just brighter than before, but still far from fully repaired. Over the course of a month, the two of them traveled through the level 40 monster area and entered the level 50 monster area. Here, Lin Moya saw the rotting corpses of abyss demons. Not hellhounds, but true abyss demons. He also encountered the dragon race, with their warriors also corrupted, forever trapped here. Lin Moya confirmed that the great battle that created the corpse realm had erupted between the 3 races. That battle must have been incredibly fierce to shatter an entire small world. The person who cast that final skill must have been an absolute monster. To turn an entire world into such a state, a true wasteland. After entering the level 50 monster area, Lin Moya summoned 100 skeletal mages. Through testing, he found that the skeletal mages' elemental explosions had the best killing effect here. The corpse monsters were relatively scattered, and with 100 skeletal mages leading the way, they could proceed unhindered. Ahead, the terrain changed. On the surface, there appeared to be pools resembling sulfur. Not sulfur, but a similar color. Emitting a strong pungent odor, even Lin Moya found it somewhat difficult to bear. Storms still existed, and lightning continued to rumble. Lin Moya was reminded of the core area of the ancient battlefield. The environment also changed upon entering the core area. Was this change also an indication that the monsters inside were different? Lin Moya said slowly, we're about to enter the level 60 monster area. Dongfang Yao tilted her head. When I was young, my father mentioned this place to me, let me think. Lin Moya saw that she was trying hard to recall, so he didn't disturb her. Dongfang Yao searched her memories, as her childhood memories had faded somewhat. Back then, Dongfang Yi had told her about the corpse realm, as if it were a story. Finally, a glimmer of light shone in her beautiful eyes. I remember now. This area is called the bone-dissolving land, and those pools have extremely corrosive properties. We must not fall in. Lin Moyo asked, anything else? Dongfang Yao nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, my father also said that in the pools of the bone-dissolving land, there is a very terrifying monster that will drag people in and eat them. When I was a child and didn't listen, he would scare me with this. It would scare me, and I wouldn't dare disobey. As she said this, Dongfang Yao's face turned slightly red, having revealed an embarrassing childhood story. Lin Moya didn't think it was just a scare tactic for children. There was a high chance it was true. The pools emitted a foul stench, almost like the acidic rainwater. Only it was more concentrated and likely even more corrosive than the rainwater. As for the monsters living inside, it was entirely possible they existed. The world is vast, and there are all kinds of strange creatures, even in molten lava. It wouldn't be surprising if there were monsters living in such acidic, foul-smelling water. Let's be careful. To be safe, Lin Moya summoned 100 skeletal berserkers to lead the way. The skeletal mages surrounded him and Dongfang Yao as they advanced. As soon as the skeletal berserkers entered the bone-dissolving land, Lin Moya immediately sensed that they were taking damage. Corrosive gas permeated the air of the bone-dissolving land, like poison gas, constantly damaging the skeletons. Fortunately, the damage was not significant. After they entered the bone-dissolving land, the skeletal armor also naturally activated. Dongfang Yao clearly understood that without Lin Moya, she would never have made it here. The most likely outcome would be becoming a member of this place, turning into a walking corpse. Boom! Suddenly, one of the pools erupted with water splashing, and a tentacle shot out from the pool, coiling around a skeletal berserker and dragging it into the pool with a splash. For your recommendation, I can copy talents, Sword Immortal Invincible. Weixia, start by taking Huang Rong as a cook, embracing the bear. Xiangxia, the destined villain, Martial arts, logging into the future 10,000 years, monthly update. National job change, the jobless, ended the gods. Mr. Oddity. Walked into the wrong interrogation room, first case shocked the world, gentle words 3000. Previous chapter. Return to directory. Next chapter. At Siku Bookstore. http://www.4ksw.com. All articles, pictures, comments, etc. on this site are posted or uploaded and maintained or collected from the internet by netizens, which are personal behaviors and have nothing to do with the stance of Siku Bookstore. If it infringes on your rights, please contact us and we will process it within 24 hours. Siku Bookstore is not responsible for any legal consequences caused by non-site factors. Chapter 371. Chapter 371, 371. Chapter 371, Dragon Blood Lizard. Detection skill won't be wrong. The pond emitted a strong acidic stench and had intense corrosive properties. Lin. The skeletal berserkers suffered continuous damage as soon as they entered. Through the skeletal berserker's senses, Lin Moya roughly saw the monster at the bottom of the pond. The monster looked like an octopus, with 8 tentacles and a slender body. The tips of the tentacles were forked, resembling animal claws with sharp nails, and the tentacles also had suction cups. The suction cups had great strength, firmly locking onto the skeletal berserkers. More detailed information was unknown, as the skeletal berserkers could only transmit basic information, which was not as clear as seeing with one's own eyes. The skeletal berserkers quickly counterattacked, their axes glowing red as they heavily chopped at the monster's tentacles. Boom! A column of water shot up, reaching tens of meters high, then fell back down as rain. Lin Moya and Dongfang Yao had already moved far away when the water column erupted, as the water was too foul-smelling to bear. The skeletal berserker's skills cut through the monster's tentacles like tofu, and they began attacking the monster's body. The skeletal mages had already reached the edge of the pond, using the berserker's vision to lock onto the monster's position. The skeletal mages' hands glowed brightly, and they cast one skill after another into the water. Elemental explosions roared continuously, and the foul water in the pond was blasted into the sky. In no time, the small pond was emptied. The monster inside had long been blown to pieces. Acidic water fell like rain. The skeletal berserkers dragged the monster's head back to the ground, and Lin Moya cast a detection skill from a distance. Rotten Octopus. Level 60. Still, only the monster's name and level were shown. It was indeed a level 60 monster area. Judging by the damage it inflicted on the skeletal berserkers, it was no different from the level 60 monsters Lin Moya had encountered before. The only difference was that its attacks carried a strong corpse poison. This term was learned from Dongfang Yao. Each attack would accumulate corpse poison. After many attacks, the accumulated corpse poison would be quite significant. Corpse poison caused continuous damage and lasted a long time. Lin Moya had once conducted an experiment, letting a skeletal berserker be bitten by a level 30 low-level corpse. 10 days later, the corpse poison still remained. Such strong persistence shocked Lin Moya. Dongfang Yao had told him that corpse poison would persist as long as it wasn't neutralized. It would accumulate and exist permanently, making corpse poison extremely terrifying. Fortunately, the Lich General's skill could eliminate corpse poison, otherwise, Lin Moya would have to abandon poisoned skeletons and summon new ones. Looking ahead at the thousands of ponds, almost every pond contained a rotten octopus, making it impossible to pass without being attacked. Lin Moya never liked being passive. With a thought, hundreds of skeletal mages appeared. The skeletal mages immediately began using elemental explosions to blast the ponds, drying up the foul water and exposing the rotten octopuses. The skeletal berserkers were ready, and as soon as the rotten octopuses appeared, they swung their axes and quickly chopped them into pieces. Although these rotten octopuses wouldn't truly die, they wouldn't recover anytime soon. The skeletons moved quickly, clearing a path. Lin Moya and Dongfang Yao followed the cleared path, taking half a day to leave the pond area. The the sky brightened, and lightning streaked across the sky. Another storm appeared ahead, and Dongfang Yao smiled. You can go get struck by lightning again. Lin Moya looked at the storm in the level 60 area. The storm was clearly stronger than before. Under the storm, a large number of monsters had gathered. Nearly 100 monsters were gathered together, and then a massive lightning bolt struck down. The lightning was enormous, hitting one monster directly. The monster exploded on the spot, and the terrifying lightning spread out, being absorbed by the other monsters. The exploded monster then reformed, emitting an even stronger aura than before. After the lightning, the thunderous sound reached them, deafening and shaking the ground. Dongfang Yao trembled. This lightning seems much stronger than before. Lin Moya nodded slightly. Indeed, much stronger. He had already noticed that so many monsters gathered together to share the lightning's impact. Genesis lightning could cause them to evolve but also harm them. If they couldn't withstand it, they would explode and take a long time to recover. Lin Moya had seen similar situations along the way. Lin Moya mused, I didn't expect these creatures to learn to share the damage. Have they developed weak intelligence, or is it instinct? Among these rotten monsters were humans, demons, and dragons. The three races that fought fiercely outside were living in harmony here. In the corpse realm, there were no racial divisions, only rotten monsters, which had become a single race. They shared the Genesis lightning, all benefiting and growing stronger. Then they collectively turned to look at Lin Moya and Dongfang Yao. The aura of living beings was as bright as the sun to the rotten monsters. Over 100 rotten monsters charged at them simultaneously. Along the way, the rotten monsters had been scattered. It was rare to encounter 3 or 4 together. Facing over 100 rotten monsters charging at them was a first, and each one was over level 60. Like the three races, once they surpassed level 60, their attributes increased significantly. Rotten monsters were no exception. Before his second job change, Lin Moya would have turned and left without a second thought when facing this group of rotten monsters. But now, in less than a breath, the rotten monsters had covered 1,000 meters. Lin Moya was well prepared, with 500 skeletal berserkers in front, 500 skeletal mages behind, and 2 lich generals at the back. The skeletal berserkers swung their axes, blocking all the charging rotten monsters, not letting a single one through. At this moment, the skeletal berserkers acted like knights. Though they didn't have shields, their bodies served as shields. The skeletal mages stood behind, continuously casting explosions. These rotten monsters were clearly much stronger than the rotten octopuses, and the skeletal mages couldn't kill them instantly. Advanced Rotten Corpse. Level 61. Advanced Rotten Demon. Level 62. Advanced Rotten Dragon Blood Lizard. Level 61. 3 detection skills landed on 3 different types of rotten monsters. They were remnants of the ancient battle, belonging to different races. The rotten corpses were human, and the rotten demons were abyss demons. But the monster that looked like a dragon, how can this be? Lin Moya was surprised. It was clearly a dragon-like rotten monster, but it was identified as a dragon blood lizard. Although dragons had some lizard-like features, Dongfang Yao asked curiously, what's wrong? Use your detection skill on the dragon-like rotten monster. Dongfang Yao cast a detection skill and was also surprised. Why is it a dragon blood lizard? Lin Moya shook his head. They had encountered dragon-like rotten monsters before, but they were too low-level and were blasted to pieces by the skeletal mage's attacks. So Lin Moya hadn't used the detection skill on them. The detection skill never lies. It was a skill brought back by human ancestors from the primordial secret realm. Moreover, any human could use it, with no class or level restrictions. For many years, the detection skill had greatly aided humanity. If the detection skill identified it as a dragon blood lizard, it must be correct. Lin Moya felt he had discovered an incredible secret. Under the full attack of the skeletal berserkers and skeletal mages, the 100+ rotten monsters were quickly cleared. Only fragments remained, waiting to regenerate. The lich generals dispelled the corpse poison from the skeletal berserkers, and Lin Moya stepped into the storm. Dongfang Yao warned, be careful. She had seen the terrifying power of the lightning, which required 100 rotten monsters to share. But Lin Moya was alone. Lin Moya didn't mind, feeling the warm current in his body, and the Genesis Scepter appeared in his hand. The Genesis Scepter didn't need to be stored in a storage space. It was similar to the Domain Spirit Stone. It was usually kept in the spiritual world and could be summoned directly when needed. The storm in the level 60 area was much stronger, and the Genesis lightning was much more powerful. But Lin Moya wasn't worried. To kill him, they would have to get past his undead army first. He even looked forward to the enhanced Genesis lightning, hoping it would bring him a pleasant surprise. Chapter 372. Chapter 372, 372. Chapter 372, The Boss in the Corpse Realm. The elemental immunity had already reached 75%, and the Genesis Scepter was much brighter than when it was first obtained. It emitted a faint glow, like a piece of jade. However, this piece of jade still had many flaws, and upon closer inspection, many cracks could be seen. Lin Moya guessed that when all these cracks disappeared, the Genesis Scepter would be fully restored. By then, he would know just how powerful the Genesis Scepter was. It could be compared to the Monarch's Scepter to see which one was stronger. The wings of lightning spread open, and he removed the skeletal armor, charging into the clouds against the bone-eroding wind and flesh-melting rain. In an instant, a large amount of lightning struck down. Obtained Genesis Lightning, experience plus 2 million. Obtained Genesis Lightning, experience plus 2 million. The storm did not welcome an outsider like Lin Moyo. The Genesis Lightning in the level 60 area was much more powerful. The tingling sensation was very obvious, and a large amount of Genesis Lightning drilled into his body, rapidly increasing the warm current. After reaching the limit, it flowed into the Genesis Scepter. At the same time, Lin Moya's undead army was enduring terrifying damage. Lin Moya's face changed slightly. The damage in that instant was too great. The skeletons, just staying in the summoning space, couldn't recover in time. Lin Moyo had 75% lightning damage immunity, plus 5x damage reduction, equivalent to 20x damage reduction. Even so, it was still difficult to endure. All the undead army was summoned at once, and it rained skeletons from the sky as the entire undead army appeared. 20 Lich generals simultaneously used their army healing skills to heal themselves and the skeletons. Lightning continuously struck, and a large amount of damage was transferred to them. The Lich generals' healing speed was very fast, and it was an army-wide healing. The damage caused by the lightning couldn't keep up with the Lich generals' healing speed, and Lin Moyo once again ignored the lightning attacks. A large amount of warm current entered the Genesis Scepter, making it brighter and brighter. The lightning elemental immunity trait also showed signs of further improvement. When all the Genesis lightning in the storm was absorbed, the lightning elemental immunity trait had already increased to 76%. One storm was worth 10 previous ones. Most of the cracks on the Genesis Scepter had disappeared. According to this pattern, as long as a few more storms were found, the Genesis Scepter could be repaired. Experience increased significantly, rising from 30% to 50%. With a bit of joy, the two of them continued to search for storm clusters in this area of the bone-dissolving land, which was over level 60. The undead army cleared the way, constantly relaying the situation around them. In the bone-dissolving land of the level 60 area, the number of storm clusters had significantly decreased. It took 3 days to find 2 storm clusters. After absorbing all the lightning from the 2 storm clusters, Lin Moya's experience reached level 41, 88%. The lightning elemental immunity trait also reached 79%. Only one crack remained on the Genesis Scepter, running from the bottom to the top, through the entire scepter. Lin Moyo estimated that as long as he found one more storm, he could reach level 42. The lightning elemental immunity trait could also reach 80%. The Genesis Scepter also had a high probability of being fully repaired. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but show a bit of joy on his face. In 3 days, they had advanced another 2,000 kilometers. They began to encounter corpse monsters over level 64. Fortunately, they hadn't encountered any boss-level monsters so far. Lin Moyo even doubted whether there were any boss-level monsters in the corpse realm. Regarding this question, Dongfang Yao was also unsure. She had already told Lin Moyo everything she knew about the corpse realm. Both of them discovered that the deeper they went into the bone-dissolving land, the fewer storms there were. Unknowingly, the environment changed again. The bone-eroding wind gradually intensified, blowing in gusts with terrifying corrosiveness. Now, Lin Moyo had to replenish the skeletal armor every 10 minutes. The wind's attack power became extremely terrifying, and as they went deeper, the bone-eroding wind continued to strengthen. Without the protection of the skeletal armor, Dongfang Yao wouldn't survive a minute here. Even a level 60 knight wouldn't last a few minutes. A healer would have to continuously heal them to survive in this environment. Not only did the wind intensify, but the number of monsters also increased significantly. The undead army encountered a large number of monsters while scouting the way. After level 60, each level increase brought a significant attribute boost. Level 64 monsters had at least 3 to 4 times the combat power of level 60 monsters. The skeletal mage's elemental explosion skill required 30 to 40 hits to kill one. On the 5th day in the bone-dissolving land, Lin Moyo and Dongfang Yao encountered another group of monsters. These monsters numbered over 300, with levels between 64 and 65. Fortunately, the undead army quickly cleared them out. Dongfang Yao was still in shock. It's a good thing it's you. If it were any other professional, they would have to run. Lin Moya's voice was calm. For top-level professionals above level 70, eliminating these corpse monsters wouldn't be too difficult. They can fly for long periods, and if they can't win, they can always escape. Dongfang Yao disagreed, but what if there are corpse monsters over level 70 ahead? Lin Moya's expression also became more serious. What Dongfang Yao said was very likely to happen. If they encountered level 70 corpse monsters, and if they could also fly. Considering various possibilities, Lin Moya felt that they would have to fight to find out. Level 70 monsters couldn't be simply compared to level 70 professionals. Having come this far, there was no turning back. They would face whatever came their way. In the distance, the sky suddenly brightened. 2 seconds later, they heard a thunderclap. Lin Moya's face lit up with joy. A storm. They immediately headed towards the sound. It had been 2 days since they last found a storm. The deeper they went into the bone-dissolving land, the fewer storms there were. The sky brightened again, followed by rolling thunder. The sound seemed close, but the journey was long. After a while, a massive storm came into view. It was larger than any storm they had encountered before. The howling wind made the skeletal armor creak. At the edge of the storm, the power of the bone-eroding wind was even more terrifying. Lin Moya looked at the storm cluster within reach. As long as he could absorb all the Genesis lightning from this storm, he would definitely level up, and the Genesis Scepter would most likely be restored. Dongfang Yao pointed to the center of the storm. Look, what's that? In the center of the storm, a giant monster stood on the ground. It was over 30 meters tall, exuding a rotten aura, like a small mountain. Lightning struck it, and its body was enveloped in lightning, all of which it absorbed. A boss. There was indeed a boss in the corpse realm. However, this boss looked somewhat strange. It had a human head, demon wings, and a dragon tail. Covered in scales, it looked like a hybrid of the three races. Dongfang Yao found it very strange. How can there be such a monster? Lin Moya remained cautious about the unknown. He cast a detection skill on the monster. Hybrid rotten monster, leader level monster. Level 66. It was indeed a boss, but there were no attribute descriptions. Lin Moya didn't know its attributes or skills. So smelly. Dongfang Yao covered her nose. The howling wind brought a strong stench. It was the smell of the boss, unbearably foul. It absorbed the Genesis lightning, and its aura seemed to strengthen a bit. It turned its head towards Lin Moyo. In the next second, it charged at them at high speed. Despite its massive size, its speed was astonishing, not inferior to the skeletal berserkers. Lin Moya judged that its agility attribute was not low. Looking at its size, its strength attribute wouldn't be weak either. With a command, the skeletal berserkers charged. The massive figure rushed forward like a tidal wave. The skeletal berserkers were not to side. Seeing this, Lin Moya's face changed slightly. With the Legion state activated, the level 41 skeletal berserkers had a strength attribute of 168,000. Yet they were still not to side, indicating that this monster's strength attribute was likely over 200,000. One hit could shatter the skeletal armor. Fall back, retreat far away, Lin Moya ordered, leading the undead army forward. He could withstand the boss's attacks. If it were Dongfang Yao, she would likely be killed in 2 hits. Even if he wanted to save her, he might not make it in time. The entire undead army appeared. After reaching level 41, Lin Moyo had replenished the undead army. The summoning space increased from 600 to 630, and the number of members the Lich Generals could control also increased. 21 undead armies, each with 630 skeletons, evenly distributed among warriors, mages, and archers. A total of 13,230 members. Thousands of skeletal berserkers charged, finally stopping the boss's advance and surrounding it. They unleashed their skills, and axes glowed red as they struck down. The boss's body erupted in fireworks. Thousands of arrows pierced the air, turning the boss into a porcupine in an instant. Chapter 373. Chapter 373, 373. Chapter 373, The Incurable Corpse Poison, Secret Realm. Under the triple attack, countless pieces of flesh were blasted off the boss. Lin. This boss was clearly a conglomerate of the 3 races' corpses. Under attack, its body began to disintegrate. Roar. The boss let out an inexplicable roar. Lin Moyo heard a monster in the corpse realm make a sound for the first time. The sound was low and hoarse, making one feel uncomfortable. Amidst the roar, the boss activated its skill. It actively blasted out large pieces of rotten flesh, which collided with the skeletal berserkers with great impact. The skeletal berserkers were all sent flying. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed. These pieces of rotten flesh carried extremely potent corpse poison. Moreover, this corpse poison was highly contagious. It would spread to other skeletons. The Lich General used its skill, but it couldn't neutralize the corpse poison. There was no time to ponder the reason during the battle, so Lin Moyo immediately ordered the skeletons infected with corpse poison to surround the boss, while the remaining skeletal berserkers retreated far away. At least several hundred skeletal berserkers were infected with corpse poison, enough to surround the boss. After all, the skeletal mages and archers on the periphery were continuously attacking. After activating its skill, the boss's size visibly shrank, and its strength also diminished. Compared to the boss in the ancient battlefield, this one was only troublesome due to its corpse poison. In other aspects, it was nothing special. Elemental explosions continued incessantly, booming non-stop. The boss's flesh was blasted away, and its size kept shrinking. The skeletal berserkers and archers' attacks also never ceased. In less than a minute, under the intense attack, the boss was completely destroyed. The boss wasn't truly dead, it was just destroyed and would likely respawn after some time. Lin Moyo was already used to it. Since entering the corpse realm, he hadn't truly killed a single monster. To be precise, he didn't have the ability to kill any monster in the corpse realm. He could only destroy them. Lin Moya didn't understand the reason behind this. Now, what troubled him were the hundreds of skeletal berserkers infected with corpse poison. There were a total of 472 of them. They were continuously taking damage. The boss's corpse poison was extremely potent, causing significant damage every second. If it weren't for the all-encompassing connection talent, which allowed all summoned creatures to share the damage, and the Lich General's healing, these skeletal berserkers wouldn't last 2 minutes. Dongfang Yao ran back and noticed something was wrong, saying seriously, "Can't the corpse poison be neutralized?" Lin Moya shook his head. The boss's corpse poison is too high level to be neutralized. That's troublesome, Dongfang Yao said with a serious expression. If the corpse poison can't be neutralized, it will persist until the target dies, and it's contagious. Lin Moya knew this too, he had tried before. Because of the corpse poison, he couldn't recall the 472 skeletal berserkers into the summoning space. He also couldn't let other skeletons come into contact with them. He couldn't even get too close to these skeletons himself. Although the all-encompassing connection prevented these skeletons from dying, it also meant that the rest of the undead army had to share the damage with them. He finally realized the troublesome nature of the corpse poison. It turned his advantage into a disadvantage. Dongfang Yao asked worriedly, "What should we do now?" Lin Moya took a deep breath. we'll deal with it later. I'll go into the storm first. Stay away from them. With that, Lin Moya spread his wings of lightning and shot into the storm clouds. The skeletal armor was removed, and the Genesis scepter was in hand. A large amount of lightning struck him, and the massive damage was quickly transferred to the undead army. The Lich General continuously healed. As long as the skeletons didn't die, Lin Moya wouldn't take any damage. The storm was vast, and the Genesis lightning was exceptionally abundant, more than in previous instances. Obtained Genesis lightning, experience plus 2 million. Obtained Genesis lightning, experience plus 2 million. A large amount of lightning struck him, rapidly increasing his experience. In just half a minute, Lin Moya's body emitted the light of leveling up. As he leveled up, the warm current in his body once again broke through its limit and surged into the Genesis scepter. The Genesis scepter shone brightly, and the last crack completely disappeared. The entire scepter suddenly burst into dazzling light, illuminating the ground. Amidst the white light, Lin Moya felt a vast vitality, the breath of life. Genesis scepter, damaged. Can be repaired with a life core to restore the Genesis scepter. The detection skill only provided this information, without specifying what the core looked like or where to find it. Still can't use it. What kind of weapon is the Genesis scepter? Lin Moya pondered. Boom! Another lightning bolt struck, but this time its target wasn't Lin Moya but the Genesis scepter in his hand. The remaining lightning in the storm was almost exhausted. As the Genesis scepter was repaired, the remaining lightning all struck it. The Genesis scepter grew even brighter, and then waves of spatial fluctuations emanated. In front of Lin Moya, a shining door appeared. A secret realm. Lin Moya was surprised he didn't expect the Genesis scepter to open a secret realm. The secret realm door was hidden within the storm, invisible from the outside. As the wings of lightning's duration ended, Lin Moya descended. At this moment, he was still glowing from leveling up. Dongfang Yao smiled. Congratulations on leveling up again. Lin Moya responded, just lucky. They had been in the corpse realm for a month, and leveling up twice in a month wasn't fast. Thinking of his sister, he wondered what level she had reached by now. Lin Moya knew that if he hadn't fallen into the corpse realm and had been grinding suitable dungeons in the dungeon hall, he might have reached level 45 or even higher by now. Dongfang Yao asked, what about these skeletons? Lin Moya thought for a moment and said, I have no choice but to dismiss them. Without a way to cure the corpse poison, he could only dismiss the skeletons and resummon them. Lin Moya hadn't expected that even after obtaining the all-encompassing connection talent, he would still have to dismiss his summons one day. He also realized that no talent or skill was perfect, they all had flaws. With a thought, the 472 skeletal berserkers infected with corpse poison simultaneously disintegrated. The corpse poison quickly dissipated. Lin Moya began summoning skeletons one by one, just in time to replenish the undead army at level 42. The summoning space increased by 30 slots, reaching 660. The number of Lich Generals also increased to 22, forming 22 undead armies. Each undead army had 660 skeletons, evenly distributed among the three types, totaling 14,520 skeletons. The undead army grew stronger once again. Fortunately, with unlimited mental power, Lin Moya could summon skeletons very quickly. In just over half an hour, he had replenished all the skeletons. After putting away the undead army, Lin Moya glanced at the storm and sensed that the secret realm door was still there. I'll take you somewhere, Lin Moya said. Dongfang Yao was puzzled, take me somewhere? This is the corpse realm, where else can we go? Up there. Before Dongfang Yao could react, Lin Moya grabbed her hand. The wings of lightning spread out, and the two of them soared into the sky. Dongfang Yao had experience flying, so she wasn't flustered. However, being held by Lin Moya made her blush and feel a bit awkward. The wings of lightning were incredibly fast, and they quickly reached the storm and saw the secret realm door. Dongfang Yao was astonished, a secret realm? How can there be a secret realm here? Lin Moya didn't explain and took Dongfang Yao inside. He briefly considered the potential dangers of the secret realm. Could it be worse than the corpse realm? In the level 60 area, he was still at ease. What about in higher level areas? What if they encountered level 70 or 80 corpses? Or even, god level corpses? Although Lin Moya was confident, he wasn't arrogant. Dongfang Yao hadn't mentioned whether there were god level corpses in the corpse realm, but Lin Moya deduced that there must be. Otherwise, the Dongfang family wouldn't be guarding this place. If there were no god level corpses, a few god level experts could easily clear the corpse realm. While he couldn't kill the corpses, god level experts surely had a way. Moreover, the boss's corpse poison made Lin Moya realize that his level was still too low. Despite his strong skills, he was still powerless against high-level corpse poison. After considering all this, Lin Moya decided to enter the secret realm. It couldn't be worse than the corpse realm. Chapter 374. Chapter 374, 374. Chapter 374, The Genesis Secret Realm, the Goddess of Life. The warm sun shone brightly, with birds singing and flowers blooming. Lin Moya's world was bright, warm, and full of vitality. Suddenly, they transitioned from the pitch-black, foul-smelling, cold, lifeless, corpse realm, into a completely different world. Both Lin Moya and Dongfang Yao felt a bit disoriented at first. The light was too bright, making it difficult for Dongfang Yao to open her eyes. Lin Moya gradually adapted, and the Genesis scepter automatically appeared, shining brilliantly. Its pillar of light resonated with the radiance of the secret realm. A beam of vibrant white light shot out from the Genesis scepter, pointing towards the distance. Lin Moya immediately understood that it wanted him to go in that direction, with the Genesis scepter guiding the way. Dongfang Yao finally adjusted, her face full of astonishment. What is this place? Lin Moyu observed the surroundings. Flowers and grass covered the area, resembling a garden. A small sun hovered in the sky, providing energy to the garden. Lin Moya cast a detection skill towards the small sun. The detection skill stirred up a gentle breeze that swept through the garden. Genesis Secret Realm. The detection skill simply returned these 4 words. Genesis Lightning, Genesis Scepter, Genesis Secret Realm. The 3 were closely connected, piquing Lin Moya's curiosity. Dongfang Yao followed Lin Moya's lead and used the detection skill as well. Now she knew that this place was called the Genesis Secret Realm. Let's go. The wings of lightning still had some time left, so Lin Moya wanted to fly ahead. Suddenly, he felt a weight pulling him down, unable to take off. He realized that this place prohibited flight. Since that was the case, they would have to walk. Stepping on the soft grass, breathing in the fresh air, Dongfang Yao showed an expression of enjoyment. The air here is so fresh, much better than the corpse realm. The air in the corpse realm was like a garbage dump, foul and acidic, incomparable to this place. Small insects crawled in the garden, making faint sounds. Ahead, the sound of water could be heard, and there was a pond behind the garden. The pond water was clear and rippling, with fish swimming in it. Birds flew overhead. Everything here was brimming with vitality. Following the guidance of the Genesis Scepter, the two passed through the garden and a small forest, eventually arriving at a manor. The manor was nestled within the woods, surrounded by small bridges and flowing water, like a paradise secluded from the world. Yet it was different from the paradisiacal secret realm of the Sword God. The Sword God's secret realm felt more down to earth, with a hint of mortal life. This place, however, didn't seem like a place where people lived. For some reason, Lin Moya just had this feeling. The manor was encircled by flowing water, making it an independent island connected to the outside world by a small bridge. Ah! Dongfang Yao suddenly cried out. Lin Moya turned to see a thin, transparent barrier had appeared behind them at some point. Dongfang Yao had been careless, bumping her head against the transparent barrier. Strange, when did this barrier appear? Lin Moya found it odd, as there was clearly no barrier before. He took 2 steps back and passed through the barrier smoothly. Then, he stepped forward again and entered the barrier without issue. The barrier had no effect on him. However, Dongfang Yao couldn't enter no matter what she did. Lin Moya thought about the Genesis Scepter, the only difference between them. When he tried to hand the Genesis Scepter to Dongfang Yao, she couldn't take it either. To Dongfang Yao, the Genesis Scepter seemed like an illusion, unable to be touched, only seen. Able to see but unable to touch, like a mirage. After a few attempts, Dongfang Yao sighed. Why don't you go ahead, and I'll wait outside. Lin Moya didn't hesitate, summoning a squad of undead to protect Dongfang Yao before proceeding alone. He passed through the barrier smoothly, crossed the small bridge, and arrived at the manor's main gate. Upon seeing the manor gate, Lin Moya paused. A scepter was carved onto the gate, its shape identical to the Genesis Scepter, or more precisely, the shaft was identical. However, the scepter on the gate had an additional hexagonal gem. Lin Moya knew that this must be the life core missing from the Genesis Scepter. Only by obtaining the life core could the Genesis Scepter become complete. He gently pushed the door, and the manor gate opened automatically, allowing Lin Moya to enter. After he went in, the manor gate closed automatically. The interior of the manor was very simple, just a small garden, without a single building. There were no flowers, only grass. In the center of the garden stood a statue, its hand gesturing as if holding something. Lin Moya looked around the garden several times but didn't notice anything unusual, so he approached the statue. The statue depicted a woman, exquisitely crafted and lifelike. From the statue, one could tell the woman was very beautiful. Lin Moya couldn't discern anything special about it, and even the detection skill didn't react. In this world, the detection skill would always provide some feedback, even if just a name. Objects that didn't trigger any reaction from the detection skill were rare. This alone proved that this statue was extraordinary. After examining it, Lin Moya's gaze fell on the statue's gesturing hand. He took out the Genesis Scepter and placed it in the statue's hand. The Genesis Scepter that Dongfang Yao couldn't touch rested securely in the statue's hand. The Genesis Scepter radiated a dazzling light, and the entire statue began to shine. Lin Moya took a couple of steps back, not sensing any threat, but still maintaining his guard. Amidst the brilliant light, the statue transformed into a woman. Her appearance was no different from a human woman. A beautiful and sacred woman, so exquisite that words could not describe her. She held the Genesis Scepter, her gaze gentle, her voice soft. Hello, human. Lin Moya asked, may I ask who you are? The woman spoke softly, I am the former goddess of life. Lin Moya felt a chill run through him, a sense of coldness rising from his feet. He had various guesses about the Genesis Scepter. The most likely possibility was that it was a legendary weapon. Seeking fresh flowers. After all, he possessed the Monarch Scepter, which was a legendary weapon. But he never imagined that he would encounter a deity. Wait, Lin Moya caught a different meaning in her words. She said former. Sadness flickered in the beautiful eyes of the goddess of life, and in that instant, an uncontrollable wave of sorrow welled up in Lin Moya's heart. The domain spirit stone rotated of its own accord, and the killing intent within burst out, jolting Lin Moya's spirit and instantly clearing his mind. Lin Moya felt a sense of dread. The deity hadn't said or done anything, only expressed a hint of emotion, yet he was already influenced. Were deities truly this terrifying? The goddess of life showed a hint of apology. My apologies, I couldn't control my emotions for a moment. She walked slowly to a spot where flowers should have been planted. With a gentle wave of the Genesis scepter in her hand, a multitude of flowers burst forth from the ground, rapidly blooming. She then walked to a few other spots and did the same. Soon, the garden was filled with flowers of various colors. Fragrance permeated the air, and the garden was alive with color. Lin Moyo was stunned. Was this the power of a deity? The goddess of life, could she truly manipulate life? The woman elegantly returned to stand before Lin Moyo. It has been a long time since I've seen this scene. This may be the last time I see it. Human, did you know? The outside world was not called the corpse realm originally. Lin Moya said, according to human records, it was due to a great battle and an extremely terrifying skill that transformed it into the corpse realm. The goddess of life sighed. The one who cast that skill was also a deity. He destroyed my world, turning it into a land of death. He killed everyone from the three races, killed me, and also killed himself. That skill was powerful, but the price was too great. Lin Moyo felt a chill run down his spine. Wasn't it a battle between the three races? How did deities become involved as well? And they even used a mutually destructive skill. This skill could kill deities, truly terrifying. Lin Moyo pondered and finally asked the question he had always wanted to know, respected goddess of life, what kind of existence are deities? The goddess of life laughed softly, little human, the secrets of deities cannot be revealed. You will slowly come to understand in the future. Clearly, she had no intention of answering Lin Moyo's question. Lin Moyo persisted, between deities and the human god-level experts, who is stronger? The goddess of life laughed lightly, as if finding Lin Moya's question amusing. The human god level, the demon kings of the abyss, the dragon kings, and we deities are all existences of the same level. As for who is stronger, it depends on who has walked further at this level. This answer was not much different from what Meng Anwen had said before. In the end, strength still depended on oneself. Lin Moya's heart settled a bit. So deities were not as powerful as he had imagined. What about you? Lin Moyo continued to ask his second question. Chapter 375. Chapter 375, 375. Chapter 375, the reason for that battle, forbidden skill. The goddess of life smiled again. Lin Moyo had to admit, her smile was beautiful, unparalleled in his life. Too perfect, not like a woman of this world, with an unreal feeling. She began to move again, walking towards the garden. This time, Lin Moyo followed her. He did not feel any malice from her. The goddess of life gently waved her hand, and petals flew up, forming a staircase of varying heights. The god level of your human race is like this staircase. With each step forward, they become stronger, with a saying that each step is like ascending to the heavens. The difference of one level is like the difference between heaven and earth. We gods are divided into three levels, low, middle, and high. I am a high-level god, roughly equivalent to a level 97 god-level expert of your human race. Meng Anwen and the other two are all level 95 god-level experts, already the pinnacle of the human race. Even if the three of them combined, they probably couldn't defeat the level 97 goddess of life. The difference in god level is immense, even a single level makes a huge difference. It's hard to imagine how intense that battle was back then. Even such a powerful goddess of life was killed. The goddess of life waved her hand again, and a large number of petals flew out, forming various images. Some petals formed demons, some formed dragons, and some formed humans. In addition to the three races, there were also several gods. One of them was the goddess of life in front of him. The goddess of life used petals to reenact the battle for Lin Moyo. The battle was indeed extremely fierce, even shattering the world. It was almost a chaotic battle between the three races and the gods. The goddess of life said, the root cause of that battle was actually this. The goddess of life raised the Genesis scepter in her hand. Lin Moyo was suddenly shocked it was all for the Genesis scepter. What kind of power did this small scepter have to cause such chaos? The goddess of life said, at the beginning of the battle, I was not yet the goddess of life. Later, I obtained the Genesis scepter and became the goddess of life. As she spoke, the goddess of life looked at Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo suddenly realized the power of the Genesis scepter. It was something that could make someone the goddess of life. Such a treasure far exceeded the value of a legendary weapon. Its value was immeasurable. No wonder it caused a great battle. Lin Moyo said, if a god obtains the scepter, they can become the goddess of life. But what use is it to my human race? The goddess of life smiled and said, it is even more useful to humans. Humans can comprehend the power within the scepter and have the opportunity to surpass gods. The goddess of life spoke slowly, recounting the cause and outcome of that great battle. She spoke calmly and elegantly. Lin Moyo listened carefully and fully understood after one explanation. The great battle back then was all because of a small Genesis scepter. The previous goddess of life accidentally fell, leaving behind the Genesis scepter. For gods, obtaining the Genesis scepter meant inheriting the position of the goddess of life and becoming the new goddess of life. In the world of gods, there are also levels. The goddess of life belongs to the high-level gods, equivalent to a level 97 god-level expert of the human race. If the human race obtains the Genesis scepter, they have a high chance of becoming a super god-level expert, at the very least a half-step supergod. The same goes for demons, who have the chance to become demon emperors. For dragons, it could enhance their bloodline, returning to their ancestral roots and becoming dragon emperors. The world now called the corpse realm was originally the world of the goddess of life, also called the Genesis realm, a world that could create life. During the great battle, the Genesis scepter was obtained by the current goddess of life. At that time, another god used a forbidden skill. At the cost of their own life, they buried the entire Genesis realm. They turned the originally vibrant Genesis realm into the current corpse realm. The goddess of life had just completed her divine inheritance and had no time to exert any divine power before encountering a catastrophic disaster. She used the power of the Genesis scepter to leave a trace of life for the entire world. She fell, and the Genesis scepter split into two. One part became the Genesis lightning, while the life core's whereabouts are unknown. Before her death, she merged her final will into the Genesis secret realm. The key to opening the secret realm is the Genesis scepter. The current goddess of life is just her final will, not even a soul. After hearing the story, Lin Moya couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect the reason to be like this. Even you don't know the whereabouts of the life core? Lin Moya asked. The goddess of life dispersed the petals. I don't know. If you are destined, you might find it. Thank you for bringing the Genesis scepter, allowing me to see the flowers and smell their fragrance once more. Alright, I've said everything that needs to be said. My time has come. Finally, let me give you a gift. As she spoke, the goddess of life emitted a brilliant light, and the Genesis scepter returned to Lin Moya's hand. At the same time, a life core appeared on the Genesis scepter. Little human, this is a pseudo-life core I gathered with my last strength. With it, you have 3 chances to use God-level power, equivalent to level 90 power of your human race. A voice echoed in his ear. This was the gift from the goddess of life. Lin Moya asked, I remember that gods are very hard to kill. Do you have a chance to be resurrected? When you surpass gods, you will know if there is a chance. The voice of the goddess of life gradually weakened until it completely disappeared. Genesis scepter, pseudo, has 3 attack opportunities, $3/3. While the goddess of life was speaking, Lin Moya deeply felt her sadness at that time. Her sadness was not for her own death but for the death of countless living beings and the transformation of the entire Genesis realm into the corpse realm. This sadness came from the heart, and Lin Moya felt that his feelings were not wrong. She was a kind god. If there is a chance, perhaps he could consider resurrecting her. Lin Moya put away the Genesis scepter. Now he had become the owner of the Genesis scepter. As long as he could find the real life core, he could fully restore it. The statue disappeared, the flowers withered, and the entire manor scattered with the wind. Outside the manor, Dongfang Yao was surprised to find that the barrier blocking her had disappeared. The manor also vanished from sight. Lin Moya stood there, deep in thought. She quickly ran over. How was it? Lin Moya shook his head and said nothing much, just understood some things. Dongfang Yao was smart enough not to ask further. If Lin Moya wanted to say, he would say it himself. Since he didn't want to say, there was no need to ask. An exit appeared in front of them, and standing by the exit, they could feel the unique aura of the corpse realm. Lin Moya couldn't help but sigh. A good Genesis realm had turned into this. The god who used the forbidden skill, what was he thinking? Lin Moya was not a god and couldn't understand the thoughts of gods. Let's go. He retracted the undead army and left the secret realm with Dongfang Yao. Roars echoed in their ears, and terrifying pressure surged from all directions, as if to crush them into pieces. A giant tail swept across, heavily hitting Lin Moya. The skeletal armor flashed, blocking the tail, but the skeletal armor also shattered. Then a palm pressed down, slamming onto Lin Moya. Lin Moya remained motionless, all damage transferred to the undead army. A huge rock whistled through the air, hitting Dongfang Yao. The skeletal armor was also shattered by the rock. Another giant claw came down on Dongfang Yao. Lin Moya finally recovered from the teleportation, and without thinking, he immediately cast the skeletal armor on Dongfang Yao. He could take a few hits, but Dongfang Yao couldn't. Another hit would likely kill her. The skeletal armor took effect just in time, blocking the fatal blow for Dongfang Yao. He replenished the skeletal armor for Dongfang Yao again, and the undead army appeared, densely packed skeletons protecting the two of them. Only then did Lin Moya begin to survey the surroundings. They were in a valley, surrounded by 6 towering peaks like swords. Seeing the terrain, Lin Moya was shocked. The central area. In the demonstration by the goddess of life, the great battle took place in the central area of the corpse realm. The most distinctive feature of the central area is the 6 peaks. The 6 peaks are integrated with the entire world, incredibly sturdy. Even the great battle back then couldn't destroy them. The area enclosed by the 6 peaks is the center of the world. Ah, how did we get here? Dongfang Yao finally woke up. Lin Moya ignored her, quickly scanning the surroundings, and finally found a barrier in an inconspicuous spot. Is it there? Lin Moya asked urgently. At this moment, another attack swept in. It was a giant dragon tail, a rotten dragon tail. With one sweep, thousands of skeletons were sent flying, falling like raindrops. The undead army was heavily damaged, and the 22 Lich generals frantically healed. Dongfang Yao didn't react in time. Lin Moya pulled her, pointing to the barrier, and asked urgently again, is that the exit? Chapter 376. Chapter 376, 376. Chapter 376, Life or Death decided in 1 minute. The attacks came wave after wave, each carrying terrifying power. Lin, the undead army was almost scattered into a mess. If it weren't for the all-encompassing connection, the attacked skeletons would have long been dead. Now, they could only rely on the continuous healing from the Lich generals to barely maintain. Lin Moya hadn't even seen the enemy's appearance yet. In Lin Moya's urgent urging, Dongfang Yao confirmed her memory. Yes, that barrier has our family's mark. The passage you mentioned to leave the corpse realm, is it there? Lin Moya continued to ask, finally confirming. In his sight, another large batch of skeletons was swept into the air, looking like they were about to fall apart. The healing light on them kept shining. Dongfang Yao looked at the current environment, carefully compared in thought, and finally confirmed, yes, it's there. Let's go. Without another word, Lin Moya grabbed Dongfang Yao, spread his wings of lightning, and shot towards the barrier. The speed instantly reached its limit, truly like a flash of lightning. In less than half a second, they covered several hundred meters. The undead army reappeared around them, instantly surrounding them. In that half-second, Lin Moya finally saw the attackers. There wasn't just one, there were several. One of them was a dragon corpse monster. It had a dragon tail over 100 meters long, and its body wasn't on the ground but on the mountain peak. Each attack was a sweep of the dragon tail, directly descending. So during the attack, only the dragon tail was visible, not the body. Another monster looked like a demon, with wings on its back. But it only had one wing, and it was so rotten that only the skeleton remained. Its palm kept slapping the undead army, also able to break through space, attacking the undead army from hundreds of meters away. Lin Moya couldn't determine their levels, but he was sure they were at least above level 80. Just as they reached the barrier entrance, Lin Moya was shocked. Terrifying auras rose from the 6 mountain peaks. Pairs of scarlet eyes lit up from the peaks. In the next moment, shadows flew from the peaks. Lin Moya's expression changed drastically, and he pressed his hand on the barrier. His body gradually entered the barrier, and the barrier did not reject him. He could pass through, but the passing speed was extremely slow, so slow that it would take at least 5 minutes to get through. By then, he would be stuck halfway, making it extremely difficult to advance or retreat. Dongfang Yao said, "I can open the barrier." Lin Moya immediately withdrew his hand, "Quickly open it." Dongfang Yao was already doing it, continuously sending out the unique marks of the Dongfang family towards the barrier. Dongfang Yao was even more anxious than Lin Moya. "Give me some time." "How long?" Dongfang Yao said, 1 minute. "All right. No extra words, just 1 minute." Whether they could by that minute was another matter. The shadows on the 6 mountain peaks were already pouncing towards the undead army. Each shadow was at least level 80. They were all powerful beings from the great battle, killed by the forbidden skill, and finally turned into corpses. Although they became corpses, most of their power from back then was retained. At least, Lin Moya couldn't deal with them now. Relying on the undead army, Lin Moya could only delay, but he wasn't sure how long he could delay. These terrifying beings, turned into corpses, had no life, couldn't be killed, were immune to curses, and had no souls. Lin Moya couldn't understand what kind of existence they were. It was too terrifying. Many of his skills were rendered useless. The sky darkened, and a shadow was already overhead. It breathed out a hot breath, and flames began to burn on the skeletons. Dragon race, dragon breath. Lin Moya's eyes tightened, recognizing the shadow as a dragon race. Dragon breath was its ability in life, and even after becoming a corpse, this ability was retained. And it became even more terrifying. The dragon breath carried strong corpse poison, poisoning the skeletons. The skeletons began to counterattack, and elemental explosions flashed on the shadow. Arrows pierced the sky, hitting its body with a clanging sound. Its defense was too strong. Neither elemental explosions nor the sharpshooter's arrows could cause significant damage. The shadow continued to breathe dragon breath, and the ground shook violently. Another terrifying corpse arrived. It was over 100 meters tall, and in the dark world, its full appearance couldn't be seen. From its outline, Lin Moya identified it as a demon from the abyss. Whether it was a top-level demon or a demon king, he couldn't tell. Its hands slammed into the ground, causing a massive shockwave that sent countless skeletons flying. Then countless red threads shot from the ground, wrapping around the skeletons. The skeletons exploded in mid-air, shattering into pieces. Lin Moya felt a chill. These skeletons were truly dead. Under the opponent's attack, his talent was rendered useless. Lin Moya suddenly realized that his talent wasn't omnipotent. He had talents, and so might others, and some talents could cause such effects. The opponent kept slamming the ground, killing skeletons in batches. From the start of the battle until now, only 5 seconds had passed, and at least 1,000 skeletons had died under the opponent's attack. The remaining ones were all heavily injured. If it weren't for the Lich General's quick healing, the undead army might have been wiped out in these 5 seconds. But as the number of skeletons decreased, the time they could hold out would inevitably shorten. 1 minute, they couldn't hold out. Lin Moya gritted his teeth, and his hand suddenly heated up, bursting with brilliant light. The long and used, strong soldier, skill was activated again. This was Lin Moya's most powerful skill, his trump card. Strong Soldier. For 30 seconds, all basic attributes of oneself and summoned creatures are increased by 200%, and all damage dealt is increased by 500%. Cooldown time, 1 hour. The strongest aspect of the Strong Soldier skill was that it increased basic attributes, and it was an increase after talent enhancement. The Lich General's enhancement skills further boosted these basic attributes. Under the dual effects, the skeleton's attributes reached their peak. Originally, with talent enhancement, each basic attribute of a level 42 skeletal berserker was as high as 130,000. Under the Strong Soldier skill, it suddenly increased to 390,000. With the Lich General's Legion enhancement skill, a single attribute reached an astonishing 546,000, and the total attributes exceeded 2 million. With such attributes, and all damage increased by 500%, plus the skeletal berserker's own skills, which dealt 500% strength damage. Lin Moya couldn't even calculate the attack power of the skeletal berserkers at this moment. Regardless, their defense was greatly enhanced. Not only the skeletal berserkers, but the skeletal mages, sharpshooters, and even Lin Moya himself were all enhanced. For these 30 seconds, Lin Moya was confident in significantly reducing the damage. As for how long they could hold out after 30 seconds, that was another matter. Dongfang Ya was already giving her all. The barrier was too complex, and even though she knew the method, it took time. After all, she was not yet level 40, so it was understandable. Lin Moya's task now was to buy time. The skeletons glowed brilliantly, and the skeletal berserkers withstood the dragon breath, no longer being blown away. The red threads couldn't deal fatal damage to them either. The counterattack officially began. The skeletal berserkers charged at the enemies, moving as fast as lightning, reaching the enemies in an instant and then leaping high. Their axes glowed red, turning into shadows as they chopped down. The skeletal mage's elemental explosions also unleashed unprecedented destructive power. In the explosions, large chunks of rotten flesh were blown off the shadows. The sharpshooter's arrows turned into lightning, deeply piercing the enemies' bodies and then exploding. Chunks of rotten flesh and dragon scales fell from the sky, heavily hitting the ground. The attacks finally exceeded their defense limits. They seemed enraged, continuously breathing dragon breath in retaliation. With the strong soldier skill, the skeleton's strength increased dramatically, and the damage from the dragon breath was greatly reduced. On the other side, the skeletal berserkers had already reached their opponents. Under the skill burst, the enemy's rotten flesh flew everywhere. Lin Moya didn't just watch, she used both hands to unleash a barrage of bone fangs. Each time, 2,100 bone fangs shot out, 5 times per second. The sky lit up with countless white lights, and the bone fangs whistled through the air, piercing the enemies' bodies and riddling them with holes. In the light, Lin Moya finally saw the full appearance of the enemies. They were indeed from the dragon race, with a body at least 500 meters long, incredibly massive. The dragon head was completely rotten, mostly exposing black bones. The wings were just skeletal frames. Only the dragon scales remained on the body. Lin Moya could imagine its power in life. Even if it wasn't god level, it was at least close to god level. Now it was dead, still powerful but not as strong as in life. Its combat style had become rigid, repeatedly using dragon breath. Having lost its intelligence, its combat power was greatly reduced. But Lin Moya also realized that it had become more terrifying than in life. The terror lay in the corpse poison, eternally present and incurable. Chapter 377. Chapter 377, 377. Chapter 377, the last 10 seconds, life and death on the line. The corpse poison continuously causes damage, and the higher the level of the corpse poison, the stronger the damage. Lin, it cannot be neutralized and exists eternally. At least, that's the case so far. Once killed by the corpse poison, one will also turn into a corpse. The corpse poison can also infect others, spreading and causing a catastrophic disaster. Fortunately, the corpse realm is sealed, and the corpses inside cannot escape. The only exit is the barrier guarded by the Dongfang family. This barrier can only be opened by the Dongfang family. If other humans want to enter, it takes some time. But under the siege of these powerful corpses, there is no time. A terrifying aura flew out from one of the mountain peaks and descended instantly. Lin Moya's expression was solemn. This one seemed even stronger. It wielded a stick, smashing it down from the sky. With a loud bang, the ground cracked, and the terrifying power sent the skeletons flying into the sky. The stick swept across the air, forming a shadow hundreds of meters long. The skeletons were swept away in mid-air, crashing into the mountain peaks hundreds of meters away. The mountain peaks shook, disturbing more corpses within. Pairs of blood-red eyes lit up, and waves of terrifying auras rose. Lin Moya was horrified. How many corpses were there? Just the auras he sensed indicated that there were at least 100 corpses above level 80. Lin Moya was unsure if he could hold on until the end. The skeletons that were swept into the mountain peaks were unlikely to come out again. Lin Moya knew this. The skeletal mages and skeletal archers quickly provided support. The skeletal berserkers also charged forward. Elemental explosions erupted on its body, creating a dazzling display. The skeletal berserkers swung their giant axes at it. Bone fangs whistled through the air. It swung its stick, creating countless stick shadows in the sky. None of the berserkers could get close. They were all swept away. In the light, Lin Moya finally saw clearly. This was a human strongman, although already decayed, still recognizable. Its combat power was too strong, clearly surpassing the previous dragon and demon. Even in the strong soldier state, the skeletons were no match. Lin Moya even suspected that it had reached the god level. So strong. Lin Moya's expression was very solemn. The skeletal berserkers began to go up in batches, trying to delay as much as possible. Nothing could withstand the stick's path. Lin Moya had an idea, and a Lich General rushed to the front. Although the Lich General had no attack power, it had the highest physical defense among all of Lin Moya's summons. Its base constitution was as high as 270,000, and with the strong soldier skill and its own enhancements, its constitution attribute exceeded 1.1 million. If anyone could withstand the attacks of this stick-wielding corpse, it was the Lich General. The Lich General charged out, actively needing the stick. With a bang, the stick struck it, heavily injuring the Lich General. But it didn't take a step back, enduring the attack. The other 21 Lich Generals were rapidly healing it, allowing it to recover quickly. Seeing this, Lin Moya immediately gave up attacking the stick-wielding corpse and let the Lich General hold it off. The Lich General became a meat shield, taking hit after hit. The battle reached the 20-second mark. Over 2,000 skeletons had been lost. Without the strong soldier skill, they wouldn't have lasted this long. The strong soldier skill had 15 seconds left. In 15 seconds, I must take down 2. If he couldn't take down the initial dragon corpse and demon corpse in 15 seconds, with more corpses arriving later, he might as well commit suicide. Lin Moya steeled himself, letting the skeletal berserkers hold off the demon and the Lich General hold off the stick-wielding corpse. All the remaining skeletal mages and skeletal archers simultaneously attacked the dragon corpse. He himself didn't rest, firing bone fangs at the dragon corpse with all his might. It seemed the weakest, so he targeted it first. In just 20 seconds, this was the most intense battle Lin Moya had ever experienced. He didn't even have time to use the detection skill. Now, every second counted, and knowing the enemy's level wouldn't change anything. With Lin Moya's full attack, the dragon corpse was finally destroyed after 6 seconds, disintegrating in mid-air. Without a moment's delay, he immediately targeted the demon corpse. The strong soldier skill had 9 seconds left. The demon corpse was covered in skeletal berserkers. The demon corpse was full of corpse poison, infecting every skeletal berserker. Despite the damage, they continued to attack. With the mages and archers joining in, the demon corpse was quickly overwhelmed. Finally, with 1 second left on the strong soldier skill, the demon corpse collapsed. The next second, the strong soldier skill went into cooldown. All attributes receded like a tide. There were still 25 seconds left of the minute. The stick-wielding corpse struck down, and the Lich General, which had been holding on, was instantly sent flying, disappearing from sight. The Lich General was finished. This was the first time a Lich General had died since the formation of the undead army. Lin Moya knew that the next 25 seconds would be the hardest. He didn't urge Dongfang Yao. She was already doing her best, and urging her would only backfire. Each did what they had to do. At this moment, Lin Moya was extremely calm. The undead army began to spread out. The enemy's attacks were all area attacks. Staying together would only lead to faster destruction. The skeletal warriors began to run quickly, attracting the enemy's attention. Fortunately, the enemy's intelligence was low, almost gone after becoming corpses. If it were a true strongman, the first target would definitely be Lin Moya. The strongmen sleeping in the mountain peaks continued to awaken and descend. A giant tree appeared in the sky, covered in rotting branches, unrecognizable. The tree was withered, its branches and leaves decayed. The moment it appeared, Lin Moya was horrified, because the goddess of life had mentioned it in her description of the great battle. This was a god, called the tree god by the goddess of life. A plant-based god, with immense vitality, extremely hard to kill. In the great battle, it had shone brightly, killing many. Later, it was heavily injured by a human strongman but didn't die. It escaped the battlefield but was eventually killed by the forbidden skill, becoming a corpse. The forbidden skill swept through the entire world, and no living being within it could escape. The moment the tree god appeared, Lin Moya felt a surge of cold, a sense of crisis. It was stronger than the stick-wielding human corpse, much stronger. The tree god stood in the void, its branches hanging down. Dozens of branches instantly split into hundreds, then thousands, piercing through space and sweeping up a large number of skeletons. The speed was too fast, far exceeding the skeletons and Lin Moya's reaction. The skeletons were swept up and then exploded. They died one by one, unable to resist. The all-encompassing connection talent became useless at this moment. Some skeletons had already been killed directly, making Lin Moya realize that his talent wasn't omnipotent. The enemy had means to bypass his talent. The rotting giant tree, once a god, had similar abilities. Lin Moya didn't know if this ability was a talent or something else. He wasn't at that level and couldn't understand. The rotting giant tree appeared for just over 2 seconds, killing thousands of skeletons. The undead army had already lost a third, now only 10,000 remained. There were still 22 seconds left of the minute, and it was uncertain if they could hold on. The fewer the undead army, the faster they would collapse. The undead army was rapidly dwindling. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, with large numbers of skeletons dying every second. Dongfang Yao was clearly nearing the end, the barrier's light growing brighter. Hold on, just hold on a bit longer. Another 10 seconds passed. The undead army was reduced to less than 4,000, the rate of loss accelerating. Lin Moya's eyes darkened. The last 10 seconds would be the hardest. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and he took out the Genesis Scepter. This was his last trump card, with 3 chances to unleash an attack equivalent to level 90. Level 90, the realm of gods. Whether pseudo-gods or true gods, reaching level 90 meant they were not weak. The moment he took out the Genesis Scepter, the 6 mountain peaks trembled, and terrifying auras surged towards him. He suddenly realized he had made a mistake. The corpses here had fought to the death for the Genesis Scepter. Even in death, their obsession with the Genesis Scepter hadn't disappeared. Taking out the Genesis Scepter was like attracting all the firepower. But if he didn't use it, he might die anyway. The rotting giant tree in the sky locked onto Lin Moya, and all its decayed branches shot towards him like lightning. Lin Moya instantly felt the threat of death. Determination rose in his eyes, and he raised the Genesis Scepter, aiming at the rotting giant tree. Chapter 378. Chapter 378, 378. Chapter 378, the will that even time cannot erase. Suddenly, a flash of black light passed by, and all the withered branches were cut down. A shadow appeared in front of Lin Moya. He was wearing armor and holding a sharp sword. It was human armor and a human sword. For countless years, this armor had never been worn down, and the sword remained sharp. There was no doubt that these 2 pieces of equipment were of legendary status, and their owner was a former god-level powerhouse of the human race. He looked down at Lin Moya, then glanced at the Genesis Scepter, his eyes glowing red. Lin Moya held up the Genesis Scepter but did not activate it. Lin Moya knew that even if he activated the Genesis Scepter, it would have no effect. This person was too strong, unimaginably strong. Then he turned around, facing the rotten giant tree, leaving his back to Lin Moyo. He raised his sword and instantly soared into the sky, engaging in battle with the rotten giant tree. Countless branches were cut down. At that moment, Lin Moyo was greatly shaken. He is actually protecting me. No, he is not protecting me, but protecting the human race. His whole body is rotten, clearly already dead. Yet his last will has been preserved. To protect the human race. Lin Moyo was deeply moved. What kind of will was this? Even after death, turning into a corpse, it still had not been erased. The will had turned into an obsession. Another powerful being descended. In that great battle, several god-level beings were left here. As soon as they appeared, they targeted the Genesis scepter in Lin Moyo's hand. Each one was incredibly powerful, far beyond what Lin Moyo could contend with. But then, another god-level powerhouse of the human race appeared in front of Lin Moyo, blocking the attack for him. This happened repeatedly. One god-level powerhouse after another appeared, pulling Lin Moyo back from the brink of death. Lin Moyo's shock reached an unprecedented level. What kind of will could not be erased by time? What kind of will could not be erased by time? It transcended life, transcended time. It penetrated the bones, sinking into every inch of the body. A deep respect rose in Lin Moyo's heart. It's done. Dongfang Yao's voice rang in his ears. The barrier looked unchanged, but when Lin Moyo touched it, he knew it was different. His hand easily passed through. He took one last look at the god-level powerhouses of the human race who were still fighting. If there is a chance in the future, I will resurrect you. Lin Moyo didn't know if he would have the chance or if he could do it. But at this moment, he made this sincere wish. Then he turned and walked into the barrier. As Lin Moyo left, the aura of the Genesis scepter disappeared, and the aura of the living also disappeared. The battle almost instantly stopped. The god-level powerhouses of the human race flew back to one of the mountain peaks, and there was no more movement. The other corpses also returned to their places. The corpse realm returned to silence, and darkness once again enveloped the land. The next moment, the undead army left by Lin Moyo simultaneously disintegrated and scattered. Behind the barrier was a secret realm. The secret realm was not large, only about 100 meters in diameter. In the center of the secret realm, there was a teleportation array. Lin Moyo glanced at the secret realm, which was filled with numerous formations. In the past, he wouldn't have understood these formations at all. But now, with his experience as a formation master, he could understand a bit. These formations were connected to the barrier outside and also to a more terrifying seal. According to Dongfang Yao, this seal locked down the entire corpse realm. The human race had paid a great price to seal the corpse realm. Great, we can go back through the teleportation array, Dongfang Yao said after checking the teleportation array. The teleportation array had the mark of the Dongfang family, and Dongfang Yao knew how to control it. Lin Moyo said, no rush, let's rest here for a while. Dongfang Yao was puzzled. They could go back now, so why rest? Then she understood. Lin Moyo began summoning skeletons one by one. In the previous battle, in just 1 minute, the undead army was almost completely wiped out. The remaining skeletons were mostly contaminated by corpse poison, and less than 2,000 were intact. Out of 22 Lich generals, 3 had died, which was the smallest loss. But without skeletons, the Lich generals were like commanders without soldiers, useless. Now that they could go back, Lin Moyo, being cautious, wanted to replenish the undead army before teleporting. In case something went wrong during the teleportation, at least they would have a way to deal with it. Dongfang Yao thought for a moment and understood Lin Moyo's reasoning, so she sat quietly to the side. Skeletons were summoned at a rate of 1 per second. Lin Moyo didn't stop, summoning 3,600 skeletons per hour. It would take about 4 hours to fully replenish the army. Dongfang Yao watched for a while and gradually realized something was wrong. Doesn't his skill consume mental power? I can clearly feel a strong mental wave. Each skeleton requires a lot of mental power. But he seems to have endless mental power. How strong is his mental attribute? Dongfang Yao was extremely shocked. She always thought Lin Moyo was very strong in combat but never paid attention to his mental power. In the corpse realm, every day was a struggle for survival against the corpses, leaving no room for other thoughts. Now that they were safe, she could finally relax and pay attention to other things. Lin Moyo silently summoned skeletons, which greatly startled Dongfang Yao. Dongfang Yao realized that unless they encountered an extraordinarily powerful opponent, Lin Moyo's undead army would be invincible. Especially on the battlefield, the undead army could easily defeat 10 times their number of same-level demon armies. The key was that the undead army did not fear death and could be replenished at any time. As Lin Moyo's level increased, the number of undead would become even more astonishing, and the skeletons would become even stronger. By then, Lin Moyo alone could rival an entire army. If only I could have such an army. Dongfang Yao shivered and woke up. She knew she was thinking too much, it was impossible. But she couldn't help but fantasize, if only I could marry him. She thought of Lin Moyo's expression when killing corpses, and a chill ran down her spine. She realized that someone like Lin Moyo, decisive in killing, was not someone she could control. Rather than becoming his wife, it would be better to be his friend. With this thought, Dongfang Yao felt much more comfortable. Lin Moyo glanced at Dongfang Yao without a trace. Her expression had been strange just now, but now it seemed normal. Ignoring everything else, he continued summoning skeletons. Without a full undead army, he felt no sense of security. Finally, after 4 hours, the decimated undead army was fully replenished. Not counting his own summoning space, the 22 undead armies directly under the command of the Lich generals, totaling 14,520 skeletons, were once again at full strength. Lin Moya took a deep breath. Alright, let's go back. Dongfang Yao nodded and immediately stepped into the teleportation array, casting a series of marks. As Dongfang Yao activated the teleportation array, a brilliant light suddenly burst from the grand formation beneath the palace. The formation spirit appeared, and a series of thoughts were transmitted. The 3 god-level powerhouses of the royal family, Dongfang Yi, Dongfang Li, and Dongfang Zhan, all received the message simultaneously. Someone had returned from the corpse realm through the teleportation array. The 3 of them showed expressions of joy and rushed over. Meng Yanwen also received the message and appeared in front of the formation spirit in the next second. He had been here before and had silently left a teleportation coordinate. He could come over at any time. When Dongfang Yi and the other 2 arrived, they found that Meng Yanwen was already there. Greetings, God of Peace. Dongfang Yi was the first to salute Meng Yanwen. Dongfang Li and Dongfang Zhan also greeted Meng Yanwen. Although god-level powerhouses were equals, Meng Yanwen's strength commanded their respect. Meng Yanwen merely nodded and didn't pay them much attention. Instead, he asked the formation spirit, who was being teleported over. The formation spirit said, a man and a woman, 2 people. As it spoke, it projected an image of Lin Moya and Dongfang Yao. Meng Yanwen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Moya was safe. Dongfang Yi and the other 2 also showed joy. Lin Moya's safety meant that the Dongfang family was also safe. Dongfang Yao's survival was an unexpected joy. Dongfang Yi, as a father, was almost moved to tears. The 3 of them knew well what the corpse realm was like and how difficult it was to return. Even for them, entering the corpse realm was almost certain death. A few days ago, they had already given up hope. They never expected such a sudden surprise. Returning from the corpse realm took some time. Meng Yanwen looked at Dongfang Yi and the other 2. This time, you are lucky. The Dongfang family is saved. With that, he teleported away, not staying any longer. 10 seconds later, the killing intent that had shrouded the royal palace for over a month receded like a tide. Chapter 379. Chapter 379, 379. Chapter 379, Safe Return, the Dongfang family escapes disaster. The teleportation lasted a full 5 minutes, crossing a long distance. Lin Moya and Dongfang Yao finally returned to the human world. As the teleportation ended, their vision had not yet recovered, but the familiar feeling had already been transmitted. When they could see clearly, they saw Dongfang Yi, Dongfang Li, and another person Lin Moya did not recognize, Dongfang Zhan. Father! With a cry, Dongfang Yao threw herself into Dongfang Yi's arms. Tears streamed down her face. I thought I would never see you again. Dongfang Yi gently patted Dongfang Yao's back. It's okay, it's okay. His daughter had returned alive, and as a father, he was overjoyed. For over a month, he had been in despair. The Dongfang family was under threat, and his daughter might never return. Under such double pressure, he was close to collapse. Even though he was a god-level expert, what did it matter? Even as the ruler, what did it matter? At the end of the day, he was just a person, a father. Lin Moya's gaze turned slightly cold. This time, your Dongfang family needs to give me an explanation. They had returned, but the matter was not over. He had almost not made it back. If it weren't for good luck, this matter was not over. Lin Moya was not magnanimous to that extent. Although he still owed them a favor could not compare to his life. Moreover, he had brought Dongfang Yao back safely, repaying the favor more than enough. Hearing Lin Moya's slightly cold words, Dongfang Yi also knew that this time it was their Dongfang family's fault. He immediately said, indeed, this matter was our Dongfang family's fault, almost causing the death of General Lin. Rest assured, General Lin, we will definitely give you an explanation. At the same time, we will also provide sufficient compensation. Lin Moya did not press further. Since Dongfang Yi had said so, he would naturally keep his word. At this moment, the family crisis was resolved, and Dongfang Yao had returned safely. Both Dongfang Li and Dongfang Zhan breathed a sigh of relief. Dongfang Li chuckled, General Lin, your sister has been waiting outside the palace for over a month. Shouldn't you go see her? My sister is here. Where? Through the teleportation array, they returned to the surface. Dongfang Yi said, the teleportation array leading outside the palace was destroyed by your sister. Shall I fly you over? No need, I'll go myself. Lin Moya finished speaking, and the wings of lightning spread open, carrying him into the sky. After identifying the direction, Lin Moya sensed Lin Machen's presence. The wings of lightning trembled slightly, and his body shot forward like lightning. After Lin Moya left, Dongfang Yi said, this time, it was a blessing in disguise. Yao returned safely, and the family crisis was resolved. Dongfang Li said softly, since the founding of the Divine Summer Empire over 1,000 years ago, this is the first time our Dongfang family has faced such a great calamity. We are truly ashamed of our ancestors. Dongfang Zhan also shook his head and sighed, it is our incompetence. Dongfang Yao looked at the 3 of them, speaking one after another like a play, and was confused about what had happened. Dongfang Yi pulled her aside, Yao, tell us in detail what happened in the corpse realm over the past month. Dongfang Li was also very curious. Although General Lin is powerful, he is only invincible among those of the same level. There are many powerful beings in the corpse realm, especially in the central area. How did you return? Dongfang Yao nodded and began to recount their experiences in the corpse realm. Outside the palace, Lin Moyo appeared beside Lin Machin like lightning. Seeing Lin Moyo, Lin Machin's beautiful face lit up with joy, and she hugged him tightly. Tears streamed down her face. Xiao, I knew you would be fine. Lin Moya smiled. Of course, I would be fine. How did you know I was in the corpse realm? Lin Machin had been waiting outside the palace for over a month. Lin Moyo could guess the reason. Lin Machin shook her head. I didn't know about the corpse realm. My teacher predicted you might be in danger and told me to wait outside the palace. Lin Machin explained the situation. It turned out that Lin Machin's teacher had predicted Lin Moya's danger and specifically told her to wait outside the palace. As for how to wait, there were no specific instructions, leaving it to Lin Machin to decide. Unexpectedly, his sister had taken such a domineering action. Lin Machin said, over the past month, some people from the Dongfang family tried to escape, but I drove them back. Lin Moya laughed. If something had really happened to me, would you have slaughtered the Dongfang family? Lin Machin snorted, of course. Not only would I take action, but Xiao's teachers would also take action. Over the past month, the Dongfang family had not had an easy time, with a metaphorical sword hanging over their heads. The killing intent of the mad god had never dissipated, and it grew stronger over time. To the members of the royal family, it felt like the sword was getting closer to their necks. Lin Moyo also realized that during his time in the corpse realm, his family had done a lot for him. They were ready to go to war with the Dongfang family for his sake. Regardless of the outcome, this battle would have been earth-shattering. As the royal family, the Dongfang family had many subordinates. If they called for help, who knew how many god-level experts would come? Meng Yanwen and the other two also had friends, as well as the military. If a fight broke out, the entire empire might be torn apart. Lin Moya realized that his life and death had unknowingly become a matter of the empire's survival. Lin Machin said, now that you're safe, I can rest easy. Go see your teachers, they must be worried sick. Lin Moya said softly, what about you? Lin Machin giggled, I have to go back and continue leveling up. I haven't leveled up in a month. My teacher's plan has been disrupted, and he's probably furious. Her playful tone showed that she was in a good mood because Lin Moyo had returned safely. When she mentioned her teacher, it was in a very relaxed manner, indicating that her teacher treated her well. Lin Moya nodded, when will you have time? Lin Machin thought for a moment, although my teacher hasn't said, I guess it will be after I reach god level. Lin Moya didn't expect such high demands, but given Lin Machin's current leveling speed, reaching god level didn't seem too far off. In less than 2 years, she had gone from job change to level 70 and completed 3 job changes. This speed was unprecedented, and even Lin Moyo might not be able to keep up. In the palace, Dongfang Yao recounted their experiences in the corpse realm over the past month. She described how she was initially panicked, while Lin Moya remained calm, even experimenting with the corpses. Dongfang Yao felt a bit ashamed. Their reactions were so different. Later, they absorbed lightning and entered a mysterious secret realm. Although Dongfang Yao didn't know what the secret realm was, the whole process was magical. She never expected to find such a vibrant secret realm in the corpse realm. Until the final battle, Dongfang Yao focused on opening the barrier and didn't pay much attention. But judging by the damage to the undead army, the battle must have been extremely intense. Dongfang Li pondered, Lin Moyo is too calm, far beyond ordinary people. His mental strength is extraordinary, especially in the central area. I can imagine the level of opponents he faced. Even for us, it would be difficult to come out unscathed. Dongfang Yi asked, Yaoer, can you describe the small scepter you mentioned? Can you draw it? Dongfang Yao nodded and immediately took out paper and pen to draw. Her drawing skills were good, clearly learned. The Genesis scepter was vividly depicted under her pen. The others gasped in shock. Dongfang Yi couldn't hide his astonishment. It's the Genesis scepter. Unexpectedly, the Genesis scepter, the root cause of the great battle back then, has reappeared. The Dongfang family, guarding the corpse realm, knew some of the battle's secrets. They were also aware of the Genesis scepter, the key to the goddess of life's inheritance. Dongfang Li looked at the drawing and suddenly said, the Genesis scepter is missing something. Yaoer, did you draw it completely? Dongfang Yao said, I drew it completely. There's nothing on the scepter. Dongfang Li said solemnly, it seems the Genesis scepter is damaged, and the life core is missing. Without the life core, the Genesis scepter is useless. Only when the two are combined can it function. Dongfang Yao asked, what does the Genesis scepter do? Dongfang Yi chuckled, it gives a chance to surpass gods. Ah. Dongfang Yao covered her mouth, too shocked to speak. Long press on your favorite paragraphs to record your thoughts. Chapter 380. Chapter 380, 380. Chapter 380, Extortion, by Yaiwan is a professional. The 3 god-level experts of the Dongfang family had no intention of going out to snatch it. Lin. First, they didn't dare, and second, it was useless. Lin Moya's identity was there, unless they could do it flawlessly. Moreover, they all knew that Lin Moya wouldn't really die. Even if they killed Lin Moyo, he could ultimately be resurrected in the Soul Palace. Unless it was in a special place like the Corpse Realm, separated by 2 worlds and completely sealed, then death would be real death. Otherwise, even in the ancient battlefield or the abyssal world, Lin Moya could be resurrected. It was precisely because of this that Meng Anwen and others were so agitated this time. They were even willing to fight to the death with the Dongfang family. The second reason was indeed useless. Without the life core, the Genesis scepter was just a piece of junk. Dongfang Yao also said that she couldn't even touch the Genesis scepter. They weren't fools, they wouldn't do something with no benefit. Dongfang Yi said in a deep voice, let's rest for 2 days. In a couple of days, Yaoer and I will go see Lin Xinjian. For over a month, the Divine Summer Tower had been standing in Xiaojing Academy. Previously, when the Divine Summer Tower appeared, it was only for a few days. It had never stayed for such a long time. Every day, many people came to observe the Divine Summer Tower. As one of the 3 divine towers of the Divine Summer Empire, it was full of legends. There was always a surge of energy outside the Divine Summer Tower, like a barrier that made it only possible to observe from a distance, not up close. But today, the Divine Summer Tower suddenly disappeared, and many who came to observe it were disappointed. The White God's residence returned to its usual appearance. Meng Yanwen lay comfortably on a chair, his eyes slightly closed, looking very relaxed. Bai Yaiwan and Yan Guangxing each sat in their own places, occasionally bickering. Lin Moya was serving tea and water for the 3 of them. He had already recounted his journey in the corpse realm in detail, including many secrets that even the Dongfang family didn't know. Who could know the significance of that great battle better than the goddess of life? Lin Moya also took out the Genesis scepter. Unfortunately, like Dongfang Yao, the 3 of them could only look but not touch. No one but Lin Moya could touch the Genesis scepter. Bai Yaiwan said, if we can find the life core, Xiao's chances of becoming a super god level expert will be much higher. Meng Yanwen thought for a moment and said in a low voice, I don't think it's a good thing. External objects can only be used, not relied upon. Lin Moya understood the meaning behind his words. Even if he could find the life core and fully restore the Genesis scepter, relying on external objects was not the best choice. Yan Guangxing raised an eyebrow. Old Meng is right. External objects are not to be relied upon. No matter what, you must rely on yourself. However, the Genesis scepter should be a good mythic level equipment. We can check its attributes when the time comes. Mythic level equipment, surpassing legendary level, extremely powerful and precious. The entire human race had only 2 pieces. Lin Moya said softly, Teacher, don't worry. I won't rely on external objects. His profession wouldn't allow him to rely on external objects even if he wanted to. After the second job changed to Necromancer Lord, he was almost repelled by all equipment. Lin Moya was also troubled by what kind of equipment he could use. Now he truly relied entirely on himself. Lin Moya asked, Teacher, many of my skeletons died this time, some were directly killed, and my talent failed. Bai Yaiwan said, that's normal. Maybe their talent has this effect. Yan Guangxing continued, or maybe their attack was strong enough to sever your talent connection. Summon a skeleton. Lin Moya summoned a skeleton as instructed. Yan Guangxing casually swung a hand knife. A massive blade aura shot out, wrapped in Yan Guangxing's terrifying killing intent, sweeping through the skeleton. The skeleton instantly exploded, destroyed in a flash. Lin Moya was shocked. His skeleton was killed so easily? The all-encompassing connection talent had no effect at all. Teacher, how did you do that? Lin Moya asked. Yan Guangxing said, your talent is called all-encompassing connection. I just need to sever the connection, and your talent will fail. In the end, your skeletons are too weak, not high enough level. Lin Moya understood. Whether the opponent's talent was strong enough or their attack was high enough, they could bypass his talent and directly destroy the skeletons. In other words, he was still too weak. Meng Yanwen said in a low voice, according to Xiao, those guys in the corpse realm are not that scary. The only real trouble is the corpse poison. Our ancestors sealed the corpse realm mainly to prevent the spread of corpse poison. Lin Moya asked, Teacher, even god-level healers can't neutralize corpse poison. Meng Yanwen shook his head. Low-level corpse poison can be neutralized, but not high-level. According to Dongfang Yao, if Lin Moya could neutralize corpse poison, he should help her save someone. It seemed that someone in her family was infected with high-level corpse poison. Otherwise, with their family's influence, they should be able to find a god-level healer. Teacher, is it possible for someone to be resurrected after death? Lin Moya thought of the god-level powerhouses who saved him at the end. They were dead but still alive, their will unextinguished. Bai Yaiwan said, unless they leave a soul imprint, their soul can return to the imprint after death, then they can be resurrected. But for god-level experts, once they're dead, they're dead. There's no chance. Lin Moya didn't understand why god-level experts couldn't be resurrected. Yan Guangxing stood up and patted Lin Moya's shoulder. You'll understand in the future. Bai Yaiwan also stood up and patted Lin Moya's shoulder. This time you were lucky. Be more careful in the future. In a couple of days, Dongfang Yu will definitely come to apologize. I'll help you extort him. The Dongfang family is the royal family, ruling the empire for so many years. They have plenty of good stuff. For the next few days, go outside. Whether you rest or clear dungeons, just don't show up here, and definitely don't come back. Meng Yanwen and Bai Yaiwan had been together for many years, so he understood Bai Yaiwan's meaning. It's better if you're not here. That way, old Bai can extort them more smoothly. Yan Guangxing didn't argue this time. Indeed, when it comes to extortion, this guy is a pro. They all thought Lin Moya was too soft-hearted and wouldn't demand enough compensation. This was a rare opportunity, and they didn't want to miss it. With Bai Yaiwan and Yan Guangxing, they could definitely make the Dongfang family bleed. Lin Moya was kicked out of the White God's residence. He wasn't allowed to return for the next few days. Before leaving, Bai Yaiwan told him to return to the Genesis Academy in half a month, as the ancestral land was about to open. Lin Moya returned to Xiaojing Academy, walking through the campus, feeling a sense of disorientation. After spending over a month in the dark, sunless corpse realm, constantly being struck by lightning, it was truly inhumane. Sometimes, Lin Moya felt like he was turning into a walking corpse. Fortunately, he finally made it out. Is it really impossible to be resurrected? Lin Moya wondered. According to Bai Yaiwan, it was impossible. but from what the Goddess of Life said, it didn't seem entirely impossible. For some reason, Lin Moya felt that the Goddess of Life's words were more credible. In all things, one must have hope. As he was thinking, his ears twitched slightly, and a rare smile appeared on his face. A fragrant breeze wafted into his nose, and someone hugged him from behind. "You're back." Lin Moya's voice was gentle, without a trace of coldness. After killing so many, Lin Moya's voice often carried a hint of coldness. But this time, there was none, not even a little. There were very few people in the world who could make Lin Moya speak so gently. The person behind him was one of them. "Yes." The response was equally soft, like a gentle kitten. Ning Yi's head gently rubbed against Lin Moya's back. Fortunately, he had just taken a bath and changed into clean clothes. When he first returned from the corpse realm, he carried the stench of decay, which was extremely unpleasant. Lin Moya gently held Ning Yi's soft, smooth hand, enjoying the warmth from behind. "It's been a long time. You must be tired." Lin Moya smiled. Ning Yi nodded, then shook her head, not saying a word. Lin Moya turned around and hugged her. "Rest now. Leave the leveling up to me." Ning Yi softly responded, her smile brighter than the sun. Chapter 381. Chapter 381, 381. Chapter 381, Beast God Plateau, Clash of the Three Major Academies. Ning Yi's return was an unexpected joy for Lin Moya. The two had been apart for several months, and their longing for each other burst forth at this moment. Lin. Under the warm sun, the two embraced for a long, long time. Until the sun set, casting long shadows, they sat by the lakeside, talking about the events of the past few months. Falling into the abyssal world, carrying out unprecedented city-destroying actions. Being trapped by killing intent. Finally, narrowly escaping death from the corpse realm. Lin Moya's experiences were like legendary stories, captivating and thrilling. Lin Moya's tone was somewhat flat, narrating plainly. But Ning Yi could imagine the scenes, clutching her chest, listening with bated breath. Compared to Lin Moya, Ning Yi's story was much simpler. She was sent by Ning Taran into a special secret realm, where she fought continuously, training her skills, honing her combat techniques, and leveling up. Ning Taran arranged special tasks for her, all of which she completed one by one. While Lin Moya was traveling, she was leveling up. While Lin Moya was fighting desperately, she was also leveling up. Ning Taran prepared a large number of potions, allowing Ning Yi to fight continuously. As a result, Ning Yi's leveling speed was not slower than Lin Moya's. She even reached level 40 before Lin Moya. Lin Moya had to admit, having a powerful family background was advantageous. If it were an ordinary person, even the geniuses in Xiaojing Academy, it would take 2 to 3 years to go from level 20 to 40, even with Constantine dungeons. But compared to his sister, Lin Moya felt it was all justified. She was the real prodigy. When she reached level 40, Ning Taran arranged for her second job change. Ning Yi also experienced a profession sublimation during her second job change. Ning Taran pampered his precious granddaughter, preparing numerous treasures to enhance her chances of profession sublimation. With the previously obtained Nirvana Soul Crystal, Ning Yi successfully became a legendary profession, Night Stalker. Previously, Ning Yi was a rare profession, Shadow Assassin, which was good but not as powerful as a legendary profession. Ning Yi's experience sounded monotonous, even a bit dull. After her second job change, Ning Taran didn't let her out immediately. Instead, he arranged a new round of trials, lasting over a month. Ning Taran somehow acquired a large number of puppets, each possessing the skills of other professionals. Every day, Ning Yi fought against these puppets, learning the combat styles of other professionals. Ning Yi's training method was similar to what Bai Yuan and Yan Quanxing did back in the day. It had a similar effect, except they directly transformed into puppets, making it more thorough. The two sat by the lakeside, Ning Yi leaning her head on Lin Moya's shoulder, her face glowing in the sunlight. "Next, it's up to you." Ning Yi's eyes sparkled, looking as if she wouldn't take no for an answer. Lin Moya smiled. "All right, leave it to me." As night fell, the dungeon hall remained brightly lit. The dungeon hall was often busier at night than during the day. Many students, after finishing their daily studies and training, would gather at the dungeon hall to find teams, run dungeons, get equipment, and level up. Everyone worked hard, fearing they would fall behind. When Lin Moya and Ning Yi appeared in the dungeon hall, the originally bustling hall fell silent. Lin Moya seemed to exude an invisible pressure, making people afraid to speak loudly in his presence. Long periods of battle and killing had given Lin Moya an astonishing aura. People looked at Lin Moya with admiration in their eyes. Ning Yi hugged Lin Moya's arm. "You're amazing, everyone looks at you differently." Lin Moya said calmly, "Compared to the sages of the human race, I'm nothing." Ning Yi disagreed. "I think you'll surpass the sages, defeat the dragon race, and sweep the abyss." Lin Moya suddenly remembered what Jiang Yi had said. Even if a super god level expert appeared in the human race, it would be impossible to destroy the abyss. He didn't know if that was true. Only when he reached that level would he understand. The two entered the dungeon hall, looking at the various dungeons of different levels. Lin Moya said, "We need to choose a suitable dungeon for leveling up." Ning Yi immediately had an answer. "Let's do the Beast God Plateau dungeon. It has a lot of experience and is said to be the best leveling dungeon for levels 40 to 50. The dungeon hall was managed by Ning Taran. As his most beloved granddaughter, Ning Yi was very familiar with it. The dungeon hall had two large dungeons, the level 25, Tyrant Desert, and the level 45, Beast God Plateau. The Beast God Plateau had a level restriction of 40 to 50, with a maximum of 50 participants. Lin Moya trusted Ning Yi's choice. "Alright, let's do the Beast God Plateau." Large dungeons had no difficulty options, and the monsters inside were similar to those in Hell difficulty of the same level. The difference was in the number of monsters. But for Lin Moyu, the number of monsters was the least significant factor. Ning Yi knew Lin Moya's skills well. To her, the Beast God Plateau was the best choice. Ning Yi pointed to the record on the dungeon. This record is about to be broken. The current record was set 3 years ago, and no one had broken it since. Creation God Academy, 6 hours 29 minutes 18 seconds. Genesis Academy, 6 hours 52 minutes 01 second. Flame Emperor Academy, 6 hours 53 minutes 31 seconds. The top team was from Creation God Academy, with only 25 members, half the dungeon's maximum limit. Using half the number of participants, they set a record that had stood for 3 years, proving the strength of Creation God Academy. The 3 top academies in the school were very strong, gathering 99% of the top talents. Their teams set many records in the dungeon hall, which were hard to break. Hard, but not impossible. Unlike Lin Moya's records, which were utterly despairing, Lin Moya looked at the record and said calmly, "Let's give it a try." As the dungeon vortex lit up, the two were teleported into the dungeon. Wow, Lin Xinjiang is taking a girl to run a dungeon. That girl is so lucky. I wish Lin Xinjiang would take me to run a dungeon. And they chose the Beast God Plateau, a 50-person dungeon. Lin Xinjiang plans to solo it. Isn't that normal? Remember the Tyrant Desert? Lin Xinjiang soloed it with 39 others. That's different. The Tyrant Desert is a level 25 dungeon, while the Beast God Plateau is level 45, a world of difference. Difficulty? Does difficulty mean anything to Lin Xinjiang? Seeing Lin Moyo enter, the crowd began to discuss heatedly. Even though it was a large dungeon, most people believed Lin Moyo would clear it. After all, his past achievements were too brilliant, but a few who disliked Lin Moyo hoped he would fail. That way, they could claim Lin Moya's profession level had declined after his second job change. The news of Lin Moya taking a girl to run a dungeon quickly spread. Many people speculated about Ning Yi's identity and why she was with Lin Moyo. At that moment, the teleportation array outside the dungeon hall lit up. A formidable team emerged from the teleportation array and headed straight into the dungeon hall. They entered the Beast God Plateau dungeon without a word. The team consisted of 30 members, all between levels 48 and 50. The crowd outside the dungeon hall was stunned. The team bore the insignia of Flame Emperor Academy. Someone suddenly exclaimed, "I remember, today marks 3 years, and the Beast God's true form is about to refresh." I remember too. 3 years ago, Creation God Academy's team cleared the dungeon and defeated the Beast God's true form, gaining many benefits. At that time, Genesis Academy and Flame Emperor Academy were also competing for the Beast God's true form, but Creation God Academy won. I wonder which of the 3 academies will defeat the Beast God's true form this time. It's hard to say. Lin Xinjiang is also in the dungeon. He might take the lead. Before they finished speaking, the teleportation array lit up again, and a powerful aura descended. The dungeon hall fell silent. Another team emerged from the teleportation array and headed straight into the dungeon hall. This time, it was Genesis Academy. Half a minute later, Creation God Academy's team arrived. Among the 3 academy teams, only Creation God Academy had 25 members, while the other 2 had 30. This showed Creation God Academy's confidence in their strength. The 3 academies gathered, competing for the Beast God's true form. To them, this dungeon was also a competition between academies. Chapter 382. Chapter 382, 382. Chapter 382. Ning Yi is very obedient. A gentle breeze blew across the grassland, bending the grass and creating a rustling sound. Lin. Ning Yi closed her eyes, her small face showing enjoyment as she felt the lightness of the wind. Ah, it's been so long since I've felt this relaxed. She opened her arms as if to embrace the wind. Being with Lin Moyu, Ning Yi felt extremely relaxed, both mentally and physically. This feeling was very rare, and Ning Yi was very fond of it. She liked being with Lin Moyu, liked the smell of Lin Moyu, and liked sticking close to Lin Moyu like a little kitten. Lin Moyu said softly, "Let's begin." Ning Yi happily responded, "Let's start, I can rest again." Saying this, she took out an unknown snack and took a big bite. With a thought, a cold wind howled across the grassland, and 22 undead legions appeared in unison. They charged in all directions like wolves and tigers. Ning Yi stared with wide eyes, forgetting to eat her snack. How can there be so many? When she used to run dungeons with Lin Moyu, there were only a few hundred. Now, the number was probably over 10,000. Lin Moya said, "When I reached level 30, I mastered a new skill, and the number increased." The number of skeletons had surged twice, the first time at level 30 when the Lich General skill appeared, forming the Undead Legion. The second time was at level 40 during the second job change, increasing the summoning space from 400 to 600, significantly boosting the number of skeletons. Now, the total number of skeletons in the 22 Undead Legions had reached 14,520, looking like a sizable army. Ning Yi quickly accepted this and smiled even more happily. With so many skeletons, I really don't have to do anything and can just eat snacks. The undead legions charged in all directions, and the dungeon map quickly formed in their minds. The Beast God Plateau was vast and flat. It was also filled with a large number of beast-type monsters. Killed. Obtained advanced wolf pelt, 3. Killed. Obtained advanced sheep wool, 2. The kill notifications popped up quickly, and the monsters here moved in groups, with each group having at least a dozen, sometimes 30 or 40. The kill notifications kept coming, almost non-stop. The undead legions quickly killed them, and even the elite monsters in this large dungeon, despite being level 40 plus, were no match and were quickly killed. Lin Moya didn't see any monsters moving alone here. After all, this was a large dungeon that could accommodate 50 people. If there were lone monsters, they would definitely be bosses. The undead legions advanced quickly, and Lin Moya didn't move at all, yet the undead legions had already swept the plateau clean. Only 20 minutes had passed. The experience is much faster than when I level up alone. It's so comfortable, being with you is great. Ningyi couldn't stop smiling, thinking about the hardships of leveling up alone, which were worlds apart from this. Just thinking about it brought tears to her eyes. After clearing the plateau, they found the path to the next stage. We found the way, let's go. Saying this, Lin Moya hugged Ningyi, and she snuggled into his warm embrace. In the next second, she felt herself flying, the scenery around her quickly receding. It wasn't just a feeling, they were really flying. Her small head peeked out from Lin Moya's embrace and saw the lightning wings on his back. Sparks and lightning all the way. The wind blew in her face, and Ningyi quickly snuggled back into Lin Moya's warm chest. It was too cold outside. Lin Moya's chest was much warmer and more comfortable. After flying for a dozen seconds, Lin Moya stopped. In front of them was a large bridge leading to another plateau, with a canyon over 100 meters deep between the plateaus. A group of monsters stood in the middle of the bridge, with one particularly large one among them. It should be a boss monster. Hovering in the air, they could see everything clearly. The canyon between the two plateaus was also filled with a large number of monsters. The density of monsters was even greater than on the plateau, with at least thousands of them. No wonder it's a large dungeon. The number of monsters is indeed astonishing. Lin Moya had three choices: cross the bridge to the second plateau, enter the canyon to clear the monsters and gain a lot of experience, or ignore them and fly directly over. Lin Moya wasn't here for a speedrun but to level up, so he chose both the first and second options. He recalled all the undead legions and then released them again. Half of the skeletons jumped into the canyon to clear the monsters below. The other half charged onto the bridge. Splitting his forces, Lin Moya aimed for maximum efficiency. At the same time, he flew into the canyon with Ningyi. The canyon was filled with a large number of monsters, including beast-type monsters and many snake and insect-type monsters. The arrival of the skeletons immediately attracted the monsters' attention. They charged at the skeletons, only to find that what came wasn't food but death. Boom! The sound of explosions echoed, and after killing a few monsters, the long-unused corpse explosion skill reappeared, instantly killing a large number of monsters. Experience flooded in like a tide. Here, there was no need to use curses, just the corpse explosion was enough to kill all the monsters within the explosion range. The canyon shook continuously, with countless rocks falling from above, crashing to the bottom. Lin Moya flew through the canyon with the lightning wings, causing explosions all the way. The canyon connected the two plateaus, only 5 kilometers long. The total number of monsters inside exceeded 1,000, truly dense. For other teams, they would be continuously attacked by monsters, making it difficult to clear the entire canyon. But for Lin Moya, it was the best place for corpse explosion. After 20 seconds, Lin Moya flew out of the canyon with Ningyi, landing at the bridgehead. The lightning wings' duration had just ended, and the wings disappeared. Ningyi's face was slightly flushed, clearly excited by the flying and fighting. It wasn't until they landed that Ningyi exclaimed, "That was so thrilling, so much fun." Lin Moya patted her head. "I'll take you for another ride later." By this time, the battle on the bridge was nearing its end. The skeletons were surrounding a tiger-like monster. Highland Giant Tiger, Enhanced Elite Boss. Level, 47. Strength, 60,000. Agility, 30,000. Mental, 10,000. Constitution, 80,000. Skills, Roar, Tiger Paw Strike. Traits, Vitality Enhancement. With a total attribute of 180,000, it was stronger than the bosses in Hell difficulty dungeons of the same level but weaker than a true boss. For the skeletons, it was pitifully weak. A monster like this, if the skeletons went all out, would be killed in less than half a minute. Now, under the skeleton's siege, it was already on its last breath. With a light touch of his finger, the curse of aging exploded, sending the monster on its final journey. Killed Highland Giant Tiger, experience plus 1,410,000. Obtained Giant Tiger Sword. Giant Tiger Sword, Platinum Grade Weapon, all attributes plus 1,200, swordsman skills amplified by 60%. A very poor Platinum Grade weapon. Lin Moya just glanced at it and threw it into his storage space. Crossing the bridge to the second plateau, the undead legions charged forward again. Ningyi said, "The Beast God Plateau dungeon has a total of 4 plateaus, each filled with many monsters. Between the plateaus, there are boss monsters guarding. The further you go, the stronger the monsters on the plateaus. Especially the last plateau, which has many boss monsters. And the canyons between the plateaus are also filled with a large number of monsters. When other teams come in, they try to avoid fighting as much as possible and rush to the last plateau. Most of the dungeon's rewards are concentrated on the last plateau." Lin Moya naturally understood Ningyi's words. Other teams, with dozens of people, would have their experience divided, leaving almost nothing. Without experience, they would avoid fighting as much as possible. But for them, it was different. With just the two of them, each monster provided considerable experience. Moreover, Lin Moya's speed in killing monsters was incomparable to ordinary teams. The 22 undead legions were all killing machines, bringing them a lot of experience. Lin Moya pinched Ningyi's nose. "We're here to level up. Rewards or secondary experience is the most important. If you want a speed run, after we clear this time and map out the dungeon, I'll take you for a speed run." Ningyi giggled, just sharing what she knew with Lin Moyo. No matter what Lin Moyo decided, she had no objections. This little kitten named Ningyi was very obedient. Chapter 383. Chapter 383, 383. Chapter 383, taking advantage of her own husband. The monsters on the second plateau were stronger than those on the first, with levels reaching 47. The types had also changed, from antelopes and wolves to lions and tigers. Both their attack power and speed had greatly increased. But no matter what kind of monster, whether level 47 or 48, it made little difference to the undead army. Wherever the undead army passed, no monsters remained. Lin Moyo and Ningyi strolled casually on the second plateau. The wind was noticeably stronger here, and the temperature had dropped. Looking into the distance, they could see a white layer, as if it had snowed. Ningyi again told stories about the Beast God Plateau dungeon. Back then, the Divine Summer Empire mobilized 9 god-level experts to move the Beast God Plateau dungeon here. Moving large-scale dungeons is far more difficult than ordinary ones, especially this dungeon, which was particularly hard. Its difficulty even exceeded that of the super large-scale dungeon in the hall. Do you know why, Moyo? Lin Moyo shook his head. Not really. Ningyi came from a good family, and her grandfather was in charge of the dungeon hall. She knew many stories and secrets about the dungeon hall. Ningyi continued eagerly, because there's a Beast God's true form in this dungeon. Beast God's true form? Lin Moyo hadn't heard of it before and wasn't sure what it meant. Ningyi continued, actually I don't know what the Beast God's true form is either, but grandfather said it's related to the Beast God, which seems to be some kind of deity. Lin Moyo was shocked. A deity. It was actually related to deities. According to grandfather, that's why this dungeon is called Beast God Plateau. The Beast God's true form refreshes every 3 years. Only the first team to kill it can get the reward each time. And the reward varies depending on how long it takes to kill it. As far as we know, the Creation God Academy team took 40 minutes to kill it, and got a piece of Beast God bone in the end, smaller than a fingernail. It can be used to make boss accessories. At the mention of boss accessories, Lin Moyo suddenly stopped walking. Ningyi found it strange. What's wrong? Lin Moyo took out a small box and handed it to her. I forgot earlier, this is for you. What is it? Ningyi opened the box, and a unique aura of boss accessories spread out from inside. Ningyi's eyes lit up. Wow, boss accessories. Where did you get them? Tell me honestly. Her tone was happy but also playful. Lin Moyo said, my teacher gave them to me after my second transition, but I can't use them. Lin Moyo explained to Ningyi about his inability to use equipment. Ningyi made a no sound, then closed the box and handed it back to Lin Moyo. You don't want it. Lin Moyo found it strange, as Ningyi's happiness just now wasn't fake. Ningyi raised her hand, which was wearing the Goblin King's ring Lin Moyo had given her. Although it was also a boss accessory, its attributes were still inferior to the 3 in the box. Ningyi said proudly, this is enough for me. You keep these, they'll be useful in the future. Lin Moyo asked curiously, they were meant for you originally, what other use could they have? Ningyi blushed, silly, for the marriage proposal of course. Lin Moyo scratched his head as he finally understood. According to Divine Summer Empire customs, a marriage proposal required betrothal gifts. Even if he was a divine general, even if he became a god-level expert in the future, a marriage proposal still needed betrothal gifts. In that case, these 3 boss accessories would naturally be the best betrothal gifts. This girl. Lin Moyo laughed wryly. Ningyi was thinking much further ahead than him. Since that was the case, Lin Moyo simply put the box away. He could give them to her when he proposed marriage later. After all, with him around, Ningyi basically didn't need to join the battles. Their relationship seemed to have grown closer. They unknowingly arrived at the edge of the plateau. They saw the bridge connecting the second and third plateaus, as well as the long, narrow canyon. Looking down, they could see countless snake-like beasts in the canyon. Venomous snakes and pythons of all sizes, too many to count. Even the boss guarding the bridge was a huge python over 30 meters long. Seeing so many snakes, Ningyi's face turned pale. I'm not going down there. Lin Moyo chuckled, spread his lightning wings and charged into the canyon with the undead army. Soon, booming sounds came from the canyon. Killed. Obtain snake skin X2. Killed. Obtain snake skin X2. Experience points popped up frantically, dozens or hundreds of messages each time. Ningyi couldn't even keep up with reading them. Other careers killed monsters one by one. Even Mage's area attack skills couldn't kill so many enhanced elite monsters at once. Only Lin Moyo could achieve this. At this moment, Ningyi felt like she was holding Lin Moyo back. Otherwise, Lin Moyo's leveling speed could be doubled. But then she thought, she would marry him sooner or later anyway, so taking advantage of her future husband was perfectly justified. Ningyi's face instantly thickened, as if putting on 10 layers of shields. As the saying goes, marry a rooster and follow the rooster. It's only right for a husband to help his wife level up. The 2 plateaus, with over 5,000 monsters combined, brought them a large amount of experience. Since entering the dungeon, they had gained 3% experience. Ningyi gained even more, about 4%. Lin Moyo was already level 42, requiring more experience to level up than the level 40 Ningyi. Given the same amount of experience, Ningyi's percentage increase was higher than Lin Moyo's. When Lin Moyo flew out of the canyon bottom, the battle on the bridge was also ending. Lin Moyo found he wasn't mistaken, it really had snowed on the 3rd plateau. Though the temperature was very low, it was nothing for the 2 of them. They admired the snowy scenery while advancing. As for fighting monsters, that was left entirely to the undead army. In another layer of the Beast God Plateau dungeon, the Creation World Academy team was fighting frantically. They advanced and retreated in an orderly manner with tacit cooperation. 5 knights were nailed to the front of the team like nails, blocking all monster attacks. The healers behind controlled them. Mages and archers stood in place dealing damage, with dazzling skills constantly erupting. Compared to other teams, their team had 2 additional control-type supports. The control supports were responsible for controlling the battle rhythm and reducing pressure on the knights. There was also an assassin appearing and disappearing in the team. He would occasionally leave the team to lure monsters from the road ahead into the mage's area attack range, speeding up the kill rate. Let's move faster, we can't let the Creation God and Phoenix Emperor teams get ahead of us. 3 years ago, the Creation God team beat us to killing the Beast God's true form. This time we must take first place. Ling Yazan shouted. He was leading the Creation World Academy team in tackling Beast God Plateau this time. Originally he could have leveled up already, but because of the Beast God Plateau dungeon, he forcibly kept himself at level 50. Not for face, but for pride. This time Creation World Academy was determined to win. The Phoenix Emperor Academy was the same. Their team had also advanced to the second plateau, their progress no slower than the other 2 teams. Every time the Beast God Plateau dungeon refreshed, the 3 academies would come together, like a competition. Most of the time, the winner was Creation God Academy. Creation World Academy and Phoenix Emperor Academy had only won twice occasionally. In a conference room at the university, several high-level university officials gathered. The principals of the 3 top academies were all present. Creation World Academy Principal Mo Xing, Creation God Academy Principal Luo Jiaxuan, Phoenix Emperor Academy Principal Luo Yen. Ning Taran was displaying the situation in the Beast God Plateau dungeon for everyone to see. This Beast God Plateau dungeon competition was no longer just a contest between students, but a major competition between academies. It could show which of the new batch of top geniuses was more outstanding. At this time, the expressions of the 3 principals were very strange. Besides the 3 images representing their academy teams, there was another image above them all. Lin Moya was hugging Ning Yi while clearing the dungeon, looking as if they were strolling in a garden. Ning Taran's face looked like he had eaten something bitter, his mouth twitching, eyes flashing fiercely. He squeezed out words through gritted teeth. Brat, let go of her. Chapter 384. Chapter 384, 384. Chapter 384, it's been a long time since I pulled a monster group kill. The deans watched for a while and then simultaneously cupped their hands towards Ning Taran in congratulations. Lin, congratulations, Ning Lao, on gaining such a fine son-in-law. Who would have thought Miss Yi had such good taste, ending up with Lin Xinjiang? Lin Xinjiang's future is limitless. Miss Yi really knows how to pick. Their words were like knives stabbing into Ning Taran's heart. He had raised such a beautiful flower, only to see it plucked by someone else. He felt a lump in his throat, unable to swallow or spit it out, as if he had eaten something unpleasant. Seeing Ning Taran's displeased expression, the others fell silent. They were all seasoned individuals and could see that Ning Taran was extremely unhappy. A grandfather's normal reaction, understandable. Someone immediately changed the topic. It seems Lin Xinjiang will take the lead this time. Indeed, I wonder how long it will take Lin Xinjiang to defeat the true form of the Beast God. The previous record was 37 minutes. The rewards vary depending on the time taken. I hope Lin Xinjiang can set a new record. At this moment, Lin Moyo had already reached the 3rd plateau, clearly not using his full strength. Meanwhile, the teams from the 3 top academies had only reached the 2nd plateau. Moreover, Lin Moyo was using a strategy of clearing all monsters, even those in the canyon, without caring about speed. This was truly infuriating. Among the 3 deans, only Mo Xing looked pleased. After all, Lin Moyo was nominally part of their Genesis Academy. Mo Xing thought for a moment. Ning Lao, should you remind Lin Xinjiang to use his full strength against the true form of the Beast God? Ning Taran snorted. Does he need me to remind him? Yi must have already told him. His puffed-up cheeks and glaring eyes made the others want to laugh. A god-level powerhouse, yet a doting grandfather. Despite his displeasure, Ning Taran had to admit that Lin Moyo was indeed exceptional. Among his peers, he was unmatched, with no one even close. Not long ago, when Lin Moyo was trapped in the corpse realm, few knew about it. Ning Taran was one of them. At the time, he thought Lin Moyo was doomed and didn't dare tell Ning Yi. Who would have thought Lin Moyo would survive and escape the corpse realm? Ning Taran admitted that even he might not have been able to escape if he were trapped in the corpse realm. Admitting it was one thing, but feeling displeased was another. Ning Taran also wanted to know how long it would take Lin Moyo to defeat the true form of the Beast God, and what rewards he would receive. As for the possibility of failure, he hadn't considered it. If other teams could defeat it, how could Lin Moyo fail? Just looking at his formidable undead army, the outcome was clear. Lin Moyo and Ning Yi walked through the snow, leaving footprints behind. They followed the undead army to the end of the 3rd plateau. Snowflakes fell into the canyon, accumulating into thick layers. Monsters resembling bears but much larger lay in the snow. On the bridge above, similar bear-like monsters stood as bosses. Using the same strategy, the undead army split into 2 groups. Lin Moyo flew into the canyon. Explosions echoed, and the snow in the canyon was blasted into the air, falling back down like a waterfall. In less than 30 seconds, all the bear-like monsters in the canyon were dead. The battle on the bridge continued. The bear-like boss was level 49, with strong constitution and vitality. The skeletons needed several strikes to kill it. The mages and archers also needed multiple rounds of attacks. The first 3 plateaus couldn't stop the undead army's advance. Lin Moyu and Ning Yi reached the final plateau. The monsters on the 4th plateau were different. In the meeting room of Xiajing Academy, the 3 deans watched Lin Moya's approach to the 4th plateau. Mo Xing stroked his white beard, muttering, "The 4th plateau, also known as the boss plateau, contains 12 groups of monsters. Each group has 20 to 30 monsters, led by a boss, totaling 12 bosses." Luo Jiaxuan, the dean of Creation God Academy, added, "The difficulty lies not in the number of bosses but in their mutual assistance." Luo Yan, the only female dean and the dean of Flame Emperor Academy, said, "So, each group must be pulled as far as possible before being killed. Otherwise, all the bosses might attack together." Luo Jiaxuan watched Lin Moyu, speaking slowly, "The 4th plateau must be tackled carefully. It's the most time-consuming. Even our Creation God Academy team takes at least 2 hours to clear it. Ning Lao, how long do you think Lin Xinjiang will take to clear the 4th plateau?" Everyone looked at Ning Taran. Among them, Ning Taran knew Lin Moyu best. Ning Taran thought for a moment, if he takes it seriously, about 10 minutes. The 3 deans were shocked. 10 minutes compared to 2 hours was a huge difference. That's impossible. Luo Jiaxuan didn't refute Ning Taran but didn't fully believe him either. Ning Taran chuckled, "Just watch." He thought 10 minutes might be an overestimate. He knew that the more monsters there were, the more advantageous it was for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's skills were unparalleled for group killing. In the scene, Lin Moyu and Ning Yi stepped onto the 4th plateau. The wind and snow were stronger, and the temperature lower, cutting like a knife. Each plateau was higher and harsher than the last. Lin Moyu saw the monsters on the 4th plateau. They moved in groups, each led by a boss. "The boss plateau really has a lot of bosses," Ning Yi said in surprise. She explained, "The 4th plateau is called the boss plateau because it has many boss monsters." Lin Moyu smiled, "That's a fitting name." Many bosses were troublesome for others but advantageous for him. Dozens of skeletal berserkers charged out. They ran in different directions, targeting different groups of monsters. Clearing one group at a time was too troublesome. It was better to pull them all together and kill them in one go. Ning Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. She guessed what Lin Moyu was planning and found it thrilling. Lin Moyu noticed her eager expression, clearly enjoying the spectacle. The skeletal berserkers quickly ran across the 4th plateau, attracting all the monsters. Their high agility allowed them to outrun the boss monsters. The skeletal berserkers pulled the monsters together, forming a long line. Leading the charge were the skeletal berserkers, followed by 12 boss monsters, including wolves, lions, bears, and snakes. Various beasts were present. Finally, over 300 dungeon monsters followed. The skeletal berserkers led the monster army back, where the undead army's mages and archers awaited. Skill, Curse of Aging. Red light covered the entire plateau. All the monsters had red swords with shackles above their heads. To the monsters, the world seemed to speed up. The skeletal berserkers' speed increased dramatically. It wasn't the world that sped up but the monsters that slowed down. The monsters moved in slow motion. Ning Yi couldn't help but laugh. "This is so exciting, so fun." Lin Moyu, who hadn't pulled a monster group in a long time, also felt a thrill. The mages and archers attacked simultaneously. Elemental explosions lit up the monster group. Arrows pierced the monsters instantly, killing several. Lin Moyu pointed his finger. Skill, Corpse Explosion. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed continuously. The ground was torn apart, and snow flew into the sky, turning the world white. The world was covered in white, with no other colors. "So beautiful." Ning Yi's clear voice echoed in the snowy world. In Xiajing Academy, the screen before the deans turned white, obscuring everything. "We can't see anything. I wonder what's happening inside." Someone spoke softly. Ning Taran chuckled, "No need to worry. We'll know soon." He glanced at the time, 6 minutes, faster than expected. In the center of the 4th plateau, an altar stood, and a monster slowly awakened. It emitted a brilliant light, connecting heaven and earth. Long press on your favorite paragraphs to record your thoughts. Chapter 385. Chapter 385, 385. Chapter 385, The Beast God in the Corpse Realm, Beast God Essence Blood. As the immense aura appeared, the ice and snow melted, and the scene quickly became clear. Lin. In the scene, piles of corpses, large and small, were stacked like mountains. All the monsters on the 4th plateau were dead, not a single one left. The 3 deans were somewhat shocked. Even Mo Xing was seeing Lin Moya's mass killing for the first time. Luo Jiaxuan's eyes widened. From the start of the attack, it took just 10 seconds, right? And it's all over. Luo Yan's voice was slightly low, not even 10 seconds. Ning Taran had long expected this outcome, standing there with a profound expression, saying nothing. Luo Jiaxuan said, "I want to invite Lin Xinjiang to join our Creation God Academy." Luo Yan snorted, "Your Creation God Academy already has enough geniuses. Lin Xinjiang would be more suitable for our Flame Emperor Academy." Luo Jiaxuan didn't back down. "Our Creation God Academy is the top of the 3 academies. He should come to us." Get lost. Who acknowledged that? Our Flame Emperor Academy will become the top academy sooner or later. Haha, the top academy? Even in 1,000 years, it won't happen. The two argued incessantly, clearly not for the first time. After a while, they both turned to look at Mo Xing. In the past, when they argued, Mo Xing would definitely join in, but today he remained silent, which was strange. Something unusual must be happening. Mo Xing, you're acting strange today. Luo Yan stared at Mo Xing, and so did Luo Jiaxuan. Mo Xing knew he couldn't hide it, so he smiled awkwardly. Actually, Lin Xinjiang has already joined our Genesis Academy. What? The two exclaimed simultaneously. Luo Yan asked suspiciously, when did this happen? Mo Xing replied, it's been a while. Luo Jiaxuan said, be honest, how did you trick Lin Xinjiang into joining? Trick, watch your words. Mo Xing retorted angrily. Quiet. Ning Taran suddenly shouted. The room fell silent immediately. Ning Taran said in a low voice, the true form of the beast god is about to appear. In the scene, an altar appeared. The altar was located in the center of the fourth plateau, with a giant stone pillar standing in the middle. At the base of the stone pillar lay a massive creature resembling an ape. The creature was awakening, its aura soaring, stirring the wind in clouds. The true form of the beast god was awakening, and Ning Taran and the others focused their attention on it. When Lin Moya saw the true form of the beast god, a chill ran down his spine. He had seen the true form of the beast god before. No, he had seen a similar creature. In the corpse realm, just before leaving, he encountered a similar monster. At that time, the monster wielded a giant club, killing many skeletal berserkers. Its attack style was wild, and its attack power was astonishing. Lin Moya initially thought it was a human warrior, but later realized it didn't make sense. There were very few human warriors who used clubs, and although the creature's body was decayed, it had fur. It could only be said that its shape was somewhat similar to a human, but its size and build were completely different. Now, seeing this, it looked very similar to the true form of the beast god. The only difference was the giant club. Roar! A terrifying sound wave shook the heavens and the earth, causing the fourth plateau to tremble. The ape-like true form of the beast god fully awakened, its body growing several times larger in an instant. A giant hand grasped the stone pillar beside it. The stone pillar transformed into a giant club. Lin Moya was now certain that the creature he saw in the corpse realm was indeed the true beast god, and the one before him. The detection skill flew out. True form of the beast god, enhanced boss. Level, 55. Strength, 120,000. Agility, 100,000. Mental, 50,000. Constitution, 130,000. Skills, world-ending club, sweeping thousands. Traits, physical damage reduction 30%, elemental damage reduction 30%, attack enhancement, speed enhancement. With a total attribute of 400,000, dual immunity, and dual enhancement, it was even stronger than a world-class boss of the same level. The only thing it lacked was some extremely special skills, like the poison gas of the earth-touching dragon god, the super barrier of the soul-eating worm mother, and the black fire of the ancient phoenix. These were the most difficult aspects of dealing with world-class bosses. The true form of the beast god before him, apart from its attributes surpassing world-class bosses, had no other special features. But with its powerful attributes, ordinary teams couldn't defeat it. Only top academy teams could barely manage. Lin Moya didn't care about its attributes, he was more interested in its appearance. Its appearance was very similar to the beast god in the corpse realm, almost identical. He couldn't defeat the beast god in the corpse realm, not even delay it. As for this one, Lin Moya didn't feel any difficulty. To him, it was just a matter of killing it quickly or slowly. Ning Yi exclaimed, how can it be the true form of the beast god? Has 3 years already passed? The true form of the beast god refreshes every 3 years. Whoever kills it first gets extra rewards. At other times, the dungeon boss is just a shadow of the beast god. The difference between the two is vast. Lin Moyo asked softly, the faster we kill it, the better the rewards, right? Ning Yi nodded, yes, the best record was set by Creation God Academy at 35 minutes, and they got a piece of the beast god's bone. Genesis Academy once killed it in 41 minutes, but their rewards were much worse. Lin Moya suddenly said, if I kill it instantly, I wonder how many rewards we'll get. Ning Yi was stunned, her face full of disbelief. This was a boss, and just defeating it was impressive. Let alone killing it instantly, how was that possible? Lin Moya smiled, I'll give it a try. The strong soldier skill activated. Although he didn't want to use it, he decided to for the rewards. Lin Moyo pointed with his right hand, and flames danced in his left. Skill, Curse of Aging. Skill, Soul Flame. Under the red light, the newly awakened true form of the beast god slowed down. Its attention instantly focused on Lin Moyo, but before it could react, the soul flame had already fallen. With a 200% increase in all attributes, Lin Moya's mental attribute was close to 360,000, greatly enhancing the soul flame's damage, plus an additional 500% damage. The soul flame descended with terrifying power. The true form of the beast god let out a miserable cry, almost dropping the giant club in its hand. The skeletal mages and skeletal archers attacked simultaneously. Elemental explosions roared, engulfing the true form of the beast god. Arrows pierced its body, turning it into a porcupine in an instant, with 3 attacks per second. After 3 attacks, the true form of the beast god was covered in arrows. The skeletal berserkers charged forward, unleashing their skills. Scarlet axes rained down on the true form of the beast god. The skeletal berserkers charged fearlessly, attacking and retreating in waves. The newly awakened true form of the beast god didn't even have a chance to roar before it fell in less than 5 seconds. It was almost an instant kill. Ning Yi was stunned. This was too fast. Based on past experience, it should have been a tough battle. Who would have thought Lin Moyo would be so dominant? Even the 3 deans, who had seen much, were stunned. Ning Taran had expected a quick battle but not this quick. After all, it was the true form of the beast god, a level 55 boss, with combat power surpassing world-class bosses of the same level. Yet it was instantly killed by Lin Moyo, dying in humiliation. Luo Jiaxuan's mouth hung open. Ning Lao, this can't be real. Did you show the wrong scene? Luo Yan added, I've lived for decades, and this feels unreal. Mo Xing, though initially disbelieving, eventually accepted the truth, praising, Lin Xinjiang is indeed Lin Xinjiang. Ning Taran said, let's not spread today's events. Given the current situation, if this gets out, it might cause trouble. Seeing Ning Taran's seriousness, the three nodded in agreement. The human race was in a precarious situation. The demon worshippers were being hunted, and many members had been captured. In retaliation, they launched frenzied counterattacks. People realized just how many demon worshippers were among them. The abyssal demons were gathering their army, angered by Lin Moya's city-destroying actions. The dragon race was also stirring, having ceased hostilities with the abyssal demons and amassing troops on the battlefield, their intentions unclear. All signs pointed to Lin Moya as their primary target. Therefore, any information about Lin Moya had to be kept confidential. After the true form of the beast god died, the altar collapsed, revealing a red blood mass. Obtained beast god's leg bone. Obtained beast god's essence blood. Beast god's leg bone, a bone left by the beast god before becoming a deity, containing a portion of divine essence. Beast god's essence blood, for physical professions, it can greatly increase the chance of profession sublimation during the third job change, with a certain chance of awakening a talent. Seeing the essence blood, Ning Taran's face changed dramatically, and he instantly disappeared from the room. Cries of astonishment followed. Chapter 386. Chapter 386, 386. Chapter 386, I use this to propose to you. The things of the gods are always useful. Lin, the previously obtained beast god's bone was only a piece smaller than a fingernail, almost considered a fragment. Even so, it could be made into a boss accessory. Not to mention the fist-sized essence blood, the effects of which can be imagined. The information returned by the detection skill indicated that it could greatly increase the probability of profession sublimation during the third job change and also had a chance to awaken a talent. Just these 2 points alone made the value of the beast god's essence blood far exceed that of the boss accessory. True strength comes from within. It cannot be compared to external objects. Moreover, Lin Moya felt that the beast god's essence blood had more uses, definitely not limited to this. Although the detection skill is great and almost omnipotent, it cannot know everything. In the corpse realm, the detection skill lost its effectiveness, only able to detect names and levels, nothing more. Ning Yi took out a delicate box and put the beast god's essence blood inside. Keep this safe and use it during your third job change, Ning Yi said without hesitation, directly handing the box to Lin Moya. Lin Moya did not take it. You keep it. Ning Yi shook her head. No way, with you around, I don't need to go to the battlefield. Lin Moya took out the elemental godstone. This is for you. Ning Yi's eyes sparkled as she held the elemental godstone. It's so beautiful. The elemental godstone emitted a charming glow, unique and beautiful. After looking at it for a while, Ning Yi returned it to Lin Moya. You keep this for yourself too. Lin Moya gently touched Ning Yi's head, feeling the softness under his fingertips. I have another one. Ning Yi still shook her head. I don't need it now, you know. Lin Moya immediately understood and smiled. Alright, I'll give it to you later. Besides, I want to collect more elements to make it even more perfect. Ning Yi nodded. Sure, take me with you. Of course. The two teleported out of the dungeon. Lin Moya suddenly felt a murderous aura enveloping him. His face changed slightly. How could there be a murderous aura in the dungeon hall? But this murderous aura didn't seem to be truly threatening him. Following the direction of the murderous aura, he saw Ning Taran glaring at him with puffed cheeks. Brat, move your paw away, Ning Taran growled, his staff hitting the ground heavily, causing a wave of energy. The dungeon hall was empty, the doors tightly closed. Everyone inside had been driven out by Ning Taran. At this moment, Lin Moya was holding Ning Yi, his hand resting on her waist. Lin Moya respectfully said, Senior Ning, why are you here? He spoke, but his hand did not move away. Ning Taran became even angrier. Although he had accepted Lin Moya in his heart, seeing it with his own eyes was a different matter. The attribute of a doting grandfather exploded at this moment. Brat. The words were squeezed out through gritted teeth, and the murderous aura intensified. Grandpa, what are you doing? A clear voice rang out. Ning Taran's murderous aura instantly melted away, his face blooming with a smile. Nothing, Grandpa just has something to discuss with you. A miraculous smile appeared on Ning Taran's face. The sudden change made Lin Moya's mouth twitch slightly. It was a pity Ning Taran didn't become an actor. Ning Yi asked, what's the matter? She had already sensed something was wrong. The dungeon hall doors were closed, so it couldn't be a small matter. Ning Taran's face turned serious. Did you obtain the beast god's essence blood in the dungeon just now? Before Lin Moya could speak, Ning Yi jumped up. Grandpa, you were spying on us. Ning Taran's face changed dramatically, quickly explaining, don't talk nonsense, I wasn't spying. We were watching the competition between the 3 academies and happened to see you. Ning Yi still looked at Ning Taran with suspicion. Really? Ning Taran nodded like a pecking chicken. Of course it's true. How could Grandpa lie to you? Ning Yi snorted, it better be true, or I won't talk to you anymore. Ning Taran visibly relaxed, having passed a hurdle. Ning Yi giggled, the 3 academies won't be able to fight the true form of the beast god this time. When they reach the boss, they'll all be dumbfounded. Just thinking about it is funny. Indeed, the true form of the beast god had already been killed. It wouldn't refresh again for another 3 years. Ning Taran coughed lightly. Lin Xinjiang, I would like to see what you obtained in the dungeon. He addressed Lin Moya as Lin Xinjiang, indicating he wanted to discuss serious matters. Lin Moya nodded and took out the beast god's leg bone and essence blood. A gentle breeze passed by, and Ning Taran's face showed a hint of surprise. Do you know the value of these two items? Lin Moya thought for a moment. The beast god's leg bone should help professionals understand and increase their chances of becoming god-level experts. Ning Taran was even more surprised that Lin Moya knew this. Lin Moya continued, the detection skill already explained the use of the beast god's essence blood, but I think it has other uses too. Ning Taran said seriously, if used directly, it can increase the probability of profession sublimation by about 15% during the third job change. If made into a divine blood potion, it can increase the probability to 30%. Even the chance of awakening a talent will increase. And this drop of beast god's essence blood can make at least 3 potions. Lin Moya and Ning Taran looked at each other. Lin Moya roughly guessed Ning Taran's intention. You want to make a deal with me? Exactly. Ning Taran admitted openly. Under Lin Moya's gaze, Ning Taran explained his proposal. To make the divine blood potion from the beast god's essence blood, many other treasures were needed, as well as a suitable alchemist. Ning Taran would handle all these matters, so Lin Moya wouldn't have to worry. Once the potion was made, one portion would go to Lin Moya, one to Ning Taran, and the other to the alchemist. Lin Moya asked, is the alchemist's fee that high? Ning Yi whispered in Lin Moya's ear, yes, that's the standard price. Ning Taran raised an eyebrow. Lin Xinjiang, do you think this deal is fair? According to Ning Taran's proposal, Lin Moya wouldn't lose anything. Lin Moya thought for a moment and asked, I have a question. Who will use the potion you keep? Ning Taran blew his beard, knowing what Lin Moya meant. Do you have to know? I'm just asking, Lin Moya insisted. Ning Taran said, I only have one precious granddaughter. Who else would I give it to? Lin Moya smiled, that's the answer I wanted. I have no objections. The deal was made, and Lin Moya handed the beast god's essence blood to Ning Taran. Ning Taran put away the essence blood but still eyed the beast god's leg bone, seemingly wanting to say something. Ning Yi quickly spoke, Grandpa, you're not thinking about the beast god's leg bone too, are you? This can help someone understand and become a god. Moya needs it too. Ning Taran almost spat out blood, feeling like the treasure he had nurtured for decades was flying away right before his eyes, flying into the arms of a brat. At this moment, Lin Moya presented the beast god's leg bone to Ning Taran. Senior Ning, I want to use this to propose. Ning Taran was stunned. Ning Yi was also shocked, blushing from her neck to her head, looking down and not daring to speak. She never expected Lin Moya to say such a thing suddenly. Ning Taran didn't know whether to accept or not. He wanted to refuse, but his eyes were honest. The beast god's leg bone was too tempting. If he could get it, the chances of several elders in the family becoming god-level experts would greatly increase. But accepting meant, he felt conflicted. Lin Moya said, this is just a proposal gift. I know my status is not enough. When the time comes, I will come with my master and bring a formal betrothal gift. Ning Taran hesitated. The beast god's leg bone was too tempting. But this marriage. Seeing his precious granddaughter's expression, he suddenly understood. Could he stop it? It was clear Ning Yi would marry no one but Lin Moya. In that case, he might as well get more benefits. Suddenly, everything became clear. Alright, I agree. He took the beast god's leg bone and left without looking back. Lin Moya smiled, knowing Ning Taran wouldn't refuse unless he was out of his mind. Chapter 387. Chapter 387, 387. Chapter 387, Speed Run, Mo Xing becomes a god. Ning Yi's little face was red and hot, unable to calm down. Lin Moya held her small hand. Let's continue running the dungeon. Ning Yi's mind was a bit blank, but she instinctively nodded upon hearing Lin Moya's words. Lin Moya embraced her and entered the dungeon again. They had just cleared all the monsters in the dungeon. Lin Moya's experience increased by 6%, while Ning Yi's increased by 8%. Lin Moya was level 42, 2 levels higher than Ning Yi, so he naturally needed more experience than her. The gates of the dungeon hall reopened. Earlier, when the bell rang, Ning Taran suddenly appeared and chased everyone out. Everyone was curious about what had happened. Especially regarding the bell, some guessed that Lin Moya must have set a new record. Now a crowd of people rushed in, squeezing to the entrance of the Beast God Plateau dungeon, looking at the light screen above. The top 3 scores were displayed. Lin Moya, 3 hours 12 minutes 38 seconds. Creation God Academy, 6 hours 29 minutes 18 seconds. Creation World Academy, 6 hours 52 minutes 01 seconds. The record had been refreshed, with Lin Moya's new record showing at the top. Flame Emperor Academy was no longer in the rankings. Lin Moya's speed far exceeded the second-place Creation God Academy, more than doubling it. Looking at this score, the students seemed to take it for granted, but couldn't help discussing excitedly. Divine General Lin is truly Divine General Lin. He can create a new record even while carrying a girl through the dungeon. Ah, this is just the first time. The second time's score will be even more terrifying. What do you mean terrifying? It should be called despairing. Right. The word despair is used well. Divine General Lin's final scores are always despair-inducing. People were in awe of the one despair-inducing record after another that Lin Moya created. Some were jealous and unconvinced, but most could only sigh in admiration. Someone suddenly said, every time the beast god's true form appears, it gets hunted by the 3 top academies. This time we can finally see the disappointed expressions on their faces. Another person chimed in, I think those expressions must be quite spectacular. In the conference room, Mo Xing, Luo Jiaxuan, and Luo Yan hadn't left yet. They had also guessed what the beast bone and blood-like substance that appeared in the image earlier were, but they couldn't be completely certain. Just 10 minutes later, Ning Taran returned. Ning Taran's expression was somewhat complex when he came back, and the three couldn't guess what he was thinking. Ning Taran's mood at this moment was as complex as his expression. He felt like he had sold his granddaughter, which was very strange, and even he couldn't explain it clearly. Mo Xing asked, Elder Ning, those two items that dropped earlier. Ning Taran didn't conceal anything, the beast god's leg bone and the beast god's blood essence. Hiss. The three drew in a sharp breath. With their experience, they of course knew what these two items represented. Luo Jiaxuan said enviously, Divine General Lin's luck is really good. With these two things, Divine General Lin will surely be able to reach the god level. Luo Yan, who clearly didn't get along with Luo Jiaxuan, retorted, what do you mean good luck? It's because Divine General Lin's strength is sufficient. Mo Xing said softly, we can't tell others about this, otherwise it might bring trouble for Divine General Lin. The three nodded together, indeed it was so. Although they wouldn't have any ill intentions, they couldn't guarantee others wouldn't. According to recent investigations, there might be god-level experts in the Demon Worship Association. If such beings secretly attacked Lin Moyu, he could be in danger. Ning Taran said softly, now these two items are in my hands. The three looked at Ning Taran together. With Ning Taran's strength, he naturally wasn't afraid of others coveting them. However, Ning Taran didn't mention the deal between the two. He still felt like he was selling his granddaughter, sold for the price of a bone. No matter how he thought about it, he felt uncomfortable. The three didn't know what Ning Taran was thinking. At this moment, their eyes were shining. Luo Jiaxuan pleaded, Elder Ning, can we take a look at the beast god's leg bone? Although Luo Yan didn't dare to say it, her eyes had already betrayed her. Mo Xing's expression was similar. All three were just half a step away from becoming god level, but this half step wasn't easy. If they could have something like the beast god's leg bone, perhaps they could smoothly take this half step. Ning Taran wasn't stingy either, he directly tossed the beast god's leg bone to them, just look at it here. Give it back to me in a while. Mo Xing took out a jade plate, carefully placed the beast god's leg bone on it, and the three began to study it. Ning Taran opened the dungeon screen again, the corner of his mouth twitching again. In the image, Lin Moyu was holding Ning Yi even tighter. Ning Yi was almost entirely curled up in Lin Moyu's embrace. Ning Taran was so angry he didn't want to look anymore. In the other three screens, the teams from Creation God, Creation World, and Flame Emperor had already fought their way to the fourth plateau. The fourth plateau, known as the Boss Plateau, had the highest difficulty and took the most time to clear. They could only pull the monster groups over one by one to avoid a monster riot. But Lin Moyu. In the dungeon, Lin Moyu picked up Ning Yi. I have a few new tactics, want to try? Ning Yi curled up like a little kitten, incredibly obedient, whatever you say. Lin Moyu smiled, alright then, let's try the first one. Let's aim to clear the dungeon in 10 minutes. Ning Yi responded softly. She still hadn't recovered from earlier. Her little mind was still churning over Lin Moyu's sudden proposal earlier. How could it be so sudden? Then she felt herself flying again, and even faster than before. Lin Moyu deployed lightning wings, pushing the speed to the limit, directly charging towards the fourth plateau. The maximum speed of lightning wings exceeded 1 kilometer per second. Lin Moyu had calculated that 1 minute was enough for him to fly to the fourth plateau. Ning Yi watched the scenery rapidly receding, cold wind blowing in gusts, the temperature dropping quickly, finally coming to her senses. She hugged Lin Moyu tightly. Is this a speed run? Lin Moyu made a sound of agreement. I'm going to try. A minute later, Lin Moyu, carrying Ning Yi and leading the undead army, descended from the sky. The skeletons landed before them and began racing across the fourth plateau. Pulling monsters and mass killing, this was currently the most efficient method. He skipped the first 3 plateaus, saving a lot of time, to perform a true speed run. In the conference room, Ning Taran watched this scene and smiled bitterly. This kid isn't planning to leave any way out for others, is he? I wonder how those geniuses from the 3 academies will react when they see this. However, now the 3 academy principals weren't paying attention to them. They were busy studying the beast god's leg bone. The beast god's leg bone contained the aura of a god, a bone shed after the beast god became a deity. If they could research and discover something, it would be of great benefit for becoming god level. There were many commonalities between gods and human god level experts. Suddenly, Ning Taran's eyebrows twitched as he looked at Mo Xing. At this moment, an unusual aura was rising from Mo Xing's body. It looked very faint, increasing at a constant rate. The aura of a god level. He's finally about to become a god. From now on, our human race will have another god level expert. Ning Taran smiled, not expecting Mo Xing to take that step so quickly. Old Bai really predicted it. He knew that among the 3, Mo Xing was the closest to god level. White Yawan had once said that Mo Xing was very likely to be the next person in the human race to become a god level expert. The beast god's leg bone became the key for him to take the final step, saving more than half a year of time. The god level aura on Mo Xing's body grew stronger and stronger, awakening Luo Jiaxuan and Luo Yan beside him. The two looked at Mo Xing in shock, then glanced at each other, but didn't make a sound. They quietly retreated, not disturbing Mo Xing. The god-level aura gradually spread out of the conference room, drifting towards the outside, spreading throughout Summer Capital University. Many powerful beings in Summer Capital University were awakened and rushed over. Ning Taran left the conference room, appearing in mid-air, raising the staff in his hand high, releasing a halo of light that lingered in the air. No one is allowed to enter the range of this halo. His voice reached the ears of all who had come. The experts who rushed over heard Ning Taran's voice and saw Ning Taran himself, all stopping. Given Ning Taran's status, no one dared to disobey his words. In the dungeon, accompanied by a series of explosive rumbles, the monsters on the fourth plateau were quickly eliminated. A massive aura rose from the central altar. At the same time, a slightly illusory monkey shadow slowly appeared. Lin Moya said softly, "It's indeed different from the beast god's true form." Chapter 388. Chapter 388, 388. Chapter 388, by Iwan, this isn't over between us. Beast God Phantom, world-class boss. Level, 52. Strength, 100,000. Agility, 80,000. Mental, 40,000. Constitution, 100,000. Skills, sweeping thousands. Traits, vitality enhancement. Level 52, with a total attribute of 320,000, its attributes are indeed not low. It's even higher than the level 55 Lord-class Red Moon Demon. The boss of a large dungeon is defined by the detection skill as a world-class boss. Lin Moya knew this was because its attributes indeed reached the level of a world-class boss. However, it lacked the various traits of a world-class boss. The difficulty of defeating it was far less than that of a true world-class boss. The Beast God Phantom also couldn't compare to the true form of the Beast God. They were not on the same level. With Lin Moya's command, the undead army swarmed forward. Red light flashed, and the curse descended. If it were Lin Moya before his second job change, he could still grind this boss to death with some time. Back then, the earth-touching dragon god was also ground to death. But now, after the second job change, a boss of this level was just a piece of cake. Without traits, it posed no threat. The skeletal berserkers swarmed forward, unleashing their skills. Their sharp axes chopped down, flesh and blood flying. Nearly 5,000 skeletal berserkers attacked in waves, each batch unleashing their skills. Elemental explosions burst like fireworks, crackling non-stop. From the moment the battle started, the Beast God Phantom turned into a porcupine, with the skeletal archer's arrows piercing its body, 3 shots per second. Tens of thousands of arrows shot into its body, densely packed. The Beast God Phantom screamed continuously, wailing in agony. Several times it tried to use its skills, but Lin Moya's hand just flickered with fire, interrupting its skills. Lin Moya firmly controlled the rhythm of the battle, giving it no chance to resist. Under Lin Moya's attack, the Beast God Phantom fell in less than 2 minutes. Killed Beast God Phantom, experience plus 2,600,000. Obtained Highland Greatsword. Obtained Highland Gauntlets. Obtained Highland Armor. Highland Greatsword, Platinum Grade Weapon, all attributes plus 2,000, Warrior Skills amplified by 70%. Highland Gauntlets, Platinum Grade Weapon, all attributes plus 2,000, Pugilist Skills amplified by 70%, Skill, Chain Strike. Chain Strike, unleash 30 punches in 3 seconds, each punch dealing 100% of your strength and damage. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Highland Armor, Platinum Grade Armor, all attributes plus 1,000, reduces physical damage by 10%. A large amount of information popped up, and the dungeon completion time was fixed at 9 minutes and 43 seconds. The bell in the dungeon hall rang loudly, intensely. Another record under 10 minutes was born. In the dungeon hall, the Beast God Plateau dungeon shone brightly. Hundreds of eyes stared at the glowing screen. Everyone was mentally prepared, knowing that Lin Moya would definitely create another despairing record. But when the actual result appeared, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Lin Moya, 9 minutes and 43 seconds. Someone who was jealous of Lin Moya finally couldn't hold back and shouted in a sinister tone, "How is this possible? How can a large dungeon be completed in such a short time? He must have cheated." His words were immediately met with strong rebuttals from Lin Moya's supporters. "What's impossible? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean Lin Xinjiang can't. Which of Lin Xinjiang's dungeon records can be achieved by ordinary people? The Beast God Plateau dungeon has 4 plateaus. If you have a flying skill, you can skip the first 3 plateaus and go directly to the last one, saving a lot of time." Yes, Lin Xinjiang must have done that. The person didn't even have a chance to argue and fled the dungeon hall in disgrace under the barrage of criticism. Inside the dungeon, Ning Yi was extremely excited, hugging Lin Moya and jumping up and down. "Not even 10 minutes. Moyu, you're amazing. How can you clear it so fast? This is a large dungeon. Others take over 10 hours. Even top academy teams need 6 to 7 hours. Lin Moya smiled, "But this way, we lose out on experience." In the previous run, Lin Moya's experience only increased by 1%, pitifully little. Such extreme speed runs sacrificed a lot. Occasionally, it was fine, just for fun. After all, this wasn't a dungeon that dropped top-tier equipment, it was mainly for leveling up. Ning Yi understood. "I know, just for fun." Lin Moya said, "Next time, I'll try a different approach to balance experience and speed." Ning Yi nodded happily, "Sure, let's try it now." As they left the dungeon, they saw a crowd gathered outside. Lin Moya was used to it, this wasn't the first time. Whenever he set a new record, such scenes were common. Ning Yi was startled, not used to being surrounded by so many people. They quickly reset the dungeon cooldown and re-entered. Ning Yi clutched her chest, still shaken. "Why are there so many people?" Lin Moya said, "Because I set a new record." Ning Yi asked, "Was it always like this?" "Many times. You'll get used to it." Lin Moya knew that as long as he kept setting new records, such things would keep happening. He was already quite famous, a symbol. The commotion when he entered the dungeon hall was a clear indication. In a few years, his name might even appear in school textbooks. "All right, let's start again," Lin Moya said, and the undead army swarmed out. Above Xiaojing Academy, many professionals over level 70 stood in the air, looking at a particular house. Their expressions were solemn, like pilgrims. Inside the house, Mo Xing was undergoing a transformation, becoming a god-level expert. This step was the hardest and most important for human professionals. Once they reached god level, they would become truly significant figures. A unicorn appeared in the sky, exuding a powerful aura, shooting towards them. In the blink of an eye, it covered thousands of meters, faster than Lin Moya's lightning wings. Ignoring Ning Terran's warning, it landed directly in front of him. Everyone knew the newcomer's identity and wasn't surprised. He was Mo Xingai, the current head of the Mo family and a true god-level expert. He was also Mo Xing's elder brother. After today, the Mo family would have 2 god-level experts. Xing is becoming a god. He sensed Mo Xing's aura. Ning Terran nodded. Yes, he's transforming, but it will take some time. Mo Xingai lowered his voice. How did this happen so suddenly? Xing was supposed to be half a year away from god level. Ning Terran explained the situation, and Mo Xingai understood. It seems we have to thank Lin Xinjiang this time, Mo Xingai said solemnly. Ning Terran's eyes widened. Thank him for what? If anyone should be thanked, it's me. The beast god's leg bone was mine. He trailed off, unable to continue. He couldn't say it was exchanged for his granddaughter. Mo Xingai was puzzled. What do you mean? Ning Terran shook his head. Nothing. Congratulations on your family's new god-level expert. Mo Xingai was also very happy, and congratulations to you too. Ning Terran was confused. Why congratulate me? Congratulations on your granddaughter and Lin Xinjiang being a perfect match, Mo Xingai said with a smile. Ning Terran's face changed. Who told you that? Old Bai. When Lin Moya went to the ancient battlefield, Bai Yaiwan and Mo Xingai spent many days in the Soul Palace. They talked about everything, including things they shouldn't have. Mo Xingai learned about Lin Moya's deeds and thought Ning Terran was lucky to have such a good grandson-in-law. He wondered why his own granddaughter, Mo Yun, couldn't find someone like Lin Moyo. Ning Terran's chest heaved with anger. Bai Yaiwan, this isn't over between us. The god-level aura grew stronger, and Mo Xing's transformation reached its critical point. Mo Xingai also became tense. Success or failure depended on this moment. Inside the dungeon, Lin Moyo began another monster group kill. This time, it wasn't an extreme speed run, but it was still faster than the first time. Lin Moyo estimated it would take at most 90 minutes. He could gain all the experience, and if he kept running continuously, he could level up in 2 days. The efficiency was quite good. The Creation God Academy team finally cleared all the monsters on the 4th plateau and gathered outside the altar. They gripped their weapons, ready to face the true form of the beast god. Don't rush. Based on past experience, we should be the first. The team leader shouted. The next second, his eyes went blank. Chapter 389. Chapter 389, 389. Chapter 389, can't even withstand a little killing intent, useless. The true form of the beast god is gone. Really gone. What appeared in everyone's sight was the phantom of the beast god. Lin, what's going on? Could it be that we miscalculated the time, and it hasn't refreshed yet? Impossible, the time can't be wrong. Even if we miscalculated the time, could it be that Creation, Flame Emperor, and the others also miscalculated the time? The time definitely wouldn't be wrong, but they couldn't believe that someone could be faster than them. Never mind, let's kill the beast god Phantom first and then go out to sea. At this point, they could only kill the boss first and then discuss other matters. The same scene happened in the Dungeons of Creation and Flame Emperor Academies. Ling Yizan's face didn't look good. He had followed Mo Xing's advice, deliberately suppressing his level for this dungeon, waiting for more than 2 months. But what he encountered was the beast god Phantom. A mystery shrouded them. The instigator, Lin Moyo, was completely unaware of this. He was just focused on leveling up with Ning Yi, enjoying a relaxed and happy time. The teams from the 3 major academies finally killed the beast god Phantom and left the dungeon almost simultaneously. Dozens of people appeared in the dungeon hall. The people from the 3 major academies didn't get along. None of them were convinced by the others, glaring at each other with disdain. When they saw the record on the screen, Lin Moyo, 9 minutes 43 seconds. Everyone was collectively speechless. Someone screamed, "How is this possible? Absolutely impossible. How could such a time be achieved? Is there something wrong with the dungeon? Even if it's Lin Moyo, even if it's him, it's impossible." Ling Yizan was the calmest among them when he saw the result. In his view, if this result was achieved by Lin Moyo, it was perfectly normal. He knew very well how powerful Lin Moyo's skills were. At level 30, he could grind a level 58 world boss to death. Now that Lin Moyo had completed his second job change, he was definitely stronger than before. The true form of the beast god, which they could defeat, would probably be instantly killed by Lin Moyo. Ling Yizan sighed. He didn't expect to discover such a thing. He didn't blame Lin Moyo, nor did he dare to. Fortunately, it was just a waste of 2 months, which he could bear. He turned to his teammates and said, "Let's go back." Ling Yizan. A voice called out, stopping him. Ling Yizan recognized the voice. It was Fang Chao, the team leader from Creation Academy. Like him, Fang Chao had been suppressing his level for the Beast God Plateau dungeon, and this guy had been suppressing his level even longer, probably not leveling up for half a year. Ling Yizan turned to look. "Fang Chao, what do you want?" His tone carried arrogance. He respected Lin Moyo but not others, not even those from Creation Academy. Fang Chao said, "Ling Yizan, are you just going to leave like this? Aren't you going to find out the truth?" Ling Yizan laughed. "Isn't it clear? Lin Xinjiang also did the dungeon and did it faster than us. Fan Chao snorted, do you believe such a result? Ling Yazan said, Fan Chao, are you not convinced? If this result was achieved by someone else, I wouldn't believe it. But if it's Lin Xinjiang, I believe it 100%. Fan Chao's face changed slightly. I didn't expect you to be one of his supporters. Ling Yazan shook his head, is it any of your business? He ignored Fan Chao and led the Creation Academy team away. The Flame Emperor Academy team leader, seeing Ling Yazan's reaction, also led his team away. Only the people from Creation Academy were left, their faces filled with unwillingness. Lin Moya's result was too terrifying, so terrifying that they couldn't believe it. The most arrogant group in Xiajing Academy was mostly concentrated in Creation Academy. They were all top geniuses of their time. They didn't even respect each other, let alone outsiders. They had heard the legends of Lin Moyo but didn't really believe them. But now, they had no choice. Captain, should we go back and ask the teacher what's going on? Captain Fan Chao thought for a moment and knew that was the only option. He was very proud but not stupid. He knew his status and position. This matter couldn't be resolved by him alone. He had to go back to the academy and ask the teacher. At that moment, the space beside them fluctuated slightly. A man and a woman appeared outside the dungeon. Seeing the man, everyone's expressions changed. Fan Chao shouted, Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo had just exited the dungeon when he heard someone call his name. He looked up to see a tall man in full platinum gear standing in front of him. Who are you? Lin Moyo didn't recognize him. Fan Chao said, I'm Fan Chao from Creation Academy. Lin Moyo, I want to ask you, how did you do the dungeon? How did you achieve such a result? Lin Moyo frowned slightly. This guy's aggressive attitude was annoying. Ning Yi said sweetly, are you sick? Why should we tell you how we did the dungeon? Fan Chao snorted, I'm asking him, not you. Lin Moyo said calmly, I have no obligation to tell you, and I warn you, watch your tone when speaking to me. Fan Chao remained arrogant, I'm a genius from Creation Academy. I will become a god general and even reach god level. Lin Moya's gaze turned colder, but his tone remained calm, then talk to me when you become a god general. For now, move aside and don't block my way. Fan Chao snorted, I just want to ask you a few questions. Answer them, and I'll move. In his view, Lin Moyo was just level 42. Becoming a god general was just luck. He never believed the legends. There were too many exaggerated stories in the world. He was already level 50, in full platinum gear. Even if he couldn't beat Lin Moyo, the gap wouldn't be too big. Lin Moyo's gaze grew colder. This is the dungeon hall, part of the academy. I won't touch you. Now move aside. Fan Chao still didn't move. I said, answer my questions, and I'll move. The dungeon hall suddenly shook, and a wave of killing intent descended, enveloping Fan Chao. The domain spirit stone spun rapidly, releasing a large amount of killing intent. This was the killing intent Lin Moyo had accumulated from countless battles in the ancient battlefield, the abyss, and the corpse realm. It was now unleashed, almost tangible. Fan Chao couldn't withstand it. He saw countless illusions, feeling like countless blades were slashing at him from all directions. At the same time, countless corpses pounced on him, biting him. In an instant, he was covered in blood, a horrifying sight. Fan Chao screamed and fell to the ground. The illusions disappeared, and Fan Chao realized he had been hallucinating. Such a coward. Lin Moyo said disdainfully, leading Ning Yi past Fan Chao and re-entering the dungeon. Fan Chao gasped for breath, drenched in cold sweat. The scene had been too real, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so scared. How could this happen? Fan Chao couldn't understand, but he knew it was Lin Moyo's doing. Lin Moyo's methods were too advanced for him to comprehend. His teammates helped him up, and Fan Chao, still shaken, said, let's go back. They had to return and ask about this. Inside the dungeon, Ning Yi asked sweetly, what happened just now? Why did that guy suddenly fall? He looked scared. Lin Moyo said, I just scared him with killing intent. I didn't expect him to be so easily frightened. Ning Yi said disdainfully, with such a cowardly heart, he dared to confront you. What an idiot. Lin Moyo smiled, ignore him. Let's continue. Mo Xing's god-level aura grew stronger, finally reaching its peak after several hours. With a sound like thunder, the god-level aura suddenly disappeared, vanishing without a trace. The next second, Mo Xing appeared in mid-air. Beside him was a unicorn. The unicorn looked almost identical to Mo Xing's. A god-level summoner, with a god-level Holy Spirit unicorn. The Mo family was a summoner family, with summoner blood running through their veins. Mo Xing had undergone a profession sublimation, becoming a god-level summoner from a mid-tier legendary summoner. Although he had just become god-level, his strength was not weak. Chapter 390. Chapter 390, 390. Chapter 390, Lin Moyo, you can't afford to offend him, and neither can I. Lin Moyo took Ning Yi and repeatedly ran the dungeon. Lin, the undead army was tireless. After half a day, Ning Yi reached level 41 before Lin Moyo. Ning Yi said softly, everyone says that leveling up after level 40 is very slow, often taking several months to level up once. But running dungeons with you is the fastest. In less than a day, I've leveled up. But running dungeons with you is the fastest. In less than a day, I've leveled up. Just being with me has slowed down your leveling speed. Ning Yi said this with a slight hint of apology. Lin Moyo smiled and said nothing. Leveling up with a companion, especially with a loved one, was something many people longed for. Moreover, whether leveling up fast or slow didn't really matter. His leveling speed was already fast enough, only slightly slower than Lin Machin. Most of his peers were still struggling to reach level 30. As he ran dungeons and leveled up with Ning Yi, Lin Moyo's mind became increasingly calm. His control over his killing intent improved further, and it seemed to become more at his command. At Creation God Academy, Fang Chao found Luo Jiaxuan. After Mo Xing achieved God level, Luo Jiaxuan stayed at Xiajing Academy for a few more days. He carefully asked Mo Xing about the things to pay attention to when achieving God level. After all, he was not far from God level himself. Just as he returned to the academy, Fang Chao came to him. Fang Chao recounted the events of that day. Dean, how could Lin Moyo clear the dungeon so quickly? He must have used some despicable means. Luo Jiaxuan looked at Fang Chao. Being arrogant is wrong. Fang Chao was stunned, not understanding why Luo Jiaxuan said that. Luo Jiaxuan continued, your elder brother is a genius in the academy, but you fall short. Do you know why? Fang Chao didn't understand why the topic shifted to this. He showed some impatience, but Luo Jiaxuan was the dean, so he had to listen. Fang Chao took a deep breath. I don't know. Luo Jiaxuan said calmly, you have the same profession, the same bloodline, the same resources, and no difference in talent. The difference is in your mindset. You are too arrogant and look down on others. Luo Jiaxuan's tone became sharper. Do you know who Lin Moyo is? He is a god general, a position equivalent to a god-level expert. Even I respectfully call him General Lin. Who gave you the courage to call him by his name? Fang Chao shivered all over, not expecting Luo Jiaxuan, who was always kind to him, to suddenly scold him. Dean, He was about to explain but was interrupted by Luo Jiaxuan. Shut up and listen carefully. The record you saw was set by General Lin's extreme speed run. General Lin has a flying skill and flew directly to the 4th plateau. As for killing the true form of the beast god, the entire process was witnessed by the deans of our 3 academies. The entire process was flawless, and General Lin cleared all the dungeon monsters, not even sparing the monsters in the canyon. Fang Chao felt a chill, trembling all over. He murmured, he even cleared the monsters in the canyon. How is that possible? Luo Jiaxuan ignored his reaction. Do you know how long it took General Lin to kill the true form of the beast god? It was an instant kill, achieved using the skill from the primordial rune. But obtaining the primordial rune skill is General Lin's ability. If given to you, could you do it? Fang Chao knew the rules and wasn't sure if he could do it. Luo Jiaxuan continued, this matter ends here. Prepare yourself and lead a team to the ancient battlefield for training. Fang Chao suddenly looked up. Dean, the ancestral land of Creation Academy is about to open. Luo Jiaxuan said, I know, but you can't go this time. Fang Chao was stunned, squeezing out his words through clenched teeth. Why, didn't you promise me? Luo Jiaxuan sighed. Our Creation God Academy has 3 slots. One was indeed for you, but something unexpected happened. The ancestor took 1 slot, and I couldn't refuse. Another slot is for your elder brother, and the last one is for the eldest daughter of the Mo family. Hearing this, Fang Chao's chest heaved, and his eyes flashed with anger. The slot that was promised to him was gone just like that. Luo Jiaxuan patted Fang Chao's shoulder. I promise you, next time the ancestral land opens, there will definitely be a slot for you. Hearing this, Fang Chao's emotions calmed down significantly. The ancestral land of Creation Academy opens once every 5 years. In 5 years, he would be around level 60. As long as he entered before the 3rd job change at level 70, it would be the same. Moreover, this time, 1 slot was for his elder brother. Luo Jiaxuan had already been good enough to him and his brother. He really couldn't ask for more. Trying to calm himself, Fang Chao asked, Dean, hasn't the ancestor's disciple already completed the 3rd job change? Why does he still need a slot? Luo Jiaxuan shook his head. I don't know the specifics, but since the ancestor asked, I could only comply. Fang Chao understood the reasoning and knew he couldn't force it. The ancestor's disciple levels up too fast and has a very mysterious identity. Dean, can you tell me more? Everyone in the academy knew the ancestor had taken a disciple who leveled up at an astonishing speed. In just over a year, she had completed the 3rd job change. Some top-level students had teamed up with her, but they were all under a gag order and revealed nothing. Even within the empire, only a few high-ranking officials knew about Lin Mochen. Luo Jiaxuan naturally knew. After some thought, he said softly, her name is Lin Mochen. Lin Mochen. The name sounded so similar to Lin Moyo, just one character different. Could it be? You guessed right. She is Lin Moya's elder sister. Fang Chao gasped, not daring to say more. Luo Jiaxuan patted his shoulder again. Some things are best kept to yourself. Also, the hallucinations you saw earlier were likely caused by General Lin's killing intent. General Lin is not as simple as you think. The demons and dragons he has killed are beyond your imagination. You can't comprehend things at that level yet. I can only tell you, don't provoke him. You can't afford to. Neither can I understand. This time, Fang Chao was truly scared, trembling all over. He finally realized the reality. Neither Lin Moya's identity nor Lin Mochen's identity was something he could provoke. Not just him, even Luo Jiaxuan wouldn't dare to provoke them lightly. Luo Jiaxuan said, alright, go prepare. I hope your trip to the ancient battlefield will be beneficial. For 10 consecutive days, Lin Moyo and Ningyi stayed in the dungeon hall, challenging the large dungeon, Beast God Plateau. In 10 days, Lin Moyo reached level 45. Ningyi also surpassed level 44. After reaching level 45, the leveling speed slowed down again. Each run only increased experience by 4%. To level up, they needed to clear the dungeon 25 times. At the current pace of just over an hour per run, it would take 2 days and nights of non-stop running to level up once. The process was tedious. While Lin Moya didn't feel tired, Ning Yi did. Ning Yi didn't have divine power to support her. Whether physically or mentally, her recovery wasn't as fast as Lin Moya's. In the last 2 days of the 10 days, Ning Yi was already struggling. She even had to be carried by Lin Moya while running the dungeon. In Lin Moya's arms, she slept soundly. Her small face always carried a smile. After 10 days, Lin Moya received a message from Bai Yaiwan. At the White God's residence, Meng Yanwen was still lounging on his chair, relaxed and at ease. Bai Yaiwan, Yan Quanxing, Ning Taran, and Mo Xing sat together, drinking tea and chatting. Lin Moya arrived with the familiar Ning Yi in his arms. "Teacher, I'm here." Seeing Mo Xing, his eyes lit up. "Congratulations, Dean Mo, on achieving God level." Mo Xing's aura had changed, and Lin Moya could sense it. Mo Xing laughed heartily. "Thank you. This time, it's all thanks to your beast god's leg bone. Otherwise, I wouldn't have achieved God level so quickly." Lin Moya said, "I'm glad I could help, Dean Mo. But the beast god's leg bone now belongs to Senior Ning. It was my proposal gift to him." Ning Taran had clearly mentioned this, so no one was surprised. Ning Taran snorted, not saying a word. Bai Yaiwan said, "Xiao, do you know why we called you back this time?" Lin Moya nodded. "It should be because the Ancestral Land of Creation Academy is about to open." Chapter 391. Chapter 391, 391. Chapter 391, The Ancestral Land will open, bathing in changing clothes. Yan Quanxing laughed out loud. "I knew you couldn't hide it from me, yet you still tried." Bai Yaiwan said, "Did you think I didn't know? Xiao, the Ancestral Land of Genesis Academy is indeed about to open. Since Dean Mo is here, he can explain it in detail." When Lin Moya saw Mo Xing, he had already guessed that it was about the Ancestral Land opening. Mo Xing said, "The Ancestral Land should open soon. The list has been finalized long ago. Next, I'll tell you what to pay attention to after entering the Ancestral Land." Wait a moment. Just as he was about to speak, Ning Taran interrupted Mo Xing. Everyone looked at Ning Taran with puzzled expressions. Ning Taran said, "Let Yi listen too." As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and a gentle breeze landed on Ning Yi. Ning Yi, who was sleeping, rubbed her eyes and woke up. Seeing so many people, she jumped down with a cry, her pretty face slightly flushed with embarrassment. She glared at Lin Moya with a reproachful look, as if to say, "Why didn't you wake me up with so many people here?" Mo Xing chuckled and explained the things to pay attention to in the Ancestral Land of Genesis Academy. The Ancestral Land of Genesis Academy opens once every 5 years. Each time, the number of people who can enter is extremely limited. Genesis Academy occupies 10 slots, while Creation God Academy and Flame Emperor Academy each have 3 slots. The royal family and the military each have 2 slots. The various major families in the empire can each obtain 1 slot. In total, there are only about 30 slots. Although Genesis Academy is not ranked as highly as Creation God Academy, many people still flock to join it, all for the sake of those slots. However, these slots are extremely precious, with countless eyes watching them. Even Bai Yaiwan cannot violate the rules. Bai Yaiwan is a god-level expert, but he doesn't have a family, so he doesn't have a slot himself. That's why Lin Moya joined Genesis Academy. As long as he joins Genesis Academy, with Lin Moya's abilities, he is almost certain to obtain a slot. The Ning family also has 1 slot, which Ning Taran directly gave to Ning Yi. For this granddaughter, Ning Taran truly dotes on her to the extreme, considering her first for any good opportunity. There are many living beings in the Ancestral Land. These beings are not aggressive, but remember, you cannot kill them. Near the core of the Ancestral Land, there are many fruit trees. You can pick and eat the fruits there. Try to eat as many as possible. Upon hearing that she could eat, Ning Yi's eyes lit up. "I'm good at this. I can eat a lot." "Grandpa Mo, are those fruits delicious?" "I don't mind if they're sour, as long as they're not bitter." Mo Xing laughed heartily. "The fruits shouldn't be unpalatable." Lin Moya had already sensed that there was something special about the fruits, so he continued to ask. Mo Xing said, "Picking and eating the fruits is one of the tests. How many you can eat depends on your own abilities. But remember one thing, do your best, but don't force yourself. After eating the fruits, you will enter the second stage, the comprehension stage. There will be something for you to comprehend on your own. What exactly you need to comprehend is different each time. I can't explain it clearly here. You'll know when you get there. This stage will eliminate most people. Those who pass will proceed to the third stage. There is little information about the third stage. Based on past experiences, it should be related to what you comprehended in the second stage. Those who passed the second stage cannot explain what happened in the third stage when they return." Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, "Why is that?" Mo Xing shook his head. "At first, we thought there was a problem with their memories, but after careful examination, we found that their memories were not tampered with. So this matter has remained a mystery." It seemed that he would have to experience it himself to understand. Lin Moya pondered for a moment and then asked, "Dean Mo, please continue." Mo Xing smiled. "That's all. Very few people can pass the third stage. The few who do cannot explain the fourth stage at all. However, one thing is certain, as long as you don't kill the living beings you encounter when you first enter the Ancestral Land, there will be no danger inside." Lin Moya made a note not to kill any living beings he encountered upon entering the Ancestral Land. At the same time, he glanced at Ning Yi and saw that she was listening attentively, so he felt reassured. He sincerely thanked Mo Xing. "Thank you, Dean Mo. I've taken note." Mo Xing stood up and waved his hand, not accepting Lin Moya's gratitude. "General Lin, there's no need to be so polite. I feel guilty for destroying the dungeon before, causing General Lin to fall into the abyss. This time, I owe General Lin another great favor. If General Lin has any instructions in the future, please feel free to speak up. Lin Moya smiled. Dean Emo, you're overstating it. It was all the demon worshippers doing, not your fault. Meng Yanwen and Bai Yaiwan had already investigated that incident. There were also demon worshippers infiltrating the military, but fortunately, Lin Moyo had a great stroke of luck. Not long ago, they thoroughly investigated the military and executed many people. It caused quite a stir. Mo Xing needed to prepare for the ancestral land, so he left first. Ning Taran glared at Lin Moyo. When you go to the ancestral land, protect Yi. Lin Moya said, don't worry, old man Ning. Yi, go back with your grandfather and prepare. Ning Yi responded with an O and followed Ning Taran away, albeit reluctantly. After Ning Taran left, Bai Yaiwan, Yin Quanxing, and Meng Yanwen all looked at Lin Moyo with meaningful expressions. Even Meng Yanwen, who rarely opened his eyes, did so this time. Their gazes made Lin Moyo feel uncomfortable. Teacher, did I do something wrong? Bai Yaiwan said meaningfully, you little brat, you're quite bold to propose to old man Ning. Yin Quanxing chuckled lightly, it's only because old man Ning is in a good mood these days. If this had happened 50 years ago, he probably would have used a forbidden spell to kill you. That wouldn't have happened. With Yi around, old man Ning would have restrained himself no matter what. Meng Yanwen's voice echoed softly, Xiao, is that what you were thinking? Lin Moya said, I didn't think that much at the time. I saw that old man Ning was quite interested in the beast god's leg bone, and the idea suddenly occurred to me. At that moment, the idea did indeed occur to him suddenly, mainly because of Ning Taran's reaction to the beast god's leg bone. Bai Yaiwan laughed heartily, your reaction was good. The beast god's leg bone is indeed a good thing, and old man Ning does need it. However, it's still not as good as the divine finger bone you brought back. Lin Moya could also see that the divine finger bone contained a trace of vitality, even though he didn't know how many years had passed, and the flesh and blood aura was more abundant. Crucially, the beast god's leg bone was a bone shed by the beast god during its transformation, so strictly speaking, it was not a bone from after it became a deity. Compared to the divine finger bone, it was slightly inferior. Since he already had the divine finger bone, one item was enough. So using the beast god's leg bone as a proposal gift was perfect. Lin Moyo asked, Teacher, have you made any progress in studying the divine finger bone? Bai Yaiwan grinned, revealing a smile. Seeing his expression, Lin Moya knew there must have been some progress. As long as there was progress, it proved that the divine finger bone was not useless. Bai Yaiwan said, go bathe and change your clothes, make yourself clean. Lin Moya looked at himself and didn't seem to be dirty. Although he had been killing in dungeons for over 10 days, he had changed his clothes during that time, so his body was still quite fresh. Compared to when he returned from the corpse realm, he was much cleaner. Yin Quanxing said, you may not feel it, but your aura is currently quite messy, containing the auras of various beasts from the dungeons. Take a good bath, change your clothes, and meditate to dispel the messy aura. Meng Yanwen added, the living beings in the ancestral land of Genesis Academy are very sensitive and dislike messy auras. Lin Moyo understood, disciple understands. Back at the academy, Lin Moya returned to his dorm, bathed and changed clothes, and then sat on his bed to meditate. His scattered thoughts gradually converged, and his aura began to change. The messy auras he had picked up from the dungeons were rapidly fading, becoming pure. Lin Moya couldn't sense these auras himself, but since Bai Yaiwan and the others said they existed, they must exist. The domain spirit stone rotated slowly, absorbing every trace of killing intent from Lin Moya's body, leaving none behind. As he was meditating, his communicator vibrated. Lin Moya looked at the communicator with slight surprise. Why is she sending me a message? Chapter 392. Chapter 392, 392. Chapter 392, Purification Potion, Friendship as Light as Water. In front of the library, Lin Moyo met Shu Han. Shu Han was as elegant as ever, wearing a long dress, and waved at Lin Moyo from a distance. Lin Moyo walked over, Senior Shu, what's the matter? Shu Han smiled like a flower, what, can't I find you if there's nothing? Lin Moya said softly, of course not. Accompany me for a walk. As she spoke, Shu Han walked towards the garden, and Lin Moya followed without saying anything. As they walked, Shu Han said, I heard about what happened to you recently. The corpse realm is very dangerous, isn't it? Lin Moya was slightly surprised that Shu Han knew about his entrapment in the corpse realm. Not many people knew about this, even within the royal family, unless they were of a high enough rank. Outsiders were even less likely to know. Shu Han must have heard it from somewhere. Seeing Lin Moya's curious look, Shu Han said, don't worry about how I know. I just know. Now that the ancestral land of Creation Academy is about to open, you should be going, right? Lin Moya nodded, not denying it. Shu Han took out a bottle of potion and handed it to Lin Moyo. This potion is for you. The potion in the bottle was transparent, occasionally showing a bit of fluorescence in the sunlight. Shu Han explained, this is a purification potion. It can purify all the chaotic auras on your body. Lin Moyo understood that Shu Han knew he was going to the ancestral land of Creation Academy and had specially come to give him the potion. It seemed Shu Han was quite knowledgeable about the ancestral land, perhaps having been there before. Thank you. Lin Moyo accepted the purification potion without hesitation. Shu Han reminded him, no need to thank me. The potion isn't worth much. Such a miraculous potion couldn't be cheap. Lin Moya didn't dwell on it, as neither of them kept track of such things. Lin Moya thought for a moment and took out some crystals, handing them to Shu Han. These are some elemental crystals I recently obtained. You might find them useful. Shuhan's face lit up with joy. I've made a profit again. She smiled brightly, yet with a touch of elegance. Lin Moya smiled slightly. It's not a transaction. Of course not. Shuhan accepted the elemental crystals without hesitation. The two interacted like old friends, not caring about money or material things. Being with Shuhan was comfortable. Her words were always just right, and she always considered others in her speech. Her voice was gentle and pleasant, never tiring to listen to. Shuhan knew Lin Moyo had been to the corpse realm but didn't pry for more details. Lin Moyo guessed Shuhan's family background was extraordinary and didn't pry either. Their relationship was as light as water, yet natural and harmonious. 2 days later, the island where Creation Academy was located suddenly emitted a beam of white light that shot into the sky. The light was so strong that it was visible even in broad daylight. The island seemed to come alive, sending out waves of energy that stirred up massive waves. Amidst the waves, there were continuous roars. The teleportation array of Creation Academy lit up, and groups of people arrived. Although there were only 30 slots, more than 30 people came. Many were accompanied by their family elders, taking this opportunity to gather. While the younger generation entered the ancestral land, the elders could stay outside, drink tea, chat, and reminisce about the past. Lin Moyo had returned to Creation Academy the night before and was meditating in a secluded spot. He had already taken the purification potion given by Shuhan, and his aura was now pure, cleaner than if he had bathed 100 times. This purity was from the inside out, preventing any external auras from clinging to him. According to the potion's properties, this state would last for about 10 days, enough for the entire journey in the ancestral land. When the white light shot into the sky, Lin Moyo opened his eyes and looked into the distance. The white light connected heaven and earth, as if piercing the sky. He could feel an unusual aura spreading across the island. The aura was ancient and vast, yet full of vitality. Lin Moyo was also curious about the ancestral land of Creation Academy. He had seen some records about the ancestral land in the royal family's secret archives. It wasn't that Creation Academy existed first and then the ancestral land. On the contrary, the ancestral land existed first, and Creation Academy was built on it. In ancient times, Creation Academy was once the top academy among the 3 major academies of Xiajing. As the white light gradually faded, the academy became more lively, with people continuously arriving through the teleportation array. Lin Moyo calculated the time and headed to the designated location. The ancestral land was opening, and Creation Academy had 10 slots. Although it seemed like a lot, compared to the hundreds of students in Creation Academy, 10 slots were far from enough. Every year, there were assessments and selections, and the final 10 slots were determined based on daily performance and tasks. Especially this year, with Lin Moyo taking 1 slot, only 9 slots were left for others. Some people had complaints, but it was useless. Lin Moyo's identity and achievements were undeniable. If he couldn't get a slot, who else in the academy could? The team from Creation Academy had already gathered. 9 students stood side by side, their spirits at their peak. Mo Xing stood in front of them, exuding the aura of a god-level expert. The 9 students looked at Mo Xing with admiration and respect. Becoming a god-level expert was the dream of every top professional. Lin Moyo walked over, drawing the attention of the students. It's Lin Xinjiang. He's finally here. I thought he forgot. How could he forget? He joined our academy just for this slot. There aren't many slots, and he took one. The students whispered among themselves, many of them dissatisfied with Lin Moyo. They couldn't help it. Lin Moyo's presence affected their chances. Silence. Mo Xing's voice silenced them immediately. No one dared to speak against Mo Xing. Mo Xing looked at Lin Moyo with a different expression. In his eyes, Lin Moyo's aura was pure and flawless, almost to the extreme. Compared to the other students, the difference was like night and day. Even Mo Xing could barely achieve such purity. Lin Moyo walked up to Mo Xing. Dean, I'm here. Mo Xing smiled. Lin Xinjiang. Lin Moyo shook his head. Today, you are the dean, and I am your student. Just call me Lin Moyo. Mo Xing understood. Then, Lin Moyo, please join the team. Once everyone is here, we'll open the ancestral land. All right. Lin Moyo joined the team and saw Ling Yazan. Hello, Senior Ling. Ling Yazan was flattered. Hello, Lin Xinjiang. Lin Moyo smiled. Senior Ling, we're classmates now. No need to be so formal. See, I'm not even wearing my military badge. Lin Moyo's shoulder was indeed bare, showing he didn't want any special treatment. Ling Yazan smiled. All right, Lin. Lin Moyo, are you ready for this? Lin Moyo said, no special preparations, just going with the flow. Ling Yazan nodded. With your strength, you don't need much preparation. Others only knew Lin Moyo was strong, but Ling Yazan knew just how strong. To him, Lin Moyo was invincible below level 70. Even above level 70, it would be a tough fight. Lin Moyo had killed a dragon warrior, a solid level 70 opponent. More people arrived, led by academy instructors. Among them, Lin Moyo saw Ning Taran, who had come personally. Ning Yi was with him, her face lighting up with a bright smile when she saw Lin Moyo. Ning Yi was beautiful and cute. Her smile was like a blooming flower, attracting many eyes. Many young people from other families were captivated by her beauty. Mo Xing saw Ning Taran and went to greet him. Ning Yi couldn't wait and flew into Lin Moyo's arms like a butterfly. It was true that absence makes the heart grow fonder. Chapter 393. Chapter 393, 393. Chapter 393. Could the ancestral land contain the core of life? It seemed like the sound of glass shattering echoed on the island. Lin. Many young people felt their hearts break. Such a beautiful flower, yet it already had an owner, truly disappointing. Looking at the man beside Ningyi, he didn't seem particularly remarkable. However, these young people were all following their elders, behaving very well. Even if they had thoughts, they wouldn't show them. Lin Moyo and Ningyi were whispering to each other, mostly Ningyi talking and Lin Moyo listening. Ningyi's laughter occasionally rang out, clear and pleasant. More and more people arrived, and Luo Jiaxuan led the team from Creation God Academy over. Lin Mohan, Mo Yun, and a man followed behind Luo Jiaxuan. Lin Mohan and Mo Yun were both very beautiful, especially Lin Mohan, who walked with a light step, exuding a strong charm. Compared to Ningyi, Lin Mohan was more mature and alluring. From the moment Lin Mohan appeared, everyone's attention naturally focused on her. She seemed to become the center of attention, the brightest star in the sky. The man who came with Lin Mohan was named Fang Wu, Fang Xiao's older brother. His gaze was fixed on Lin Mohan, filled with admiration. Lin Mohan and Mo Yun both walked towards Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo was surprised to see Lin Mohan. Sister, are you also entering the ancestral land? As far as he knew, those entering the ancestral land were all below level 70. Lin Mohan was clearly already level 70 and had completed her third job change. Lin Mohan's breath was like an orchid, her voice soft and captivating. There's no rule saying those over level 70 can't enter. Lin Moya thought about it and realized it was true, there was no rule against those over level 70 entering the ancestral land. Lin Mohan waved to Ningyi, come over and let me see, Ari has become even more beautiful. Ningyi blushed and walked over to Lin Mohan. Mo Yun also greeted Lin Moyo, long time no see. Lin Moya smiled, long time no see. The three women chatted together, leaving Lin Moya standing quietly to the side. Everyone saw this scene and speculated about Lin Moya's identity. Why would three beautiful women seek him out? As the ground trembled, an entrance appeared in front of everyone. A special aura filled with vitality rushed out. The entrance looked very similar to a secret realm, making people wonder if the ancestral land of Creation Academy was actually a secret realm. When Lin Moya sensed the aura of the ancestral land, his eyes narrowed slightly. The aura of the Genesis scepter. He was greatly shocked. Could it be? In that instant, Lin Moyo had a guess. Could the light in the ancestral land be the core of life? If it truly was the core of life, it could complete the Genesis scepter. As the ancestral land opened, everyone preparing to enter showed eager expressions. Each one exuded confidence and pride. Those who came here were all top talents from their families, even prodigies. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the qualifications to be here. After all, the slots were limited, and each family only had one slot, so they had to send their best. The aura of the ancestral land grew stronger, and the entrance fully opened. Under Mo Xing's arrangement, everyone entered the ancestral land one by one. The scene suddenly changed, as if they had been transported through space. This feeling was very similar to entering a secret realm, but also slightly different. A lush green forest came into view. The place was vibrant and full of life. Ahead was a dense forest of tall trees. In the distance, there were green mountains and trees, stretching to the horizon. According to the information they had, they needed to cross the distant mountain. A young man shouted, "Everyone, I'll go ahead." A gust of wind surrounded him, carrying him towards the distant forest. As he flew, he glanced back at Lin Mohan, seemingly showing off. Mo Yun glanced at him. His name is Lai Feng, from the Lai family in Heiken, a legendary profession Saint Mage, level 56. The Lai family in Heiken is a family of elemental mages, with a god-level mage in the family. Mo Yun quickly explained Lai Feng's background, then frowned. Strange, didn't his family tell him? You can't fly here. As soon as Mo Yun finished speaking, Lai Feng fell from the sky with a scream. He hadn't flown far before falling to the ground. Falling wasn't the worst part, he landed right on a green rabbit. The green rabbit was hidden in the grass, almost invisible unless one looked closely. Lin Moyo, with his strong senses, saw it clearly. The rabbit was crushed to death. There was no blood or gore. The rabbit turned into a ball of light and merged into Lai Feng's body. Lai Feng seemed to gain a unique aura, very faint and almost undetectable, even to himself. Lai Feng got up, cursing, "What kind of place is this? Can't even fly." The inability to fly here was different from a no-fly zone. A no-fly zone directly suppressed all flying skills and abilities, making it impossible to fly. Here, one could fly for a short distance, about 10 meters, before being forcefully pulled down by an invisible force. Lin Moya noticed that when Lai Feng fell, the wind element around him didn't dissipate, it was just overpowered by the immense force of the ancestral land. As a result, he not only fell but also killed a rabbit, gaining a special aura. Lin Moya didn't know what would happen next. Mo Xing had clearly stated that as long as they didn't kill the animals here, they wouldn't be in danger. Conversely, if they did kill the animals, the consequences were uncertain. It wasn't explicitly stated, but those who understood, understood. Lin Mohan also saw this and whispered, "Let's stay away from him." Clearly, Lin Mohan knew something. The group quietly distanced themselves from Lai Feng. Fang Wu approached Lin Mohan, "Let's go together." Lin Mohan shook her head, "No need, I'll go with Xiao." "Xiao?" Fang Wu looked at Lin Moyo, not recognizing him. Mo Yun introduced, "This is Fang Wu, level 61, a legendary profession Holy Knight." As Mo Yun introduced him, Fang Wu puffed out his chest, looking proud. A level 61 legendary profession was indeed impressive, even among the 30 people entering the ancestral land. Fang Wu's attention was mostly on Lin Mohan, rarely looking away. Lin Moya simply said, "Sister, let's go." Lin Mohan smiled, "Alright, let's go." The four of them headed towards the distant forest, not bothering to call Fang Wu. Fang Wu's eyes flickered, unsure of what he was thinking, then followed them into the forest. Everyone spread out, entering the forest separately. Lin Mohan reminded, watch your step, don't step on any animals. Ning Yi asked, even small bugs and ants. Lin Mohan replied, not necessarily, but try not to step on them. Lin Moya was slightly shocked, sister, does this mean we can't harm any life here? Lin Mohan nodded, yes. Before setting off, their elders and teachers had warned them, though not as detailed as Lin Mohan. Even Mo Xing hadn't thought of this. It seemed Lin Mohan knew more than expected. Lin Moya noticed that shortly after entering the forest, some people had already gained that special aura. They had either stepped on ants or tiny insects. Lin Moya's spiritual power spread out like ripples, covering the ground in layers. Ning Yi, as a night stalker, a legendary assassin, was highly agile and light-footed, avoiding all the small bugs. Lin Mohan had no problem either. Only Mo Yun struggled, despite her efforts. Mo Yun almost stepped on a tiny green bug, but Lin Moya quickly pulled her back. Mo Yun adjusted her step, avoiding the bug. As they moved deeper into the forest, the group spread out. Almost everyone had gained that special aura. Only Lin Moya's group remained careful, avoiding it so far. Someone shouted, followed by the sound of skills being used and explosions. A snake had attacked someone and was killed. Ning Yi wondered, why haven't any animals attacked us? Lin Mohan explained, because our auras are pure enough. The animals here dislike chaotic auras. This was why Bai Yaiwan and the others had insisted on Lin Moya maintaining a pure aura. With a clean aura, they wouldn't be attacked and wouldn't need to kill the animals. Everyone knew to keep their auras pure, but not everyone could do it. Ning Yi asked, Sister Han, what happens if we kill too many animals? Lin Mohan laughed, you'll turn into an animal and stay here forever. Ah. Ning Yi covered her mouth, her face turning pale. Chapter 394. Chapter 394, 394. Chapter 394, Fruits that can increase comprehension. Seeing Ning Yi's frightened expression, Lin Mohan suddenly burst into laughter, I was just kidding. Ning Yi then realized she had been tricked by Lin Mohan and pouted, Sister Han, you're bullying me. Lin Mohan laughed heartily and slowly said, the teacher said that if you kill animals here, it will increase the difficulty later on. If you kill too many, it will become dangerous. Ning Yi asked curiously, but my grandfather said this place is very safe. Lin Mohan nodded, generally speaking, yes. If you don't court death, you won't die. Indeed, that was the case. Lin Moya noticed that some people had increasingly strong auras, indicating they had killed quite a few animals. The animals turned into a strange aura after death, attaching to the killers, who felt nothing, which was quite eerie. Lin Mohan didn't care about others. He now used his spiritual power, fully focused on watching his surroundings, trying not to step on any animals. After walking cautiously in the forest for a while, they could no longer see anyone else. At this point, Lin Mohan took out a bagua compass, the same one Lin Moyo had seen before. Lin Mohan fiddled with it for a while, then pointed in a direction, let's go that way. Mo Yun asked curiously, what's the difference? Lin Mohan said, if we go that way, there's a cave. Through the cave, there's an orchard. Ning Yi was also puzzled, isn't there an orchard over the mountain too? No, this orchard is different, Lin Mohan said mysteriously, leading the way. They changed direction and walked to the other side, soon disappearing into the forest. Lin Moya continued to monitor every step, reminding them to avoid many inconspicuous bugs. Lin Mohan kept adjusting the direction with the bagua compass. As a result, their speed was much slower than others. While others walked in a straight line, they took a winding path. But Lin Mohan was not in a hurry, and Mo Yun was patient. As for Ning Yi, she was busy flattering Lin Mohan, calling her sister Han affectionately, leaving Lin Moya feeling a bit neglected. Lin Moya said nothing, knowing that his sister's bagua compass was no ordinary item. He just needed to follow along without saying much. After 10 hours, they finally reached the foot of the mountain. By this time, the main group was almost at the top. Through the mist, they could see faint figures on the mountain. Lin Mohan kept calculating with the bagua compass and found an entrance in a hidden corner after walking along the foot of the mountain for a while. The entrance was narrow, only allowing one person to pass at a time. The four of them entered one by one, and soon the view opened up. In the heart of the mountain, there was indeed an orchard. The orchard was lush and thriving, with abundant, juicy red fruits that looked delicious. Lin Mohan said, the teacher told me that the fruits here are also graded. The ones here are the highest grade, with the best effects. Mo Xing didn't explain the effects of the fruits clearly, only saying to eat as many as possible within one's ability. What exactly within one's ability meant was unclear. Lin Moya said softly, I'll try first. He decided to try it himself first. If there were any problems, he had damage transfer to ensure safety. He cast a detection spell. The detection spell only returned the name of the fruit. High-grade fruit. No other information was provided. He picked a fruit and took a bite. The fruit was juicy and sweet. At that moment, memories of eating desert fruits flooded Lin Moya's mind. Thinking back, it was quite harsh. To find desert fruits, he had reset the dungeon countless times. The juice melted in his throat and quickly spread through his body. Lin Moya shuddered, standing still. He felt all his strength drain away like a tide. He went from a powerful professional to an ordinary person. Lin Moya quickly checked his attributes. Name, Lin Moya. Profession, Necromancer Lord, unique. Level, 45, 2.13%. Strength, sealed 100. Agility, sealed 100. Mental, sealed 100. Constitution, sealed 100. Skills, sealed none. Lin Mohan saw Lin Moya's pale face. Xiao, what's wrong? Lin Moya said, my attributes and skills are all sealed. Ah. They were stunned. How could this happen? Was it because of eating the fruit? Lin Moya thought for a moment and ate the remaining half of the fruit. He felt his strength increase slightly. Checking again, he found his 4 attributes had reached 200, doubling from before. Lin Moya picked another fruit and quickly ate it. His 4 attributes reached 400. Each fruit increased his total attributes by 800 points, evenly distributed among the 4 attributes. Lin Moya had a rough idea. No wonder they said to eat as many as possible. The more he ate now, the more attributes he would gain, which would be beneficial for the next stage. But Lin Moya guessed there must be some limit, it couldn't be unlimited. Lin Moya shared his guess, and Lin Mohan smiled. Xiao was right, that's exactly it. Ning Yi asked curiously, Sister Han, did you know this all along? Lin Mohan said matter-of-factly, of course, otherwise, why would I let Xiao eat something unknown? Lin Moya felt a bit helpless. Alright, he had been tricked by his sister again. Lin Mohan laughed, everyone, eat quickly. These are the highest grade fruits, much better than the ones outside, and with fewer side effects. Ning Yi asked curiously, do these have side effects too? Lin Mohan said, yes, if you eat too much, you'll feel full. Is that a side effect? Feeling full is a common trait of food. Ning Yi patted her small belly, don't worry, I can eat a lot. She pounced like a kitten, picking fruits and eating them quickly, exclaiming, these fruits are so sweet and delicious. Mo Yun ate more elegantly, taking her time. Lin Mohan ate slowly, explaining, the more attributes you gain, the more advantageous it is for the next stage. Besides the visible 4 attributes, there's a hidden attribute. Low-grade fruits can't increase the hidden attribute, only these high-grade fruits can. Mo Yun asked, what's the hidden attribute? Lin Mohan smiled, it's called comprehension. Comprehension? It was the first time they had heard of it. Mo Yun and Ning Yi didn't understand. Their families didn't know either. Lin Mohan explained, comprehension has always existed, but we rarely use it. For example, why do some people awaken talents upon job change while others don't? Why do some people, with the same skills and attributes, perform differently in battle? Why can some people become god level at level 89, while others can only become pseudo-gods? Comprehension plays a role in all these. But things that can increase comprehension are very rare. The fruits you're holding are one of the few that can, so take the opportunity to eat more. Ning Yi's eyes sparkled, Sister Han, you're amazing, how do you know so much? Lin Mohan smiled, the teacher told me, don't tell anyone else. Mo Yun nodded, we won't. Ning Yi patted her chest, I promise not to tell. Lin Moyo asked, Sister, what kind of person is your teacher? He was curious about the only half-step supergod of the human race. Lin Mohan smiled, the teacher is a great person, almost perfect except for being strict. Lin Moya didn't expect such high praise from Lin Mohan. Although curious, he didn't ask further. He just needed to know that the half-step supergod was good to his sister. Thinking about the comprehension attribute, Lin Moya realized it was the first time he had heard of it. He thought comprehension played a crucial role in talent awakening and profession sublimation. Why were there so many top professionals, but so few could become god level? It was likely related to comprehension. Lin Moya decided to eat more fruits to enhance this invisible attribute. Chapter 395. Chapter 395, 395. Chapter 395, Eat, Sister will collect your corpse. The orchard in the heart of the mountain was large, with an abundance of fruit. Lin, even if dozens more people came, there would be enough to eat. Ning Yi ate quickly like a little cat. In the blink of an eye, she had eaten 5 fruits, each larger than her fist. Her small belly bulged, and Lin Moya was really curious about what her stomach was made of, wondering if it wouldn't burst. But given her appetite, Ning Yi clutched her belly, how can I be so full? I've only eaten a few. With her appetite, she could usually eat a dozen of these fruits without any problem. But now, after just 5, she felt uncomfortably full and couldn't eat anymore. Lin Mohan came over and touched Ning Yi's bulging belly. Not bad, looks like you're 6 months pregnant. Mo Yun almost spat out the food in her mouth. Lin Moyu, usually so quiet, had a sister who loved to joke around. They were truly 2 extremes. This family was really interesting. Ning Yi pouted, Sister Han, why am I so full after eating just a few? Lin Mohan said, if you're full, don't eat any more. This is the side effect of the fruit. If you force yourself to eat more, you might. Ning Yi quickly asked, what might happen? Lin Mohan made a gesture, you might explode with a bang. Ning Yi was so scared that she quickly threw away the fruit in her hand, only to hear Lin Mohan laugh again. Ning Yi realized she had been tricked again, her face full of frustration. She was really full and couldn't eat anymore. Mo Yun ate slowly, and after finishing her 6th fruit, she also felt full. She forced herself to eat half more, but her belly bulged uncontrollably. She was also full. The feeling came suddenly, and she couldn't eat any more, even though she still held half a fruit in her hand. Lin Mohan laughed, Mo Yun's belly is big too. Xiao, you have to take responsibility. Lin Moya's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, feeling unjustly accused. Mo Yun blushed, unable to handle Lin Mohan's teasing, her beautiful face turning red. She didn't dare to retort, knowing she couldn't win against Lin Mohan. Ning Yi reached out and touched Mo Yun's bulging belly. Sister Yun, it really looks like 6 or 7 months. Your belly is bigger than mine. Mo Yun glared at Ning Yi, you little rascal, are you looking for a beating? Ning Yi quickly dodged, I'm just telling the truth. It is bigger than mine. The 2 of them played around, while Lin Mohan smiled and ate her fruit. She walked slowly to Lin Moya's side, nudging him with her shoulder, Xiao, these 2 girls are not bad. Do you want to marry both? Lin Moyo couldn't handle it and silently walked towards the center of the orchard. Lin Mohan followed him, still asking, Xiao, tell me, what do you think? Wouldn't it be great to have both? You're the only heir of our Lin family. You need to carry on the family line. If you really like them, don't worry. Sister will help you talk to them. If my face isn't enough, we still have the teacher. The teacher's face will definitely be enough. Xiao, say something. Lin Moya didn't dare to respond. In this situation, anything he said would be wrong, so it was better to say nothing. In the center of the orchard, a peculiar fruit tree caught Lin Moya's attention. This fruit tree was noticeably shorter than the others, with a single, slightly shriveled fruit hanging from it. The tree and the fruit both looked malnourished, but Lin Moya felt that this fruit was extraordinary. Lin Mohan, still eating her fruit, said, this fruit is still here. Lin Moyo asked, you know about it? Lin Mohan nodded, the teacher mentioned it. When he came here, a prodigy who was with him ate this fruit and exploded. Lin Moya cast a detection spell, which only returned the name of the fruit, with no other information. This malnourished-looking fruit was called initial fruit. The other fruits were called high-grade fruit, but this one was different. Lin Moyo asked, is it because this fruit is poisonous? Lin Mohan shook her head. The teacher speculated that it's not because it's poisonous, but because it increases attributes too much for the eater to handle, causing them to explode. This has happened more than once. Some people have forced themselves to eat too many fruits and exploded. You know that eating these fruits seals your original attributes and skills, then adds new attributes. These attributes are useful in the later stages. The higher the attributes, the better. High-grade fruits have fewer side effects and can increase attributes more than the lower-grade ones outside. Lin Moyo finally understood. Eating the same number of fruits didn't result in the same attribute increase. Ningyi had eaten 5 fruits here, increasing her 4 attributes by 1,000 points each. These were the attributes she could use in the ancestral land. If she had eaten the lower-grade fruits outside, she would have felt full after 5, but her attributes would only have increased by 500 points each. That's the difference. Ningyi had eaten 5 fruits. Mo Yun had eaten 5.5. Lin Moyo had already eaten 5 fruits and felt nothing. Sister, what determines how many fruits one can eat? Lin Moya noticed that Lin Mohan knew a lot, even more than Mo Xing. Having a good teacher really made a difference. A half-step supergod was indeed extraordinary. Lin Mohan said, it's hard to say. The teacher thinks it's based on each person's potential, profession, and capacity. Does it have anything to do with one's level? Lin Mohan shook her head, not really. You can think of it as cumulative damage. When the damage exceeds the body's limit, it explodes. Lin Moya thought for a moment, sister, I want to try. Lin Mohan's face turned serious, no, it's too dangerous. Lin Moya said, I have confidence, and I have a soul imprint in the Soul Palace. I won't really die. Lin Mohan stared at Lin Moyo. They had grown up together, and she knew his character well. Once Lin Moya decided on something, it was hard to change his mind. Lin Mohan was the same way. Lin Mohan said, alright, but I have one condition. If you fail, you must get married and have children after you revive. No more dangerous adventures. Are you serious? Lin Moya saw Lin Mohan's serious expression. Alright, I promise. Lin Mohan finally let him go. Go ahead, I'll be ready to collect your corpse. Lin Moya couldn't help but laugh. Was this really his sister? Lin Mohan continued eating her fruit, but it was clear she was not at ease. Lin Moya approached the peculiar fruit tree. The initial fruit was within reach. The 5 fruits he had eaten before did have side effects, but they were transferred to the skeletons. His skills were sealed, but damage transfer still worked. Moreover, he felt his talents and some damage immunity traits were still active. Only active skills were unusable. This gave Lin Moya confidence. If he couldn't handle it, no one could. In that case, the initial fruit would be pointless. He reached out and grabbed the initial fruit, feeling a buzzing in his head. A vision appeared before him, showing a light falling on a desolate island. The island transformed into a vibrant, lush place. Plants grew rapidly, and the forest flourished. Small animals appeared, not real but manifestations of vitality. A fruit tree grew, identical to the one before him. It bore many fruits, which fell and sprouted new trees. The new trees were taller and larger. Finally, a single, malnourished fruit appeared on its branch. The vision ended, and the initial fruit was in Lin Moya's hand. He realized he had seen the birth of the ancestral land. This unremarkable fruit tree was the ancestor of all the fruit trees here. The initial fruit was its essence. Truly extraordinary. Lin Moya thought. Chapter 396. Chapter 396, 396. Chapter 396, How did you become a lackey of the demon worshippers? The initial fruit turned into a burst of juice as soon as it entered the mouth. Lin Moya's face immediately turned extremely ugly, and his whole body trembled as if electrocuted. Lin Mohan asked nervously, what's wrong? Lin Moya's face turned ashen, and he squeezed out a word through gritted teeth, bitter. Extremely bitter, extremely bitter. It was completely opposite to the sweetness of the previous fruits. Lin Moya swore he had never tasted anything so bitter. The bitterness spread from the tip of his tongue along every nerve and blood vessel, reaching every corner of his body. Then, a terrifying energy burst forth. Lin Moyo had been monitoring his attributes after eating the initial fruit. Originally, after eating 5 high-grade fruits, all his 4 attributes were maintained at 1,000. Now, under the effect of the initial fruit, his 4 attributes began to increase rapidly. 1,100, 1,200, Every second, his attributes increased by 100 points. In the blink of an eye, his attributes had exceeded 2,000. The bitterness did not diminish at all, it continued. Lin Moya's brows remained furrowed. Lin Mohan asked, "How is it? How do you feel?" Lin Moya shook his head and spat out one word, bitter. He couldn't say anything else. At this moment, he felt that everything in the world was bitter, even the air he breathed was bitter. The side effects began to manifest. Lin Moya clearly felt that as his attributes increased, a massive force seemed to be impacting his body. But all the damage was absorbed by the skeletons. He himself was not affected at all. This force was not particularly strong, just erupting within his body, rendering any defensive measures useless. In other words, it could only be endured. This internal damage ignored defense, making it very difficult to endure. Lin Moya thought that few people could withstand it. But in front of Lin Moya, this level of damage was ignored. It wasn't even as dangerous as eating the heart-protecting meat of the bloodthirsty python during his second job change. It was just the bitterness. Lin Moya finally reached his limit and could no longer endure the bitterness. He quickly grabbed a high-grade fruit and bit into it. Wow! As soon as the high-grade fruit entered his mouth, Lin Moya felt the bitterness explode in his entire mouth. The sweetness of the high-grade fruit was instantly overwhelmed by the bitterness, making it even more bitter. Lin Mohan looked worried, but there was nothing she could do to help Lin Moya. However, she could see that Lin Moya didn't seem to be in any danger. She relaxed and laughed. "Don't worry, Moyo. If you can't hold on, it's okay. Sister will make sure to collect your corpse, not missing a single piece." Lin Moyo looked at her speechlessly. Was she really his sister? How could she be so heartless? Ning Yi and Mo Yun also rushed over, seeing Lin Moya's bitter expression. Lin Moya reached out to Ning Yi. "Do you have any candy?" Ning Yi nodded. "Yes." She took out a handful of green candies and gave them to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo put a few in his mouth, and immediately a bitter and spicy taste rushed into his nose, overwhelming his taste buds. Lin Moyo experienced an even more intense sensation, with tears streaming down his face. Now it was bitter, spicy, and overwhelming, leaving him speechless. Lin Mohan asked, "What kind of candy did you give him?" Ning Yi tilted her head. "I specially had someone make it, bitter gourd and mustard candy." "Ha ha." Lin Mohan couldn't help but laugh, holding her head with one hand. "There's actually such candy, it's so funny." Lin Moyo heard this but was powerless to respond. The combination of bitterness, spiciness, and overwhelming sensation was truly intense. Ning Yi asked, "Sister Han, what's wrong with Moyo?" Lin Mohan laughed. "He's fine, he'll be okay in a while." Lin Moyo was indeed fine. All the damage was transferred to the skeletons. At level 45, his summoning space had reached 750. He had a total of 25 undead legions, with over 19,000 skeletons. There were also 25 tough and durable lich generals. Unless the side effects of the initial fruit could collectively explode them, there was no way to harm Lin Moyo. His attributes were steadily increasing, and Lin Moyo felt like every second was an eternity. He finally understood how unbearable extreme bitterness could be. After enduring for 2 minutes, the bitterness finally subsided completely. At this moment, Lin Moya's 4 attributes had each reached 10,000. It didn't seem high, but it was 10 times higher than Ning Yi's. The most crucial aspect wasn't the attributes. According to Lin Mohan, the hidden attribute of comprehension was the main benefit. However, the enhancement of comprehension couldn't be checked. Its benefits were subtle and gradual. Despite the significant increase in attributes, Lin Moya didn't feel any different physically. He quickly grabbed a high-grade fruit and put it in his mouth, letting the sweet juice wash away the bitterness. However, Lin Moya found that the high-grade fruit could no longer increase his attributes. 10,000 was the limit. At this moment, Lin Mohan was also full, her small belly slightly bulging. "Alright, let's go." Lin Mohan had eaten a total of 10 high-grade fruits, with each attribute reaching 2,000, surpassing Ning Yi by a lot. The group passed through the orchard and left through another exit. Outside the exit was the other side of the mountain, also filled with large orchards. According to Lin Mohan, these only had low and mid-grade fruits. Occasionally, one might find a high-grade fruit, but they couldn't compare to those in the heart of the mountain. After they left the cave, the entrance automatically closed. This cave could only be traversed one way. Why is it so quiet? Mo Yun found it strange. Although there weren't many people, the orchard was large, but it shouldn't be this quiet. Lin Moya suddenly said, "Be careful, something's not right." He took the lead, walking ahead. Without the undead legions and skeletal armor, he had to rely solely on damage transfer, making him more cautious. After walking for a while, they heard the sounds of fighting ahead. There were also energy fluctuations and screams. "Someone's fighting here." The group exchanged glances and quickly moved forward. They passed through the orchard and reached an open area. Almost everyone who had entered the ancestral land was here. In the open area, a group of people was fighting. To be precise, a dozen people were besieging one person. These dozen people wielded swords and knives, with archers shooting from the periphery. Their weapons indicated their professions: knights, warriors, archers. But it was clear that these people had eaten the fruits, their skills sealed, and their attributes weakened. All their attacks were just ordinary strikes. The person being besieged was also a knight wielding a long sword. He stood relaxed, with a casual expression, swinging his sword to release sword energy, forcing several people back. He didn't eat the fruits. Lin Moyo immediately saw that the besieged person hadn't eaten the fruits and still retained his powerful combat strength. He was toying with the others like a cat playing with mice. Not far away, a group of people stood watching. They were all magic-based professions, currently without any combat power. Besides them, 2 people lay on the ground, still breathing but severely injured. As Lin Moya's group arrived, the besieged knight laughed. Finally, everyone's here. The cat and mouse game is over. A light flashed on his body, and a massive energy burst forth, sending all his attackers flying. A blue halo spread from his feet. Immediately, blue halos appeared under everyone's feet, and a cold aura swept over them. It was the skill of a holy light knight. Freezing halo. It could freeze enemies, significantly slowing their speed. This skill was very useful in dungeons, providing strong control effects. It was equally useful for killing. Everyone present, except Lin Moyu, was affected by the freezing, their movements slowed. Despair filled their faces. The knight raised his longsword, pointing it at Lin Moyu. I've been waiting for you. Mo Yun's face turned serious. A holy light knight, he must be from the Zhou family. Lin Moya said, not just the Zhou family, but an old acquaintance. You all stay back, I'll handle this. He stepped forward, saying calmly, Zhou Leshan, I didn't mistake you, did I? Zhou Leshan was slightly taken aback, then laughed. I didn't expect you to recognize me, Lin Moyo. Impressive. As he spoke, his appearance changed, finally revealing Zhou Leshan's true form. He looked at Lin Moyo with hatred. I'm curious, how did you recognize me? Lin Moya replied, I'm also curious, how did you become a lackey of the demon worshippers? Did you become a lackey, or did your whole Zhou family become lackeys? Chapter 397. Chapter 397, 397. Chapter 397, The Crazy 10,000 Whys. When Lin Moyo and Zhou Leshan first arrived at the Yuan battlefield, they had met. Lin. At that time, Zhou Leshan was only level 30, but now he had already completed his second job change. His leveling speed was quite good. However, Zhou Leshan's aura didn't seem right, as if he hadn't leveled up through normal means. In Lin Moya's perception, his aura was very unstable, fluctuating wildly. Zhou Leshan sneered, what do you mean by becoming a lackey of the demon worshippers? Don't make it sound so bad. I'm just in a cooperative relationship with them. Lin Moya showed a hint of disdain. You, a mere level 40 Holy Light Knight, what qualifications do you have to cooperate with them? Zhou Leshan laughed wildly. Holy Light Knight? I'm now a Holy Word Knight, a mid-tier legendary Holy Word Knight. A single word difference, but the profession was a whole tier higher. Zhou Leshan's laughter grew more maniacal. Do you know what a Holy Word Knight is? You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Let me show you instead. He looked at a knight who had retreated to the distance, coldly snorted, and uttered a word, slash. Without any visible movement, a sharp sword light swept out, striking the knight. With a scream, the knight was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. A deep, bone-revealing wound appeared on his body. Zhou Leshan laughed crazily. Did you see that? This is a Holy Word Knight, where words become law. Lin Moya's eyes showed pity. In Zhou Leshan's eyes, being a Holy Word Knight seemed like the pinnacle, but he had no idea how high the heavens truly were. Lin Moya said, you became a lackey of the demon worshippers and deliberately didn't eat the fruit, intending to kill us all here, right? Zhou Leshan chuckled, that's right. Lin Moya continued, but what good does it do to kill us? Everyone here is a genius from various families, each with a soul imprint. Even if we die, we can be resurrected. Lin Moya's words seemed to calm everyone down. The previously tense atmosphere suddenly improved. That's right, we have soul imprints. Even if we die, we can be resurrected. At most, we'll pay a price. Zhou Leshan, when we get out, we'll definitely kill you. You're finished, and your Zhou family is finished too. Zhou Leshan let out a long "oh" and grinned. Do you think I'll give you a chance to be resurrected? He took out a black stone. It was the kind commonly used by abyssal demons. With a cruel smile, Zhou Leshan crushed the stone. A barrier spread out, enveloping the area in an instant. As the barrier formed, someone's face changed dramatically and exclaimed, no, it's the abyssal demon's soul-extinguishing barrier. Faces turned pale. We're finished, we're going to die here, and we can't be resurrected. The soul-extinguishing barrier could destroy the souls of the dead. In the soul-extinguishing barrier, even with a soul imprint, resurrection was impossible. Zhou Leshan's laughter grew more maniacal. Fear, tremble, you're all going to die soon. He looked at Ning Yi, Mo Yun, and Lin Mohan with evil intent, licking his lips. Before I kill you, I'll have my fun. Lin Mohan chuckled. Just you, Xiaowu, kill him. Lin Moya was already filled with killing intent, a platinum-grade longsword appearing in his hand. The sword's attributes didn't matter to Lin Moyu, as long as it was sharp enough. Zhou Leshan was a Holy Word Knight, a mid-tier legendary profession, level 40. His total attributes should be around 60,000. Lin Moya's current attributes were 40,000, a difference of 20,000. Moreover, Zhou Leshan's skills were not sealed, while Lin Moya's skills were all sealed. Despite the significant difference, Lin Moya was still confident in killing him. Holding the sword, Lin Moya walked step by step towards Zhou Leshan. To others, it seemed like Lin Moya was crazy. Zhou Leshan also thought Lin Moya was crazy, laughing even more maniacally. You're a mage, and you want to fight me with a sword? Are you out of your mind? No one noticed that Lin Moya was not affected by the freezing halo at all. I originally planned to kill you last, but now I've changed my mind. Die, slash. As a Holy Word Knight, just speaking the word could activate a skill. A sharp sword light slashed towards Lin Moya, a strike that would either kill or severely injure him. As the sword light approached, Lin Moya casually sidestepped, narrowly avoiding it. Zhou Leshan's face changed dramatically, and he sent out 2 more sword lights, both easily dodged by Lin Moya. Impossible. Zhou Leshan couldn't believe how Lin Moyo avoided them. At this moment, Lin Moyo was only 5 meters away from Zhou Leshan. With a slight push of his foot, Lin Moyo shot forward like lightning, appearing in front of Zhou Leshan in an instant, thrusting his sword. Zhou Leshan roared, "Die!" Skill, cross slash. Skill, holy fire halo. His knight's sword swept out, filling the air with sword light, while a flaming halo appeared at his feet. In an instant, everyone felt a burning sensation, a dual attack of ice and fire, very uncomfortable. Everyone took out potions and started drinking. Lin Moyo ignored the sword light and the holy fire halo. His sword aimed at the exposed neck of Zhou Leshan, thrusting down. It was a move that showed he was ready to die together. Zhou Leshan wore a cruel smile, confident that his attack would tear Lin Moyo to pieces. As for Lin Moyo's attack, he ignored it. A mere mage with a few hundred attributes, what harm could he do? His defense was so strong that he could stand still and let Lin Moyo attack without worry. The next second, his eyes widened in shock, retreating hastily. Lin Moyo's sword had pierced through his defense. If he had reacted a bit slower, the sword would have stabbed into his neck. Lin Moyo had dodged his cross slash at the last moment without affecting his own attack. Lin Moyo, filled with killing intent, quickly followed, his speed matching Zhou Leshan's. The sword thrust again, its momentum terrifying, making Zhou Leshan panic. Zhou Leshan swung his sword to block, and their swords clashed. He found that Lin Moyo's strength was not much weaker than his own. Zhou Leshan screamed, "You didn't eat the fruit." "No, you did eat it. Why are your attributes still so strong? Why can you ignore my halo's control? Aren't you a mage? Why? At this moment, Zhou Leshan became a crazy 10,000 wise. Lin Moyo, having undergone the trials of the Divine Summer Tower, was well versed in all professions. Night combat techniques were second nature to him. Even without skills, he could still launch powerful attacks. The fruit sealed skills, but passive skills remained effective. With over 19,000 skeletons sharing damage with Lin Moyo, and with status immunity, he ignored all control effects. Such a Lin Moyo was not easy to kill. Swords clashed continuously, producing a ringing sound. Zhou Leshan grew more alarmed as they fought, realizing that Lin Moyo's swordsmanship was superior to his own. How is this possible? He's clearly a mage. A mage with better swordsmanship than a knight was unbelievable. Seeing Lin Moyo gaining the upper hand, the onlookers cheered. They had hope again. "General Lin, kill him. General Lin, go. Kill this bastard." In a flash, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Zhou Leshan realized that while Lin Moyo was formidable, his attributes were still inferior. Moreover, Lin Moyo couldn't use skills. He grinned again, confident that he would win in the end. "This time, you will die," he roared internally. Skill, Holy Annihilation Slash. Sword light exploded, filling the air with hundreds of sword energies, enveloping Lin Moyo. There was no escape. It's over. He's doomed. Despair filled the faces of the onlookers. The hope they had just felt was extinguished. No one believed Lin Moyo could survive such an attack. Although Lin Moyo had been impressive, his combat skills had given them hope. General Lin was indeed worthy of his reputation. But now, they realized that hope was gone. Sword light engulfed Lin Moyo. Zhou Leshan laughed maniacally. "He's dead now." Amidst the sea of sword light, a sword silently pierced through, stabbing into Zhou Leshan's body as he laughed. His laughter stopped abruptly, and he looked at Lin Moyo emerging from the sword light in disbelief. At that moment, he seemed to see the most terrifying thing in the world. Lin Moyo's expression was solemn, looking at him as if he were already dead. This sword wasn't enough to kill him, only to severely injure him. Lin Moyo's left hand produced another sword, thrusting it towards Zhou Leshan's neck. Zhou Leshan's face filled with terror, his body glowing as he prepared to use the knight's signature skill, Extreme Defense. Boom! Terrifying killing intent descended upon Zhou Leshan, the domain spirit stone continuously spinning. Zhou Leshan saw multiple illusions, and his extreme defense was interrupted. He stood frozen. Lin Moyo's sword pierced his neck in an instant. Blood spurted out. Professionals were not ordinary people. This strike alone couldn't kill him. Lin Moyo's strength was just enough to break his defense. To kill him, 2 strikes were not enough. Chapter 398. Chapter 398, 398. Chapter 398, he says he can do it, so believe him. A long sword appeared in Lin Moyo's hand again. He thrust it through the gap in the armor, piercing into Zhou Leshan's body. Zhou Leshan cried out in pain, still unable to wake up from the illusion shrouded in killing intent. More and more weapons kept appearing in Lin Moyo's hands. In the blink of an eye, he turned Zhou Leshan into a porcupine stuck full of weapons. Zhou Leshan screamed continuously, his breath gradually weakening. Finally, he was about to wake up. An axe appeared in Lin Moyo's hand, the axe light flashed, and Zhou Leshan's right arm flew off into the sky. Another bright light flashed, and Zhou Leshan's right leg also separated from his body. Zhou Leshan fell to the ground with a thud, finally waking up. Missing an arm and leg, lying in a pool of his own blood, Zhou Leshan screamed non-stop. Now he was barely clinging to life. Lin Moyo said softly, "I don't know if you can be resurrected after dying here." Fear appeared on Zhou Leshan's face. "Don't kill me, please don't kill me, I don't want to die." Lin Moyo shook his head. "I can't find a reason not to kill you." Zhou Leshan said, "I can tell you information about the cult of diabolism, a lot of information." Lin Moyo still shook his head. "I've said before, what qualifications do you have to cooperate with the cult of diabolism? You're only fit to be a dog, and what could a dog know?" Saying that, Lin Moyo picked up the axe. Zhou Leshan died in pain and fear. Lin Moyo collected all the weapons back. The platinum-grade weapons could still fetch a decent price when sold. The crowd in the distance finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had consumed quite a few potions and were recovering from their injuries. Professionals have powerful recovery abilities. As long as they don't die, even severe injuries can heal quickly. Lin Moyo glanced at them and returned to Lin Machin and the others. It's done, I'll go change clothes. He was now covered in blood, his clothes slashed by the swordlight. Lin Machin smiled slightly. Go ahead, don't worry, we won't peek. Lin Moyo walked into the orchard and disappeared from sight. Ningyi was still in shock. Sister Xian, how did you know Moyo could kill him? Lin Machin smiled. He said he could do it, so I believed him. Hearing this, Ningyi nodded. That's right, believe in him. Mo Yun asked, what if Lin Moyo didn't take action? Lin Machin calmly smiled, then I would have. He's just a clown on the tightrope, easy to deal with. Mo Yun believed Lin Machin's words, sensing the mystery surrounding her. Not only did she have a powerful and mysterious teacher, she herself was extraordinary. That's why Lin Machin didn't panic at all, looking at Zhou Leshan like a mere clown on the tightrope. Soon, Lin Moyo changed his clothes and came back. The bloodstains were gone, and there was no bloody smell left. The purification potion was still working, leaving no scent on his body. At this time, a group of people came over. Thank you Lin the deity for saving us. It's a good thing Lin the deity took action, otherwise we'd all be dead. Lin the deity is so powerful, able to kill him even without skills or attributes sealed. At this moment, this group had all become Lin Moyo's supporters. They were all full of admiration for Lin Moyo, prostrating themselves before him. Ling Yazan said to Lin Moyo, you saved me again. Lin Moyo shook his head. As fellow humans, there's no need for courtesy. This statement immediately won over the crowd, and they fawned over him again. After the soul-extinguishing formation lasted for a while, it finally disappeared. The group had rested enough and adjusted their state, continuing forward. Zhou Leshan's corpse was left behind forever, becoming fertilizer for the orchard. This time, it was Lin Moyo's turn to lead. Everyone obediently followed behind Lin Moyo, no one daring to go ahead of him. Lin Machin smiled and said, Little you, you're so awe-inspiring now. Should I call you Little you or Lin the deity from now on? Lin Moyo said, Sister, don't tease me. Lin Machin sighed, alright, you're such a dull blockhead, not fun at all. Let's tease Little Yi instead. In the ancestral grounds, everyone relied on their own abilities to compete. Zhou Leshan nearly killed everyone this time, so a grudge had been recorded against the Zhou family. With Zhou Leshan's death, the grudge fell on the Zhou family. After returning, they would have to properly settle the score with the Zhou family. After passing through the orchard, the crowd came upon a cliff. Ahead was only a suspension bridge leading into the deep mist. The crowd stopped in front of the cliff, and Lin Machin said, walking across this bridge marks the start of the second stage. From here on, we'll have to split up and ultimately rely on ourselves to get as far as we can. You should all be clear on the rules by now, do your best. Everyone was clear on the rules. The forest and orchard were the first stage, and now the second stage was beginning. Those who had been here before were vague when they returned. Their memories were mostly jumbled, but they did summarize a few points. From this point on, you could only rely on yourself. Don't push yourselves too hard, just do your best while being safe. Lin Moyo gave a reminder before walking onto the suspension bridge first, disappearing into the mist in the blink of an eye. The wind blew, causing the suspension bridge to sway slightly in the air. Lin Machin also followed onto the suspension bridge, vanishing into the mist. Next, Mo Yun, Ningyi also walked onto the bridge one after another. After everyone was on the suspension bridge, the world fell silent, with only the sound of the wind whistling. The orchard made a light sound, and all the fruits fell to the ground, disappearing. A crack appeared under Zhou Leshan's corpse, and a vine stretched out, wrapping up his corpse and taking it away, not even leaving the severed limbs behind. Then dense fog rose from somewhere, enveloping everything. In eerie, deathly silence. The suspension bridge wasn't very long. After passing through the mist, they saw a platform. This platform stood like a solitary peak in the world. The platform wasn't large, with a diameter of only about 20 meters. Several stone stels stood on it. Patterns were carved onto the stone stels, accompanied by words. The patterns were quite wondrous, actually moving. As long as you focused your attention on them, you could see the patterns moving. The patterns seemed to be demonstrating some kind of skill. It was a skill belonging to swordsmen, with the demonstrator in the patterns wielding a long sword, the sword or domineering and unmatched, appearing extremely powerful. Lin Moyo didn't linger too long on the moving patterns, instead turning his attention to the words beside them. The moment he saw the words, Lin Moyo was struck by lightning, stunned on the spot. Skill, Sword Gale. Sword Gale, a basic sword technique that can create a small gust of wind. The moving patterns didn't shock Lin Moyo, nor could such a basic sword technique possibly shock him. What shocked him were the words, the familiar Chinese characters. No, not exactly the same as the Chinese characters he was proficient in from his previous life. More archaic, more like the ancient Chinese characters from long ago. The words were carved into the stone steel, vigorous and powerful, containing a unique rhythm. If you focused your heart on feeling it, it was as if you could sense the meaning contained within the words. Lin Moyo seemed to understand. This was where he had to comprehend and learn the skills carved on the stone stels. This was the trial. One could comprehend the skills through the moving patterns or through the words. Combining the two, comprehending the skills wasn't particularly difficult. It doesn't seem that hard. After looking it over for a bit, Lin Moyo felt he could grasp the skill in a certain amount of time. But then he realized he was mistaken. He was wrong, it might not be so easy for others. He had consumed the primordial fruit, increasing his attributes, so the hidden attribute of comprehension should have increased significantly as well. Plus, he could understand the true meaning of the words. With these factors combined, it would be much easier for him. As for others, I wonder if my scan technique would work. The scan technique flew out from his fingertips. Low-grade skill steel. Can learn skills through the steel. The scan technique truthfully revealed the purpose of the steel, but did not specify the skills carved onto it. There were 3 identically sized steles standing on this platform. He went to look at the other 2 steles. Skill, sword slice. Sword slice, a basic sword technique that can slice through hardwood. Skill, stone cutter. Stone cutter, a basic sword technique that can cut through bluestone. They were also 2 basic sword techniques. Lin Moya looked them over and confirmed that the 3 sword techniques were different. Sword Gale followed the path of agility, fastest in speed but weakest in power. Sword Slice followed the path of technique, nimble and versatile. Stone Cutter followed the path of power, straightforward and steady. Lin Moya realized that the next stage of the trial would likely be related to these 3 skills. He immediately began to seriously study and learn them. Chapter 399. Chapter 399, 399. Chapter 399, the competition unfolds silently. The platform is like a dungeon, with as many platforms as there are people. Lin. Each platform has 1 person standing on it, and 3 identical stone steles. No matter the profession, everyone encounters the same 3 stone steles and the same 3 skills. For those who are originally swordsmen, learning is relatively easy. For those with magic professions, learning is much more difficult. Some people, as if shrouded in a fog, find it hard to see the content on the steles. This fog comes from the animals they have killed. Whether accidentally stepped on or intentionally killed, the result is the same, treated equally. However, those who have killed fewer animals have a thinner fog. Those who have killed more have a thicker fog, making it impossible to see the content on the steles. At this moment, they finally understand why their elders at home advised them not to kill animals. The consequence of not listening to the elders is this: there is no regret medicine in the world, and regret is useless. The person who killed the most animals is enveloped in a special aura. When he stepped onto the suspension bridge and entered the thick fog, the upward aura immediately mixed with the thick fog. Gusts of wind blew, and the suspension bridge collapsed instantly. He screamed and fell off the cliff, disappearing without a trace. On the platform, some people comprehended the skills and were overjoyed. Some were shrouded in fog and regretted it deeply. Some could see clearly but couldn't comprehend, frowning in distress. Only 28 people, but each had a different expression. 3 hours later, with a slight tremor, the steles disappeared, and a brand new suspension bridge appeared ahead. Lin Moya slowly stood up, having mastered the 3 skills more than 2 hours ago. For him, it was not difficult at all. He stepped onto the suspension bridge and walked forward. The other end of the suspension bridge was also connected to a platform. Feeling the wind blowing by his ears, passing through layers of white fog, Lin Moya stepped onto this platform. A sharp sword was stuck at the edge of the platform, and in the center of the platform stood a person. He held a sharp sword, his eyes fixed on Lin Moya. Lin Moya immediately saw that this was not a person, but a puppet, a swordsman puppet. The third stage, defeat the opponent. Lin Moya immediately understood that the 3 skills learned on the previous platform were prepared for now. If he hadn't mastered those 3 skills, it would be difficult to defeat the opponent. After understanding, Lin Moya smiled slightly. Then let's try. Originally, he wanted to take a sword from the storage space, but found that the storage space was locked, and nothing could be taken out. They really don't let people take advantage of loopholes. After understanding why, Lin Moya casually pulled out the longsword stuck in the ground. The swordsman puppet in the center of the platform moved the moment he drew the sword, rushing forward at high speed. Lin Moya looked at the rushing swordsman puppet. Judging by the speed, the agility attribute should be between 500 and 700. The attribute is not high, similar to most people. But for me, after eating the primordial fruit, all attributes are attributes, which is nothing at all. The swordsman puppet rushed to Lin Moya and slashed with a sword. Skill, Sword Gale. The sword move was fast, silent, as if it could really cut through the breeze. Lin Moya also responded with a sword gale. The sword light flashed, faster than the swordsman puppet. The sword light instantly cut through the swordsman puppet. Clang! The swordsman puppet's long sword fell to the ground, and the entire puppet shattered into pieces, then turned into a special aura and fell on Lin Moya. The attributes suddenly increased by a part, each attribute increased by 500, which is not much. It seemed that the swordsman puppet's attributes were added to his own. A suspension bridge appeared again in front of the platform. So simple. Lin Moya didn't expect the opponent to be so weak, ending the battle with just 1 sword. The key was that his attributes were too strong, whether in strength or agility, completely crushing the opponent. Plus, using the same skills, winning was naturally easy. For others, it wouldn't be so simple. On other platforms, battles were ongoing. Ling Yazan was fighting fiercely with the swordsman puppet, back and forth, enjoying the fight. Ling Yazan's attributes were similar to the swordsman puppet's, and as a knight, he also mastered 3 skills, but his proficiency was not as high as Lin Moya's. With these 3 skills, it was enough to confront the swordsman puppet head-on. Some mage professions didn't comprehend the 3 skills and were beaten by the swordsman puppet, screaming in distress. Lin Mohan held a longsword, using the 3 skills alternately, and with attributes far surpassing the swordsman puppet, firmly suppressed the swordsman puppet. Ning Yi used sword gale repeatedly, her movements extremely agile, fully displaying the characteristics of her assassin profession, also gaining the upper hand. In contrast, Mo Yun had a much harder time. She was smart and had high comprehension, also mastering the 3 skills. However, she was not familiar with the swordsman's fighting style, struggling to fight while constantly learning, progressing very quickly. Lin Moyo passed through the fog again and stepped onto the third platform. Is this the fourth stage? At this moment, he was a bit unsure. The third stage described by Mo Xing seemed too simple for him. Then he solved the battle with one sword, without any difficulty. If the third stage was just like this, it wouldn't be that no one had passed it for so many years. On the third platform, 4 stone stalls stood. Learning skills again. Previously it was swordsman skills, what is it this time? Just as he thought of this, Lin Moyo was suddenly stunned. He found that the 3 skills he had just learned were gone. They were not in his attributes, and he couldn't remember the specific information of the 3 skills. He only remembered the names of the 3 skills: Sword Gale, Sword Slice, and Stone Cutter. He couldn't remember anything else. This feeling was very strange, getting something and then suddenly losing it inexplicably, making Lin Moyo very uncomfortable. Is this the reason why those who reached the third stage couldn't explain it clearly? Lin Moyo was secretly shocked and turned his gaze to the stone stells in the center of the platform. They were exactly the same as the previous stone stells, also, skill stells. Skill, Fireball. Requesting flowers. Fireball, launch a fireball to attack the enemy. The power depends on mental strength. This time it was a mage skill. Needless to say, the other stells must have similar skills. After looking at each one, it was indeed so. Skill, Wind Ball. Wind Ball, launch a wind ball to attack the enemy. The power depends on mental strength. Skill, Ice Arrow. Ice Arrow, launch an ice arrow to attack the enemy. The power depends on mental strength. Skill, Thunder Ball. Thunder Ball, throw a thunder ball to attack the enemy. The power depends on mental strength. Lin Moyo looked at the 4 basic skills, deep in thought. Previously, he learned 3 swordsman skills, then faced a swordsman puppet with the same 3 skills. This time, he had to learn 4 basic mage skills, and the next opponent would definitely be a mage puppet. After understanding this, Lin Moyo began to learn and master these skills one by one. Skills were not difficult for Lin Moyo, especially with ancient Chinese characters explaining them, making it even more effective. In just 1 hour, he had mastered all 4 skills. Lin Moyo knew that with his attributes, plus his understanding of mage combat, he should be able to win easily. He practiced each skill several times. Among them, Thunder Ball was the fastest, hitting the enemy almost instantly upon launch, making it nearly impossible to dodge. Next was Wind Ball, which had the support of wind elements, also very fast. Ice Arrow and Fireball were slightly slower. However, Ice Arrow had a freezing effect, significantly slowing down the enemy. Fireball had a burning effect, causing continuous damage. Each skill had its own characteristics, and Lin Moyo firmly grasped them. Finally, others also reached their third platform. They also began to learn new skills. This time, it was the turn of warrior professions to wail, having to learn mage skills. The few mages who barely passed the stage were excited. Mage skills were their specialty. 4 hours later, all platforms and stells disappeared simultaneously. A suspension bridge appeared again ahead. Someone screamed, "Why so fast? I've only been learning for less than 2 hours." Why? No one knew. The stells appeared together and disappeared together. The duration was determined by the first person to pass the stage. Lin Moyo was too fast, passing the stage almost instantly. Some people took more than an hour. This compressed their learning time. Although there was no direct confrontation, the competition began silently under these rules. On the 4th platform, Lin Moyo met his opponent, a puppet wearing a mage robe. The moment Lin Moyo stepped onto the platform, the mage puppet looked at him, a fireball rising in its hand. Thunder roared, and thunder balls flew from Lin Moyo's hands, hitting the mage puppet instantly. Lin Moyo attacked with both hands, launching at least 5 thunder balls per second. Thunder balls were the fastest, and Lin Moyo, adhering to the principle of striking first, took the initiative. Chapter 400. Chapter 400, 400. Chapter 400, Life Divine Power, Big Trouble for the Zhou family. Lin Moyo did not use any extra skills. With 1 mind and 2 uses, he launched 5 thunderballs per second. From beginning to end, the robed puppet had no chance to resist. Lin Moyo crushed it in an instant. The puppet exploded, turning into a white gas that drilled into Lin Moyo's body. The 4-dimensional attributes increased by 1,000 points again. Now, strength, agility, spirit, and constitution all reached 11,500 points. Seeing his increased attributes, Lin Moyo understood. Defeating the puppet would add the puppet's attributes to his own. In this way, the more times he cleared the level, the more attributes he would gain. But what use were these increased attributes? Lin Moyo still didn't understand. After all, these were just extra attributes gained from eating the fruit, not his original attributes. And compared to his original attributes, the gap was quite large. The trial of the ancestral land was shrouded in fog, full of oddities. Thinking of what Bai Yawan said, Lin Moyo could only continue forward. Then Lin Moyo saw a light in the sky. A beam of light broke through the air and instantly rushed into his body. His body suddenly felt like it was soaking in a hot spring, warm and cozy, with a warm current flowing inside. Lin Moyo's spirit was lifted, and he murmured, "Life Divine Power." This feeling was the same as the warm current left in his body after being struck by lightning in the corpse realm. Later, Lin Moyo learned from the God of Life that this warm current was the Life Divine Power, the power belonging to the God of Life. After the staff of creation was shattered, the core of life disappeared, and the staff itself scattered into the corpse realm, merging with the lightning. The light that the teacher mentioned must be related to the core of life. Now Lin Moyo was very sure of his guess, there was no mistake. Outside the ancestral land, someone was teleported out. Lai Feng looked around in confusion, and when he saw the surroundings, he finally realized that he had been eliminated. But how was he eliminated? Holding his head, Lai Feng tried hard to recall, but he couldn't remember anything. He only remembered walking across the suspension bridge and arriving at a platform, seemingly learning new skills. But what were the skills? He couldn't remember, that part of his memory was gone. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt, and his face gradually showed a look of pain. Feng. An elder from the Lai Feng family walked over, gave a low shout, and woke Lai Feng from his memories. Seeing Lai Feng's state, it was clear he couldn't remember anything, so the elder didn't bother to ask more. It wasn't the first time entering the ancestral land, this situation was common. Even a god-level powerhouse like Mo Xing had entered the ancestral land when he was young, and he couldn't remember anything either. Suddenly, Lai Feng screamed, "Grandpa, something happened." What? His voice was loud, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Lai Feng said, "Zhou Leshan from the Zhou family joined the cult of diabolism. He didn't eat the fruit, waiting for us to eat the fruit and have our attributes and skills sealed, then he planned to kill us. And he also used the soul extinguishing barrier, preventing us from being resurrected through the soul imprint." What? Lai Feng's vision went black, and Ning Terran's body emitted flames. What did you say? As a god-level powerhouse, his aura exploded, and Lai Feng fell to the ground with a bang, full of fear. Mo Xing quickly came over, "Old Ning, don't be anxious, let him finish." Ning Terran waved his hand, and Lai Feng was lifted up by a large amount of elements, explained clearly. Lai Feng, full of tension, quickly explained Zhou Leshan's plan to kill them. Fortunately, Lin Moyo came in the end and killed Zhou Leshan, otherwise none of us would have survived. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Mo Xing's gaze was like a knife, scanning the surroundings. Where are the Zhou family members? There were no Zhou family members in sight, they had long disappeared. Guilty conscience. This proved that Lai Feng's words were likely true. Mo Xing said in a deep voice, "Don't rush, wait for more people to come out and ask clearly. If the Zhou family really has a problem, they won't escape." After a while, more people were teleported out. Upon questioning, it was indeed as Lai Feng said. If it weren't for Lin Moyo, none of them would have survived. Daring to kill people in the ancestral land of the Creation Academy. Mo Xing's killing intent surged, he quickly transmitted the news through his communicator. The Zhou family won't escape. Not only him, but the elders of all the major families present also transmitted the news. Everyone knew, the Zhou family was in big trouble. Colluding with the cult of diabolism and killing people in the ancestral land of the Creation Academy, daring to do such things, they were truly tired of living. This completely disgraced the Xiaojing Academy. No one knew how many god-level powerhouses were behind the Xiaojing Academy. In the Empire, the Xiaojing Academy was definitely one of the top powers. In front of the Xiaojing Academy, the Zhou family was nothing. A total of 5 people were eliminated along with Lai Feng. They all had one thing in common, they had killed animals in the ancestral land, and not just one. Now it was too late to regret. A few hours later, more people were teleported out. They were defeated by the second mage puppet, the second batch to be eliminated. As soon as they came out, they felt the unusual atmosphere and immediately became obedient. Mo Xing said, they should have gained something. After some questioning, they indeed had gains. Their attributes had increased a bit. Not much, each attribute increased by 500, exactly the attributes of the first swordsman puppet. They were eliminated when facing the second puppet, but the attributes gained from defeating the swordsman puppet were retained. These attributes didn't seem like much, but they were basic attributes, which could have a cumulative effect with each level up, and breaking the attribute limit could slightly increase the chance of career sublimation during the third transition. Even a 1% chance was good. As time passed, more people were eliminated, until it completely stabilized, and no more people came out. The first batch of eliminated people had only 5. The second batch of eliminated people reached 15. Mo Xing said in a deep voice, according to this, there are only 10 people left in the ancestral land. 30 people went in, 20 came out, 10 remained. The elders of the families of the remaining 10 people all smiled. The later they were eliminated, the more they gained. A few hours later, the third batch of people was teleported out. They defeated the mage puppet and then faced the third puppet. The third batch of people gained more benefits, each person's attributes increased by 1500, equivalent to consuming most of a bottle of intermediate magical potion. And this batch of people had a layer of halo on them. Ling Yazan was also in the third batch of eliminated people. He was pleasantly surprised. My constitution attribute increased significantly, and my vitality also increased by 10%. Compared to when he went in, Ling Yazan first passed 2 levels, each attribute increased by 1500. Then he gained the life divine power, which directly increased his constitution attribute by 2000, and also gained a 10% increase in vitality. The biggest difference between human professionals and boss-level monsters. Besides attributes, it was the difference in vitality. All bosses had very strong vitality, so they needed to be killed by a team. Now Ling Yazan's vitality increased by 10%, which was a huge help to him. Not bad, not bad. Mo Xing was very satisfied. Ling Yazan was very humble. It's a pity I couldn't continue, I still can't remember how I was eliminated. Mo Xing patted Ling Yazan's shoulder. Actually, this time, it's enough that you came out alive. Ling Yazan thought of Zhou Leshan. Zhou Leshan almost killed us all. Fortunately, Lin Moyo. Mo Xing nodded. We already know about this. Ling Yazan nodded and didn't say more. Such matters should be handled by the elders. After a while, no more people came out. This time, 5 more people were eliminated, leaving only 5 people in the ancestral land. Lin Moyo, Lin Machin, Mo Yun, Ning Yi, and one from the Sha family, Sha Jin. Mo Xing said to Ning Taran, "Congratulations, old Ning, Yi's performance this time is quite good. In the past, those who could last past 3 batches were the most outstanding talents. The chance of becoming a god level in the future was very high." Mo Xing and Ning Taran, as god level powerhouses, were eliminated in the 4th batch when they were young. Ning Taran stroked his beard. "I didn't expect the little girl to be so powerful. Your Mo Yun is also good." Mo Xing laughed. "Little Yuner can indeed be considered a top talent. The key is that he never relies on family help, he does everything himself." Mo Yun was strong-willed from a young age, not relying on the family. Even entering the Creation Academy, he did it on his own. Lin Moyo and Lin Machin, the siblings, were exceptional, no need to mention them. But Sha Jin from the Sha family, lasting until now, was indeed surprising. The elders of the Sha family were already grinning from ear to ear. Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.